Welcome back to the wicked game. Don't you know there's a price to pay? Eye for an eye. I see your darkest dreams, 'cause they're no longer make-believe. You ain't met someone quite like me, the kill of the night. Welcome back to the wicked game. Don't you know there's a price to pay? Eye for an eye. I see your darkest dreams, 'cause they're no longer make-believe. You ain't met someone quite like me, the kill of the night. Feel need oxygen. Give my best, and I watch us rise again. I'm ready to leave the past behind. I've shed my skin and made up my mind. It's a new time. It's a new time. Watch us come to life. of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side, the devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, oh. An evil that was deep within. He will meet you in your darkest dreams. Don't cry for help, no one can hear your screams. He's on my side, the devil in disguise. I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise. There was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like. Do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire. December night, December night, December night, December night. On a throwback to summertime. Drink a red cups and see the lights. And with a burning heat, we just fall asleep till the seasons change. You said I'll be your fire, I'll be your savior, I'll be your lighter, lighter, no, no. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter December night, December night. You know what I like. Do it once, do it twice. Heat up by the fire. December night, December
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Becker flashes in, and down goes Knight!
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo, Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Man, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
The loyal, the unwavering, the faithful shall be rewarded!
It's at Worlds where legends will fall.
This series a stake and a turn! And he still lives on!
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
Through all the doubt! Through all the disbelief! They earn their place!
Winning is not a matter of chance.
It's a choice! He's in the enemy base! Jackie Love just found everybody!
Body block kick it hard! Who's he called? Pick it up!
Hail the new kings! Samsung Galaxy!
Double circles, double galleons. Pain Gaming have done it.
Look at the teleport! Iona's got out! He stopped him! These guys came to fight!
What's a god to 5 non-believers?
Oh! Are you ready?
25 live from the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Shanghai. Isn't she lovely? We're going to have a battle of the ages in these quarterfinals, starting with perhaps, but hopefully not, but how are we supposed to feel about Peanut and his match at Worlds versus Gen G, which of course could be his last. Gen G has their eyes on the prize. Everybody says they're supposed to win, but as we know at Worlds, it doesn't always go the way you predict. 8 teams are entering the knockout stage with their eyes set on the Summoners Cup awaiting in Chengdu. There are no second chances. Every game counts, and a loss spells elimination. Rob, what a 6 days we have ahead of them.
Stop.
It's going to be the best league we've seen all year, and it's from this unbelievable arena as I'm here with Rob and Emily.
I mean, it's gunpowder near the tinderbox. I am so excited.
What?
Gunpowder near a tinderbox. I want to set the fuse and let it go. It's going to be incredible. I'm so excited to see how these next couple of days pan out, because it feels like there's so much that could just break either way.
And my commiserations to people that are still watching the baseball. I hope you're doing
I forgot. Yeah, we were almost an entire other baseball game.
Yeah, let's hope we also get a lot of games here today. A lot of historic storylines and narratives going into these quarterfinals. And of course, to celebrate the 15-year anniversary of Worlds, Riot is posting a bracket of some of the most memorable plays over the years. Today, we have Faker's Azir Shuffle versus Bin's Pentakill.
It out. It is very tough not to have the cleanse.
Davis on the flank. Davis on the side. TP coming in. Faker looking to make the flank against Ruler. Owner goes in. And again, the combos are clean. The hostile takeover is damn well hostile. T1 looking to leave no survivors alive. 369 admits the entire team will get absolutely nothing. T1 in the clutch are too damn.
They're looking for a fight.
All right, heal used by Huanfeng. He's got the flash as well. Zenith Blade will find a target. Scatter the Weak will not just yet. Here comes Bin. And Star1 on the full retreat. SOFM hops over the wall, finds himself a route to Nagri. That means he cannot interrupt anyone else. He's being chipped away, melted. He's down, he's dead. That's it. Canyon's finished as well. SOFM hops forward, Ghost flashes defensively and rooted in place. Bin sends him back in. Ghost gets caught out. That's the Quadra. Looking for it. Bin will pick it up. Get the pentakill for Bin. And Suning Gaming in the World Championship Final.
It's so crazy to me that that was Bin's rookie year, and he got a pentakill at Worlds. I was expecting nothing out of that Suning team. Like, that was such a fun team to watch, too. I mean, that was the start of his career.
It's crazy. Unfortunately, we'll not get to see him anymore at Worlds. Faker is still here, though, and I do believe that it was the Azir Shuffle that won. I mean, how could it not?
As it should be.
It's crazy because it's so cool to have all these legacies of the Rift, because all of this history keeps perpetuating itself, right? T1, again, with Faker, is on the other side of the bracket with Ruler on the opposite side, just like in 2017. We then had that moment also from 2023. I just love that it keeps going, and it makes me so happy to be a part of all of that history.
Yeah, especially even looking at like 2017, it was Ruler was catching Faker. Now 2023, it's Faker's catching Ruler. Like, history does repeat in weird and wacky ways, and it's wonderful to see now. We might get some of that here again this week.
And let's apply that to the bracket we have for our knockouts. And speaking of the bracket, we've got one hell of a week ahead of us. And if you've forgotten to lock in your pick'ems powered by AWS, you still have a couple of minutes to do so. LoLesports.com/pick'ems. And that does give us a chance to kind of fan out about how the knockout stage kind of plays out, I think, and the draw has played out. Emily, what's your favorite storyline?
Okay, well, people that know me probably know that I'm a KT fan, because I don't ever bring it up about how that got me into League of Legends. So I am incredibly nervous for tomorrow. Don't say the E word ever.
Are you not? Oh.
Yeah. No, I will tackle you. I will, like, jump at you. But yeah, I mean, this KT team has been really fun to watch all year. I'm just super proud of them, super happy that they're here, and crossing my fingers, clenching everything for tomorrow.
CFO could actually be so sick. I've like become such a big fan of this squad over the last couple of tournaments, and it's so fun to watch this team of just upstarts who are playing out of their minds and just playing with so much heart. It's impossible not to love them, but it is going to be very, very hard. Like, going up against KT, you never really know what to expect, and also just, but boys, the G2 boys are in there as well.
My like fringe possibility story is that we get a repeat of the 2019 World Semifinals T1 versus G2. Oh my God, subscribe. I know my head's in the clouds, but let a girl dream, okay? With that, though, we are just a couple of minutes away from our very first game, HLE versus Gen G. It is our first match of the quarterfinals. We have Peanut and Canyon going head-to-head in the jungle in our featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, two titans of the Korean jungle, Peanut and Canyon, meet again. A rivalry built on years of duels, a constant dance of control, instinct, and revenge. In 2025 alone, HLE and Gen G have faced off 3 times. Peanut led HLE to victory in the LCK Cup, while Canyon and Gen G later reverse swept HLE in the road to MSI and recently crowned themselves LCK champion in Incheon. The last time both faced off in a world's best of 5 was the quarterfinals of 2022, where the heroics of Canyon brought us an all-time series, but Peanut's team on the day was indomitable.
Chovy goes gold, and Doran gonna do the same thing now. It's, oh my God! Chovy gets rid of Canyon, but the answer is still there. Knocked on Brawler. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Brawler turns it on its head. Oh my God! Quadra kill.
Could this finally be Peanut's moment, or will Canyon stretch his legacy and close out Gen G's dominant year?
Yeah, and this jungle matchup is insane. We're going to talk about Peanut in a little bit, but I do want to talk about Canyon because I feel like across this LCK split, he looked a little bit more disconnected from Gen G, wasn't necessarily involved in as many of their early games. So this is from the TES series where he's actually gone through, done a full clear, and is going to get involved with his lane super early by doing a wraparound gank. He notices that this lane down here is pushed up in place for him. So as we play this through, he's just going to come in. It's a pretty straightforward gank. He ends up burning Jackie Love's flash and Hung's heal, which is really good to set up this Gen G bot lane. So I really liked seeing this from him after coming out of a full top to bottom clear, right? Now this other clip, this actually was really, really dicey a few moments ago. Kanavi had actually invaded down here and he set up here. I actually think he could go on to Chovy. This is a really good spot to try to put this Yone down, but Canyon stays in and they're actually gonna end up killing off Cream on the backside of this. And this is the big clip for me because this sets up this Yone composition that Gen G really love to play. It sets up Chovy to completely take over this game, as we saw. And I really like to see this from Canyon. We know that his ceiling is best jungler in the entire world. And I think this is a really good harbinger for Gen G going forward, now that he's been a lot more proactive in their early game at this tournament.
And it changes the dynamic of this matchup, because so often when we were watching HLE versus Gen G, even right the way back in LCK Cup at the start of the year, it was, can Peanut get a lead on things like the Maokai, the Sejuani, the Poppy, and try and run that into a victory then against Gen G? Or can Gen G slow the pace down, let Canyon farm up, and then come alive in those team fights later? If Canyon is now coming alive in the early game, that's terrifying for HLE.
It absolutely is, and I think it paints more of a picture of the mountain that Peanut has to climb. He is such a frequent face in the KO, the knockout series of Worlds, and I think everybody who's followed League of Legends for a long time just has this jungler front of mind and that question of, will he really not win a World Championship?
Yeah, and that would be insane. This guy's been playing for over a decade now. In 2017, he made it to finals. He's made it to 2 semifinals. He's made it to 2 quarterfinals. The Peanut has been so strong when it comes to the international stage. And I mean, for him, BLG's been the team that's knocked him out the last 2 times. They're out of the tournament. So maybe, just maybe, this could be his year in his final, last dance to make it happen.
He's also just evolved so much since he started on Najin EM Fire as this upstart mechanical jungler to now someone who can take over a complete early game, someone who his teammates highlight as a player who really leads them, which is, it's just a bit of pleasure to watch him throughout his career.
Absolutely. Seeing in Brazil him win, of course, MSI with T1 back then, the shared history he has also from that 2017 Worlds where Ruler came out on top, and he has someone to play with in the top lane. Zeus looking for the 3-peat. That is absolutely insane to say, I think. And I think those two powers together might just be enough to push it a little bit forward today.
Yeah, the man who changed the weight of the trophy. Yeah, as we missed the bonk in those clips. But yeah, Zeus is also trying for his third Worlds in a row. I think when we really saw this team take over in Split 1, his champion pool was something that was so strong and fearless, something that continues to be strong for them, even during their Split 2 struggles especially. So yeah, he's just such a focal point and great player to have because of his champion diversity.
And necessary in this matchup.
I was going to say, because it has been Zeus and Bin that were for a long time considered the two best top laners in the world fighting for that spot. But Keen has kind of kicked down the door and said, hold on a second, this year it's all about me. So if Zeus is able to take him down here, this could dictate the entire way that this series goes.
I think HLE can be considered an underdog, right, in this matchup because of the history we've seen between them also lately. But for Gen G, it's become kind of a running meme, and it's not even a meme in the LCK. Well, just give him the cup, right? And we keep talking about Gen G, and particularly about the Church of Chovy, like it's the rapture, like it's gonna happen. But then it doesn't happen every year that we're left here. And I think specifically the memories of that quarterfinal just last year are top of mind for a lot of people, because we think, what is going on here? Why can this guy not win Worlds? Because he's clearly good enough.
I mean, he's considered the best mid laner in the world at the moment. He should be up there, but unfortunately just hasn't quite been able to make it happen. 2 semifinals, 4 quarterfinals. He has, every single time he's made it to Worlds, he's made it to playoffs, but never actually hit that last final note for himself. And I think for Gen G, it has been a struggle to find that success that, even though they have it in the start of the year, stretches the entire way through Worlds. And if they can now find that moment, it could be their time where Chovy finally gets to put that trophy on his mantelpiece and really solidify himself as the best mid laner in the world.
Yeah, especially since, like, alongside Faker, this is someone who you have to somehow contend with in the LCK, right? Like, he has just been indomitable in the LCK mid lane, really changed the fabric of up-and-coming mid laners. Like, can you even go toe-to-toe with Chovy? So this is yet another year where we're like, is this finally Chovy?
It feels like it.
Yeah, but he's also had to change himself, right? The fact that he used to be, I'm all about the mid lane, I'm going to Chovy it up, I'm going to farm all this CS, but instead now he's had to grow up. I'm going to impact the side lanes. I'm going to be able to find plays on picks like the Talia. And I think that's the best story about this player, is that he's not the same person that walked onto that stage 3-4 years ago. He has now become what he wanted to be in influencing everything on the map.
He's got unbelievable laners also next to him. The jungle can be the best in the world, right? It's all about that if, because if they play like they have, they would win it. But Worlds is a different beast, and we've seen it now 2 years in a row. But let's see how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X. Remember, you can vote every single day over there. I think they might call it for Gen G. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's all right. I thought maybe it would be heavier. What is your expectation as to what your actual kind of expectations for this match is, Emily?
I mean, I think this is pretty accurate, right? Like, Gen G is favored. It's a little bit more HLE sided than I thought. I do think, you know, the Peanut fans showing up a little bit. I think you have to kind of be rooting for him since this is his last year before military service. But Gen G should be favored here based on what we've seen this entire split, especially since, like, that Split 2 road to MSI was, I think, kind of lived in HLE's heads. That reverse sweep really did affect them a lot. So I think that it's still kind of in the back of my mind, at least. We know this team is capable of beating Gen G, but I think this is a good, like, favor towards Gen G.
That's the thing. LCK Cup was the last time they beat them. Since then, they've gone 0-6. It is not exactly the best time if you want to be a HLE fan. So I think coming into this,
but it's Worlds.
It's maybe, but that's the question mark. That's the asterisk. That's what you're hoping for if you're a HLE fan, that it can change everything. but you have to do it on the Rift. You have to leave everything here in the hopes that it might just.
Listen, in 2022, it could not be done either with The Last Dance, right? So you got to give him at least a little bit. And I think that's what's so wonderful about Worlds and about this journey of Peanut. The Last Dance can be very, very potent, but you're up against an absolute giant in Gen.G. They're supposed to win it. They're the best. Of course they're going to win it. No, they have to step up and take it. It's time for the quarterfinals.
Shanghai, 魔都，风云地，英雄地，古今未来，共聚此城。在这里，百千浪帆尽潮头。在这里，力战不退，旗飘扬。竞技之巅，如踏险峰，不容有失。至高之境，喘息亦须力争。纵然百尺竿头，仍要更进一步。
제가 작년에 월드 4강에 진출했는데 세상이 저한테 기대하는 요구치는 우승 아니면 전부 실패라고 판단하기 때문에 그래서 딱히 가치가 있다고 느끼지 않았습니다.
传奇使他人落笔定论。
처음 데뷔했었을 때는 솔랭에서 하던 방식 그대로 대회를 했던 그런 연습생이었는데 잘 못했던 것 같고 초반에는 패배하면서 경험을 쌓았던 것 같아요.
还是自书篇章。
제가 다시 한번 정상에 설 수 있다는 것을 세계에 증명하고 싶습니다.
이미 많은 유산을 남겼다고 생각하고요. 제 커리어, 팬분들과의 기억. 그렇지만 월즈에서 우승이라는 타이틀을 아직 남기지 못해서 그 타이틀을 남기고 가고 싶습니다.
传奇对某些人是恪守已久的誓言，对某些人是等待再燃的星火，对超世之才，则是兑现天赋。
지훈이랑 했을 때 월즈도 진출하고 리그에서 같이 우승도 이뤄내고 되게 좋은 기억들이 많은 것 같아요. 옛날에는 약점이라고 할 만한 게 있었다고 생각하는데 지금의 지훈이는 없는 것 같아요.
Joby dashes back, one kill. Cream goes forward as they look for Ruler, but Ruler with a killer instinct dives behind Cream. Jackie Love diving in and Joby going the other way.
피넛 선수가 같은 팀이기도 했고 지금 은퇴를 앞두고 있다고 들었는데 그런 거 하나하나 신경 쓰면 제대로 경기할 수 없다고 생각합니다.
风云际会之时，天命的阶梯自现。五冠齐聚之日，一段传奇终将将起。
지훈아, 너에게 양보해줄 생각이 없어.
조비 선수, 승리를 위해 모든 걸 희생할 준비가 되시길 바랍니다. 22년도 때의 기억을 다시 한번 떠올리게 해드리겠습니다.
제카 선수, 먼저 당신을 희생시키겠습니다.
Gen.G, HLE, fulfill your destiny and burn your legacy.
全球的英雄联盟粉丝们，大家好，欢迎来到上海梅赛德斯奔驰文化中心，一起验证2025全球总决赛8强赛。瑞士人阶段已经结束，从现在开始没有第2次机会。上海，让我们热烈欢呼，迎接首场8强对决，真纪对阵 HLE。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025 Knockouts, where we begin with some familiar faces facing off against one another as we have a repeat of the LCK Finals. Gen.G taking on HLE Esports, and it feels wrong and right at the same time. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Chronicler and Vedius. Gentlemen, can HLE Esports rewrite what has already happened?
I absolutely think that they can. I think that the potential that they've shown at this World Championship by no means puts them as favorites coming into this matchup. But I think that we've seen stark improvement in that man in the mid lane in particular. I'm keeping my eyes on Zeka. We know that when the pressure is on, what he's capable of on the international stage. But he is up against the man, the myth, the legend of Chovy on the other side of the rift.
And the narrative weight here, there is so much. There's obviously Worlds, the internationals, Zeka versus Chovy, Peanut versus his old team. All these players have so many bonds that time together. As they were walking by, I even saw Ruler and Peanut kind of giggling to one another, knowing that for one of them today, despite the fact that these players have shared so much in that year 2022 on Gen.G, their run ends today.
Exactly right, and there is a man who did some pretty good things in 2022 as well, as you were talking about, Zeka. I think it's so beautiful that we have the epitomization of both consistency and variance being represented in the middle of Summoner's Rift here today, because these two players, I think there will be a big spotlight on both of them. Zeka being a player that we have not given any of the accolades that we've given to Chovy, but he's the one that's lifted the Summoner's Cup.
Yeah, one of my favorite graphics that unfortunately longer holds true. It was the Zeka graphic in Best of Fives versus Chovy, where Zeka basically lost, and I lost track of how many times it was, but it was getting to double digits, but he had the one win in the Best of 5 column, which was the World Semi-Final.
Well, I think that as we get closer to draft, that is the thing that I'm most interested in, because we've seen these two face up very recently. And Chronicler, we were talking earlier, where will Azir fall? Where will Sion fall? Where will Wukong fall for the red side team? And with HLE, we already see that mid lane going to be the target. Sion, you expect to fall alongside it, but that does mean that the Wukong that we saw banned so much in the finals is going to be let through.
Possibility here to answer what we've seen very often. Peanut in particular loves to go towards his Vi. As the Poppy ban does come through, and that does lead towards that Wukong, as you were saying, Vedi. Poppy really has been a pick that I think has high variance, but when executed well is insane. Sion is open though, so we might be seeing a trade. Sion has been, I think, the biggest story this tournament, basically moving to almost 100% ban rate, although Gen.G did let it go in their best of 3.
This also means that Rise is up for grabs. I wonder if HLE want to try and take that pick away. Also leaning towards that Galio ban to pinch as much of Chovy's pool as possible, but if you then do go for the Rise, things like the Casio, looks like they're going to go for the safer choice of the Taliyah for Zeka.
Feels a little bit dangerous as well, right? Because first picking Sion can lead you to be a bit trundleable, which they have steered away from as Peanut decides to lock in an old favorite. This is something that Inspired, I believe, debuted here at Worlds, and will be playing the Sejuani alongside the Taliyah. And now Gen.G, will they be locking up the Sion themselves, or will it be something else? Because honestly, the trundle value on their side has now gone up a whole lot.
Yeah, a tier list pick would be Rise, which you've seen picked into Taliyah a lot. Chovy loves the pick. You get to have sideline impact, and obviously once you get to your breakpoint, you can actually shove in. And then Sion as a follow-up. Now, both these top laners are very capable of counterpicking. In these drafts, I would expect Zeus to be given more freeway in that regard, as it's actually going to be the Nico, so the Sion making it through for now.
Yeah, and I was talking about Trundle. That's not going to be picked because there are 2 jungles already locked away.
Support Trundle is still real, Atlas.
It's not. It's definitely not, and that was a whoopsie, Chronicler. We can be honest about this. I'm very, very comfortable. Okay, Zek are going to lock away the Rek'Sai, though. I'm not comfortable about that. Not at all. I know Zeus is a great player, and I feel like Rek'Sai really does kind of suit him as well, but I just don't think that Rek'Sai does it for me.
The biggest surprise is that they've just let the Sion through. The fact that not only have they decided it's not a priority, they can now look to ban it away, but we know that if Gen G choose to go for something like a Sion, if it's open, it's just a tank v tank matchup on the top side. For Gen G, they now have a lot of freedom to pick apart the support pool and limit what defensive options Delight can look for.
It's also calling the bluff. They're like, I don't think they're going to ban Sion now because the Rek'Sai has been used as a counter pick very consistently. So they're just saying, we'll see what else Keen can bring. That slots in well. Rek'Sai, I do think having at least a melee solo laner makes Sejuani's life a lot easier. I would expect Delight to go towards something melee as well, so you have plenty of opportunity to set up that passive. As now Gen G should be getting rid of some of the safer AD carries here to ensure that your Wukong will get guaranteed value with his backline access. And really, the fact we have again that Nico Ryze combo that we saw used with great efficiency by CFO, if I remember correctly, is something that Viper is going to have to keep in mind.
I mean, Corki right now has so much value, the extra mobility, the good scaling, the small amount of poke that you'll also provide paired alongside the Talia. There was that Kai'Sa that was mentioned. Just the amount of dive threat that Gen G have, it makes a lot of sense that they want to remove that, and taking Delight Alistair away from him is fantastic engage potential. We saw him during the Swiss stage. I feel like he was one of the most consistent inconsistencies, right? The fact that he would make these insane outplays and then at the same time make very questionable plays, which brought to, I mean, it was a joy to watch just because of the entertainment value, but I can't take away from how good he is, so it makes a lot of sense they would want to ban that away. But there's that Corki that we were talking about, going to be locked in for Viper.
Yep, whole lot of power there. The Alistair ban also fantastic to protect the Nico, just because you can look a little bit silly, pop blossoming over in a corner if you get headbutted, so it can be a little bit unfortunate there as we have a bit of a Trinity force off towards the bottom side of the map. Some build evening out here as Ruler does lock away the Ezreal. He's liked this into the Corki quite a lot as, okay, Keen. This is fantastic because it's not only a decent matchup into a tank as, wait.
Pantheon support.
It has to be, right?
Yes.
Oh my god, Pantheon Sejuani is insane because you can use the Empower W to immediately proc the Permafrost with the extra autos. That's something we haven't seen for the longest time though, but clearly a prepared response. There's also the fact that Keen picked away one of Zeus' most iconic champions, because the Aatrox has actually been obviously a comfort pick for Zeus since 2023, while also being one of the other prime Sion counters.
It's also like the easiest setup for all of these skill shots, right? Like, the Seismic Shove and the Glacial Prison are difficult to hit at times. It will not be when you've got Rek'Sai and Pantheon setting up. We've been talking about Pantheon Talia since 2019.
And there seems to be something that HLE came in with a plan in mind, because the early priority on the Sejuani, with the saving the Pantheon until the very end, I imagine they were expecting the Nico to come through as well. We often see when teams have the opportunity to play on a single patch, they start to find creative ways to deal with very prevalent meta picks. Let's see how effective this is, the Sejuani Pantheon combo, and how much it can deal with this Nico.
This is going to be absolutely fascinating to watch because it does also lead you to think about what's been happening in scrims in regards to the Sion as well. Both of these teams foregoing this champion entirely. Obviously, there's something that's creeping in that's been able to take care of it. Will we see that develop as the series goes on? But ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get onto the Rift for game number 1 of our first match of knockouts here at Worlds 2025. Gen G taking on HLE as we do a bit of a rematch of the LCK Finals.
And gentlemen, you were talking to me about how much HLE were the prepared team in the LCK playoffs. The fact that they came out swinging from what was a difficult regular season was because it felt like that their draft prep was so calculated, and this just feels like another demonstration of their preparation coming into this quarterfinals.
It really does. It also, for me, is reminiscent that even in Fearless, if we think back, so many big meta shifts have happened over the course of the last World Championship, going from Swiss into knockouts, as we do have some vision being secured here. One other thing I do want to highlight with the Hanwha composition specifically, which we always need to talk about when it's Taliyah and Pantheon specifically, even though Delight is obviously not going to be nearly as strong, he will still be freed up by the virtue of being a support. And Gen.G love to play with their side lanes, right? They're one of the best teams at being able to just always get advantages when you contest elsewhere on the map. It's going to be a lot harder against two of these semi-globals.
And you can also move Rek'Sai around a lot as the enemy team if you do get ulted as well. So the ability to follow up from a great distance is going to be relatively handy if Zeus finds himself in an uncomfortable position. But this does feel like the conventional against the chefs. And we'll just have to see whether Dandy's cooking alongside Moglu backstage is actually going to be helping out HLE, or whether it's going to be a little bit of a problem. Because, I mean, we've seen this comp out of Gen.G so many times. I think the biggest thing that's a bit strange is maybe Aatrox for Keen as his first choice in the match. Like, that's it.
Yeah, that really does feel like we are both seeing... We know Keen can play Aatrox, but it's not one of his necessarily preferred champions in the current meta or recently. It's because Gen.G doesn't really play towards the top side as much as many of our other teams. But it is, in my mind, a dead giveaway that they're just looking to pick away, right? And I think even though the Corki is really good in this spot, even that kind of feels like the setup was obvious, but not giving Ruler Corki can also only be praised because he's been absolutely devastating on this champion.
Track of what the junglers are up to. It seems that both have set their sights towards the bot side of the map, and why wouldn't you? Top lane, not going to be as volatile. Mid lane has some potential, but bot lane right now with these supports seems like the easiest opportunity to look for a play. The wave state is actually very safe for both Ruler and Duro. The tower is not quite within tower diving range, and they don't have enough of a minion wave to really threaten that, which means that right now I think the primary focus for Peanut is to cover for his bottom lane, and also to contest this bot crab, as right now HLE should have the prio to do.
I'll see whether that is exactly what is going to happen. Some herbivorous tendencies for our boy Canyon in the jungle, so certainly not expecting too much, especially on a Wukong who does like hitting that level 6. But Peanut has had a lot of plans in early games, and oftentimes, if Peanut looks like he's moving somewhere deliberately, then that is where the positive things can start happening here for HLE, as we do have Canyon moving towards that top side, but Peanut wrapping around for a potential opportunity onto Chovy. Seismic Shove does go wide, so it's not going to be too much of a worry.
Chovy trusting his movement there. If he gets knocked up and Peanut can follow up, he might be in some trouble. At very least, would have been forced to flash, but not going to be the case.
Yeah, a little bit of a scuffle here towards the bottom side of the map as Viper down to 100 health. Ruler standing his ground. Will be able to push Delight away as his support's backing, but he's looking for first blood. It's not going to happen. But still, I think Ruler has sent the message.
That's a lot of summoner spells used between the supports. Ruler, though, with the health advantage, pushes the HLE bot lane away. He's going to be able to push this wave underneath the tower. Keeping my eyes on the minimap, and I notice, but you can see the Pantheon already heading towards that top side of the map. Viper's going to be left alone very early in this game, as it feels like Delight and Peanut are going to go on some adventures together.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see, because with the base timing, Gen.G could opt into a swap here, and it does look like that is going to be the case here. And again, to remind everyone, the way that the Pantheon W works, when he has the 5 stacks, if he does jump onto someone, the free autos you do afterwards immediately proc promo for, so Keem needs to be careful.
Yeah, let's see whether he's going to survive. This is 3 versus 1. I don't think he's looking too hot in this one, and down will Keen go. First blood over to the Rek'Sai, and Zeus is on the board.
A clean gank from HLE with very little time wasted. The fact that Delight was already forced back to base, he immediately moves towards the top side with Peanut. There's that synergy that we were talking about. Panther didn't even need to use it because both the Rek'Sai and the Sejuani applied the passive together. Now Delight in position on the top side of the map as Viper makes his way up to also catch this wave.
Wait, are they just going to go for it again?
I have a little timing window. Zeus still has TP, so he can just catch the wave, and I think that if someone walked in, they could have gone for a play, but now Zeus needs to catch that bot wave, so should be making his way over.
Yep, they do spot that Zeus is going back home, but unable to interrupt it for now, as Viper and Delight back in a 2v2 once again. And it looks like, yeah, we are going to see the teleport out from Zeus. Thought for a second that he was going to try and waddle his way down there, but not going to be the case, as Peanut is seen on vision.
I think Peanut actually got his wolf stolen there based on Canyon getting the camp lead and Peanut flailing air. Not going to find anything there. But again, with the power of this Sejuani, as long as either Pantheon or Rek'Sai is there, they have so much CC and offensive kill threat to try and make a play. And Keen already falling behind on the Aatrox, and we all know Zeus can be a legitimate win condition, even though this Rek'Sai has been a bit of an up and down pick. Can be very oppressive, as we have seen in the right hands.
Yeah, obviously, Chovy is highest in levels. The guy is pretty good at sticking around for waves, but right now in the river, looking to see whether him and Canyon can get any work done. More scuffling here towards the top side as this time Viper getting the upper hand. Keen and Zeus fighting once more, but I don't expect too much to occur in the 1v1. As Chovy is just going to be bodyguarding Canyon.
Pain 6.
Yeah, doesn't let Peanut do too much. Nimbus Strike goes in. Peanut unable to really respond, but he's still relatively tanky with that giant spell.
Has his Prio in mid, roaming up towards top.
Beam as well comes out immediately, and they're looking to hold them in position. Duro gets into the shape splitter, but there's a seismic shove. Viper picks it up, and it's 2-0 for HLE.
The Chovy being spotted on that bot crab, not able to match the roam. Really nicely done there by Zeka to make use of that timing window. And that is now 2 kills going over to Hanwha, as both Viper and Zeus being set up for success here.
I mean, they're utilizing this Pantheon incredibly well. They're trying to play around it as much as possible. When that level 6 comes through for Delight is when Gen.G really need to be worried, because then that global presence that you talked about earlier is going to come through. Let's look back at the play.
As we take another look here, at first it looks like maybe they invest in the Colombo. No, Delight hits true, finds a W on the right member, and as Atlas was saying, that Taliyah Pantheon combo we saw as a bot lane for that exact reason. As
a mid-jungle duo, and now
for the longest time, yep.
And it was Chovy's team that did it. And it was when he was with Viper, and now Viper's doing it against him. It's like his own tactics are being used on the other side of the rift. Feels probably a little bit unfair, or he doesn't really care about it because it was so long ago. And as we saw in the opening video, Chovy just cares about winning. So let's see whether they can actually start doing that, because so far they're down about 1,000 gold. HLE trying to get some grubs here, as it is going to be first one taken away by Peanut. Standing in the back of the pit, wondering whether they want to fight for this or not, as you've got Zeka rotating over the flash forward from Delight. He gets the stun, the seismic shove on her too, as Zeka is put in the prison, but he does not care about it. Canyon trying to get himself out of there as Viper's still at full health, and Ruler finally will show up as we've got to fight towards the bottom side at the same time. This last crab should belong to HLE. As you can see, Ruler getting himself out of there, and in the meantime, this battle's still happening here on the bottom side. Keen and Zeus just utilizing all of that region and their kit to be okay. That's a... What? The arcade ship? That was insanity here from Duro as his clone goes down, but he survives.
A lot happening there. So it starts off again. Great usage of the Pantheon. This is actually a pretty tricky composition for Sejuani to find a macro. There's double clones, both of which can block our ultimate, but thanks to the target selection, they're almost able to take down Canyon, but they do use a lot of resources, which opens up the play for Gen.G afterwards.
And I mean, what a play it was. The fact that Canyon was able to get away to safety, then Gen.G converted into a kill on the top side of the map. That gold advantage that HLE had started to build is quickly disappearing, and that's how quickly players like Chovy can take control of the game.
And it's important to note, Viper flashed for the kill as well onto Canyon, didn't actually find him, so he's down flash. As far as AD carries go, Cork is obviously one of the safer ones thanks to his Valkyrie, but that could still be an opportunity window for someone like Canyon if he can find a flank.
Well, let's see what happens, because it looks like HLE are angling for a bit of a dragon. That should be taken here, as no one on Gen.G is anywhere really near this area. That one likely to go their way. And this should also be some beats well and truly on the way for HLE. One more kill, one more objective, and they will be able to upgrade their shoes. And that is going to be coming in right now. So we'll be looking at that one to see whether HLE can get those upgrades. Gen.G, of course, feeling pretty good as far as the scaling is concerned, but I feel like the HLE composition has worked thus far, and we'll see whether they can get it together as we move further on and close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes are on Chovy right now. He's where a lot of the gold lead is for Gen G, and now he's moving off to a side lane. You guys mentioned earlier, Gen G is a team that loves to play through their sides, and now that the Pantheon has that level 6, we'll see how well HLE can punish the side lanes. Chovy should be an easy target for them to collapse on. Peanut is hovering around the top side of the map though, but Canyon is here to cover as well. Looks like he's feeling pretty safe about his top laner's position, given that he's going to go back to base.
Ooh, and there is Delight making his way over, but with all that vision, I think Keen should be fine. Delight's range not quite that big, and Gen G seemingly thinking that, okay, we're waiting for particularly the one-item spikes, right? Triforce, double Triforce is such an insane power spike, so I think contesting that Dragon, or not contesting the Dragon rather, does make a ton of sense. When it comes to the actual scaling in the game, I think it's actually interesting in that it is so hard to play side lanes later on. Oh, the Realm Warp, not going to find the mark.
Will be answered by another R button, so we go R for R towards the bottom side, as here in the top lane, the Infernal Chains connect, and Zeus going to have to just tunnel his way up.
It's fine.
You're seeing that the Aatrox can win out on these skirmishes though, and it's much harder for the Rek'Sai to really trade back, especially given that Rek'Sai, very short range, needs to be in the face of the Aatrox. That makes it much easier to utilize the 3 procs of your Q. Meanwhile, Delight making sure that Zeka has a bodyguard. We talked so much about those side lanes, and look at the positioning of Peanut in the river as well. On the bot side, clearing out that vision, providing Zeka with the safety that he very much needs. The problem is, he is down a level, and that Rod of Ages isn't even completed for Chovy yet. The man is already getting quite the lead here in Game 1.
Yeah, ahead by a couple of waves as well. But you can see that they were listening to you, Betty. You know, they were saying, yes, I think Chovy is going to be a problem, so they try and overload his side of the map, but playing a little bit too carefully, as we could see. But man, this is exactly what we wanted out of this game number 1. Things extremely close here at 12.5 minutes.
What's interesting to me is, throughout the LCK, I know you guys talked a lot domestically about how Zeka wasn't quite the player that you expected him to be, and part of the reason why they struggled in the latter half of the year. But coming into this tournament, I felt like Zeka really has stepped up in terms of what you very much expected from him, and we've already seen that in his most recent series where it felt like he already popped off against CFO.
And even though he's behind in gold, I do think the play towards topside was very nicely done. Good punish of a window of opportunity. And yeah, Zeka really has kind of had the full arc where at first it was just melees, then he was just good for a large amount of time, and then this year, since Road to MSI specifically, we've seen him struggle a little bit, but I agree with you, Vedi. It does feel like he's bouncing back, but you do need a pretty substantial bounce back to keep up in gold when it comes to Chovy, who does now finish his Rod of Ages. Triforce isn't quite done for Canyon yet, though, and I do think they're going to be looking towards that. We have 2 timers basically on the same time for both Herald and the second Dragon, so we'll see what the teams are going to prioritize there, because thus far, it's been a pretty even early game, even though the kills initially favored Hanwha, currently sitting at basically even in gold.
Yep, and I feel like the Chovy factor is coming into play there, as you can see about 700 in the lead. Zeus trying to tunnel his way out of this one as Keen, even though they did try and keep him down, he's kind of said no, and will still just be winning in this 1v1 at this point in time. Sundered Sky, a heck of an item, but does... You know, there are completed items on both sides of the matchup. Now with some steel caps also completed for Zeus, maybe he'll be feeling a little bit better.
There's also, if there's a guy on Gen G one to be behind, it's Keen. Because he is the one that is always able to have an impact, no matter the game state. We've seen this man bounce back.
You're remembering that Gwen game, aren't
you? Oh, yeah. Oh, there's the Gwen game. There is the amount of lane swaps this man has played. And
I mean, Keen, I really think, has had a phenomenal year. He feels like such a complete player as a top laner. And, you know, often people categorize top laners into certain roles, whether they be bruisers, tanks, or, you know, carries. And it feels like the Keen just has the plethora of options available to him, even if he's very well known for things like his Keen Sante, for example. And I think this is a great demonstration that Sundered Sky is such a powerful item on the Aatrox, and we've already been seeing him win out on these skirmishes, but it's these fights that we are getting very close to. Whenever you get these LCK matchups, watching the setups around these neutral objectives is probably the most important part, because the fight itself, it's usually the setup to the fight where we see a lot of the action kick off.
Yeah, the most important thing is the Dragon timer. That's when you know when things are going to happen.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm
kind of
looking out for
throwing
here.
Me for a loop there, Atlas. And I want to highlight what you said, Vedi. When it comes to setup, Gen G ideally, I think, want to just be together, not get picked off. And if they can get a 5v5 with Wukong and Nico, I think they're in a good spot. I don't think they're going to get that, though.
Yeah, Zeus making his way right into the back of the pit here as Shelly down to about 2/3 health. Gen.G don't find too much joy with the True Shot Barrage, and it's a lot of jockeying for position. Delight in a good one of those, as we can see. But he flashes for it. He knew that they were coming, as Canyon gets himself out of there. Glacial Prison not quite getting too much done here, as Zeus is going to have to tunnel his way out. Shelly had reset, but it looks like Gen.G have claimed control of the area.
And there you see the trigger pull doesn't work, and Hanwha Life need to either let this go or look for a re-engage.
Well, let's see what they can actually make work here as Zeka goes in, puts the wall down, gets out of there pretty quickly, as we do have the Rift Herald going over to Gen.G, and now they're looking for Zeka in the back of the pit. He didn't want to use the flashes. Now Canyon could be in a bit of trouble. Viper flashes away, but it's Zeka that's in trouble. Keen gets his revenge as he takes down 2. This Aatrox just burst to life at 16 minutes into the game, and Gen.G, I don't think they really cared about this whole Pantheon support thing.
Gen.G waste no time. It was a scary start to the fight as Canyon became the target. But with that Sejuani ultimate gone, Gen.G take full control of the space. HLE seem uncoordinated in how they want to approach as Zeka is locked in the pit. Canyon flashes over to follow him, knowing that Keen is right by his side. The Aatrox takes out Zeka, and with the front line of Keen, it becomes an easy cleanup for Gen.G.
And Zeus basically isn't in the fight because it's such a scattered approach. And I think you could see at the start of the fight the hesitation for Hanwha Life, because again, I think their comp stands or falls by the first second of the fight. They used their tools onto Canyon. He did not go down, but they still tried to contest the objective, and they had to pay for it with a 2k gold deficit.
And now it's a Hextech Dragon as well, and they were unable to keep stacking the Drakes. It could have been such a big deal for HLE to have that win condition, that it's going to be all evened out here by Gen.G, who utilize that extra pressure.
For people that maybe just watch and follow during the international competitions, it's sometimes hard to always understand why teams are considered so good. And that fight was a great demonstration of Gen.G's patience and execution. The fact that they happily conceded, as, hang on, HLE are looking for a counterplay of their own as they set the sights onto Keen. I don't think this is an easy dive.
Yeah, this Sundered Sky item is pretty good, as we do see everyone making their way down. Diving in Aatrox has been hard, but with all of your friends, you can take him down.
Okay, you got Aatrox. Look at top lane, though.
No, don't look at top lane.
Look at mid lane.
Don't look at top lane.
No, I think they should.
Yeah, no, you're right. The play was, they did manage to do what they wanted to do. Unfortunately, the fallout is kind of insane, as this is an inner turret falling down, and the outer in the mid lane as well, which some would argue is even more important, as now Canyon has found Delight. Lots of damage as the double cyclone does come on in, and Ruler is there to back up the Monkey. Canyon being really active here in this mid-game.
Actually, nicely done there by Canyon. They will get the Hanwha Life with that play being extended towards top, get a inner turret themselves, which means that gold still ends up basically at the same place where it begun at the whole start of the play. But mid lane turret is such a crucial objective as Ruler.
In the Ruler spot here in the mid lane, will get knocked up. There's the permafrost, and that is the chain CC that we were talking about. They pick up their prize, and HLE, I think as long as they have a target in mind, they will kill it.
When it comes to single targets, Hanwha Life's comp does its job, as I have not seen Ruler die in the Ruler spot for a very long time. They misread the response from Hanwha, thinking that they would, I think, all base after getting that inner, but instead they rotate and get a really nice kill and try and work, slowly chip away at that gold deficit.
Well, the map has opened up a lot more now. The Dragon is 2.5 minutes away, but the Arakan is 40 seconds away. And I feel like at this World Championship, given that we've had so much more time to play with the Arakan, teams are a lot more confident to start that objective, often to their own demise. And I feel like that is also true for the LCK teams, and I'm excited to see this Arakan setup, as the fog of war is dark and scary, and HLE have to respect it.
Yeah, and there's a lot more of it now with all of these structures hitting the ground. Zeus looking for Chovy here, but he just walks his way out. There's the ulti to start this one up, but the ult from Peanut is not going to put Chovy in prison. He will get pushed out of the way as there's the flash forward. They get the knockup. There's the permafrost, and I guess you don't need to hit your R button if you've got a whole bunch of others.
And Chovy was confident in the 1v2, but there was 4 people there. So that might just be Otacon!
Quite frankly, Chovy was just flat out disrespectful. He was staring down the face of two. He tried to go back for a trade, and he didn't respect Peanut's initiation range. It opens up the Otacon, and this gold lead that Gen G had built is slowly whittling away.
Not to mention the fact that HLE can now catch up in pedals because they were getting destroyed on that front as well. So that number will be able to even out as this game goes on. And that advantage that Gen G had will be taken away. The Otacon is a big deal.
And I was expecting it to be like a Zeka ult or Delight. No, they just walked into his lane and killed him. That wasn't him overextending into the globals where sometimes you can miss. He just walked up, got taken down, and a nice kill, meaning that now Humble Life, with those pedals, feeling a lot better in the game. Back to basically being dead even.
Now, gentlemen, having had the pleasure of listening to you both throughout the year, I have heard once or twice you misbrand this organization as Viper Life Esports.
Yes.
And as I look at the scoreboard at the bottom of my screen, I do see said Viper with a 1.3k gold lead.
Yes, Viper has been by far the most consistent player on this team. Sometimes it's not him that's carrying, but most of the time, Viper is doing well. And towards the end of the season, he was doing very well, while there was some otherwise negative connotations around the rest of the team.
Some subpar gaming.
Yeah.
Every now and then.
I was trying to tiptoe around it, but I don't think I did a very good job. This guy's just been fantastic, but this year, I feel like Ruler has something to say about it.
I mean, he absolutely does. Both AD carries, I think, have been performing extremely well. They've also been performing extremely well at this Worlds. And as we get closer to the Dragon in 10 seconds' time, our eyes will be on these AD carries, their positioning, and their ability to dish out the damage. Looking at Delight, he is spotted out on that ward. Good ward there by Gen G. Right now, Zeus is pushing through the top side of the map as Gen G have position on the Dragon. It's quite dark for the side of HLE as they look to approach, but there's the TP.
Yeah. Nico's searching up. You can see Zeus looking to get on top of Chovy one more time. This Dragon down to about 4.5k as Peanut goes in, finds the Glacial Prison. This time, the Buff Blossom is too good! As Duro will be able to even get the kill on his opposite number. HLE falling down left and right, and it's Keen once again on an onslaught, and Viper Life Esports, he will be the last one to go down, and it's a triple for Ruler.
I'm normally not one for premonitions, but that felt very, very apt as it's Viper standing alone. The Dragon goes to Hanwha, but the 5v5 teamfight win goes again. And look this, Canyon blocks the ultimate. They were trying to set up on Chovy. Peanut tried to glide past, follow up on the knockup of Zeus, but instead this Rise gets to keep doing his damage. And Keen deals with the backline.
It felt like such a heavy commitment onto Chovy. The game plan from HLE was just, we have to take this Rise out of the fight, and by funneling into the Dragon, they made it so much easier for Gen G's AoE to do damage to the entire lineup of HLE, with Viper isolated by his own teammate's wall.
Yeah, and I absolutely love that we get the coach cam afterwards as well, and Helper being so expressive. And we're lucky we have that because Coach Kim isn't.
Oh my goodness.
So we get a lot of that information as, yeah, Viper being able to pick up a couple of kills in that last fight ultimately wasn't enough. And yeah, the numbers are just a little bit higher across the board on Gen G's side, as Keen is starting to get more and more ridiculous in this game. He's found Peanut, infernally chained him, but Peanut is relatively tanky. HLE not out of it just yet. As you can see, it's about a 2,000 gold lead. That is not end of the world. But it might be the end of Zeus here towards his top side. Tremorsense spots out Duro. He knows that he just has to get out of there, as he'll use that tunnel network to make the safety.
Gen G have pretty much abandoned the bot wave, and they're going to now send Keen to go and catch it as they look to get control over the top side of the map. The Scuttle Crab will be secured, and the Baron spawns in about 45 seconds. We don't really expect Gen G to immediately start this objective, but it is putting pressure on HLE. The threat, the risk of this Baron being started is going to force them into these uncomfortable positions where Gen G could maybe look for picks or opportunities to punish HLE.
I want to also highlight some of the itemization. We actually have Viper going for an early Serpent's Fang, which I do think is an item that can get a crazy amount of value. In this case, I think the Starek shield and the shield from the Seraphs are the ones that my eyes go towards. There's also the Oblivion Orb here for Zeka, which, come on now, he's playing into double Sundered Sky, and there's an Aatrox on the enemy team, so that one's a no-brainer.
Prison goes down, but the Cyclone hits 3! The wall comes in from Zeka, but is he too late as Peanut is just getting himself the heck out of there? You can see Zeus, he's getting very low, and now Keen is looming on HLE, but they hold them at bay. HLE, they have to get out, but at least all of them manage to.
I mean, good retreat from HLE. Gen.G shouldn't be able to convert this into much outside of a little bit more vision. They have control over the entirety of the river. You can see on the minimap that just HLE have very little control and very little information.
And when you're playing a composition that plays off of picks,
wait,
yeah, you have to set up traps. I think you just have to send it and force them to respond, force them to walk in. With the Hex Gates, the rotation can be quick. Chovy!
Oh, Peanut reacted instantly, but it wasn't quite enough. Chovy makes it home. But now they know where he is, as they do manage to clear out some vision around this Baron area, but it looks like HLE not going to be pulling the trigger just yet. I thought that they were going to go for a sneaky one, as they are indeed. Duro moving in, pretending to be ruler, as we can see, as they get full vision of this Baron. It's going down pretty quickly, as Zeka will make his way over. Teleport in from Keen as well. Let's see whether they can take this Baron, because this could be a difficult team fight. True Shot Barrage goes through Peanut, locks down the Baron. Delight is so incredibly low, but he had the shield for so long. They get rid of him, but can HLE keep themselves alive? Viper cannot, and Gen.G will get the punish, but they keep the Barons on the map.
HLE, at the very least, get away with 3 Barons. It does cost them Viper's life. It allows Gen.G to get a little bit more gold, but HLE have denied a very important win condition away from Gen.G.
Might also allow them to set up for a Hextech Soul Point as we take another look. It's just a straight up flip. I thought that they were going to play for vision, maybe back off once Keen TPs, but no. It goes down to, I think, 668 there. Peanut finds the smite, but if Gen.G again actually gets their 5v5 where Duro and Canyon can layer their ults and CC, you're just not going to have a great time. And I think Humble Life also knew that trying to just disengage, can they play as Zeus is here? I think they wanted to play for the waves. He is Rek'Sai, so should be fine.
Yeah, not going to be able to get the crab though, which is exactly what he wanted to do. Peanut looking for this blue buff, but Canyon looming with Duro alongside.
Also, we know the history when it comes to smite fights between Peanut and Canyon, and it feels like that Peanut is once again getting the better of his jungle counterpart, as the blue buff will be secured. That's going to be shared across the entire team. Dragon now alive. HLE can use this Baron to help them get Prio over mid lane. The TP is going to come through from Zeus as well. Gen.G, though, in position on the river, as Canyon hyper-aggressively tries to push Peanut out.
Not going to quite work out here, as he's not doing all that much damage, but Hex Gates going to be able to get the monkey behind this Dragon Pit.
The position is so awkward. Bot wave is being pushed in favor of Gen.G. All of the vision is being denied. HLE are trying to find any purchase or any avenue into this river right now.
Utilizing the Tremor Sense quite effectively here as Zeus goes underground, senses what's going on. They clear out the wave, but it looks like the Dragon is going to be started. Zeka gets himself over. Let's see whether Peanut can do it again. The Pop Blossom comes through, lands on top 4, and Delight once again goes down instantly. It's a trade of supports as now Ruler is free hitting. The Realm Walk just to zone Zeka away. They do manage to get 2 though, and there's the root. They get the knock up. Chovy goes down. Ruler is still standing though, and it's a triple for Viper. He wants to pick up that quadra kill, but mainly they're just happy they won the fight. Zeka gets back in, and with a full health bar, I think they should be able to get rid of Ruler here, or at least push him away.
And the last time, Humble Life get the objective, pay dearly. This time, Gen.G get the objective, but they pay dearly as still 30 seconds. This mid lane turret about to fall.
This time round, HLE didn't commit everything into trying to force the fight. Their positioning, playing the front to back, worked much more favorably for them, but they're spending a lot of time on the map. The respawns are coming through. They need to get back to base.
When is Ruler going to feel fear?
This man fears very little, hence the Ruler spot for existing.
Very true.
He's going to push out this mid wave. And here we go, the replay. So again, look at the positioning this time around. The Zeka ultimate now with the rest of his team. Zeus goes in first, and the ulti, while it does connect onto 4, Viper is left untouched. It ends up being a trade of support, but look how much damage Chovy takes off the beginning of the fight. He's forced back, he uses the Realm Walk, realizes that his front line just disappears, and once he flashes in, it sets up for Zeus to land a beautiful 2-man knocker.
And Zeus, for me, so many highlight moments in that fight. The start, him getting a double knockup meant that Aatrox can be such a nuisance in the fight if you have to use your cooldowns on other members, but he actually went down to like 30 HP, so he didn't get to play the big drain tank, as we're still going!
Yeah, Peanut going in, looking for more power. Once again, it's 4! True shot barrage there as they try and keep Ruler out of the fight, but now he's in there. Zeus at full health though, as Peanut going down so incredibly low, and Viper getting so much damage in the fight. Keen finds the angle, but Peanut has the Winter's Wrath, and now it's Zeus going down, Viper at 100, and Ruler will not be stopped. Looking for it, he flashes forward, and it's a double for the Ezreal, as once again he's left standing.
It's a bloodbath in the LCK Finals rematch. We've got 30 kills in 30 minutes as it ends up being a 3-for-3. No objective will be converted, but what a statement from both teams.
And both teams know in a best of 5, getting that game 1 win is such a big deal. They always talk about it in every interview as Peanut starts it off. It's on to Ruler, but this turn from Duro, I want you to look at how close the health bars are, because if Keen starts resetting earlier, if the light doesn't live there, this could have been a completely different fight, but instead, it takes a while. Zeus again is unmovable in the front line. And what a bunch of crazy team fights!
I mean, another flick onto Chovy as well. Zeka has hit so many in the middle of team fights.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, it felt like the Chovy was in the bounce house that fight, because knockups from Zeka, knockups from Zeus. He was doing his best to dish out what damage he could. The wall from Zeka as well was so impactful, making it difficult for Chovy and for Canyon to get involved in the fight. But the amount of time that Duro's ultimate bought was so significant to allow for Gen G to fight back. Ruler, 5, 1, and 6. He's only died once, which is when he got caught in the mid lane. His positioning in these fights has been so important to the success of Gen G's team fighting. But it feels like it's hard to say who has a clear advantage in this game. The Dragons are even. Baron spawning in 30 seconds. You have to imagine the ones that next objective falls, that will be the thing that gives a team a clear advantage.
And it was, I think, the only thing that we didn't get from HLE so far here at Worlds was the quintessential Viper's gonna do it game. And 8-4-4, this guy has been the linchpin for this team. I think if they're going to do it, it's going to be with him, as Chovy just walks his way out of there.
Oh, and if he dies there, that's a free Baron. Home Alive might still try to make a play for it, but they know teleport comes in from Keen.
Yeah, vision absolutely everywhere here for Gen G as Duro makes his presence known. Keen spotted with the tremor senses. Canyon tries to get in there, but he just blast cones his way out. Keen has also found the knock-up onto Zeus. It could have been the mistake as he throws down the ulti. They look for a bit more, but it's Ruler that's dominating. And now it's a 4v5 in Gen G's favor, and they're looking for a Baron themselves. HLE, they do not want to let this go, but I think they might even have to as Canyon goes in, seismic shove. Not going to quite find it as Duro finds another Pop Blossom onto everyone that was left, and then it's mopped up by the Aatrox.
The wombo combo is beautiful from Gen G as they hunt down the retreating HLE members. Canyon, the smite of the team, doesn't even care about being in the Baron pit. That wasn't their objective. They wanted to win the fight, and they want to win game 1.
And it's the fact that the turn on Canyon doesn't work out. That blast cone saves his life. Zeus, as a result, is in an awkward spot because they don't trade 1-for-1. The entirety of Hanwha was trying to take down the top laner, and it doesn't end up working, and now Hanwha Live, just like that. That might be game 1.
Yep, Peanut's back was stopped this entire time. Nexus turrets now lie in ruins. As this, he's trying to protect it, but it does not work. First Nexus is claimed by Gen G, but man, that was a banger.
An absolute brawl in game 1. We knew the objectives would be the thing that decides it, but my goodness, what a back and forth. What an excellent display of mechanical skill from both sides, and small decisions could have been the difference maker of who took game 1.
And I actually had some doubts when this Pantheon was locked in. I'm like, you cannot throw cheese at Gen G. They eat that up. But it almost worked. It's absolute insanity. Let's throw it back to the analysts, see what they made of it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll give you a little break, of course. Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible game coming into this. I was so hyped. I knew this was going to be a banger, but I did not expect it to get to this level.
I also take issue with Atlas calling it cheese.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, they can't hear us, but we can't hear each other, so keep talking. This is sick.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, we had a ton of, there we go. For viewers at home, we could not hear each other or anything. As we see, again, I take issue with Atlas calling it cheese just because I think these team fights were so close. They were so back and forth. This was such a delight to watch. Duro was so insane with his Pop Blossoms in this, set up by the Canyon Wukong, set up by Keen's amazing frontlining. It was just so amazing.
And that was the thing, like at the start, we were like, all right, this is all the Delight game. This man is everywhere. He's doing so much work on the Pantheon. And then Duro in these fights was fantastic, but Delight got baited here because Canyon outplays him entirely in the HyperX Reflex replay. As they go for the all-in, you manage to get barely out of this as Canyon manages to get the W away and set up perfectly for the play.
Yeah, that was so huge. Him being able to escape the Sejuani ult, set up everything with the Wukong. Duro comes in with the Pop Blossom. It sets them ahead. But that wasn't even close to the deciding team fight of this game.
It wasn't. I do want to call out the fact that we set up so much about Canyon versus Peanut and Peanut having to make that run. But for me, Canyon was sovereign in this first game, and not necessarily as usual maybe where he's making a hell for the enemy jungler in his ganks, but his decision-making in some of the most important decisions in that Dragon fight early, in that Herald early, really showing his class. But as Emily said, it didn't really matter that much.
Yeah, I mean, these team fights just ended up being so back and forth as we watch this fight back. Amazing Pop Blossom coming through from Duro again, and just watch how Keen front lines here, because I thought he was so good in this team fight, getting onto Zeka, is able to get onto Viper finally at the very end, set up for this ruler triple kill, flashing the Samsung emote. So good. Look at the damage coming out of these 80 carries.
Gen G reigns supreme in the team fights. It's been the story for the last 6 times that these two teams have faced off against each other. And once more, Canyon on this Wukong was incredible in setting that up. And HLE, they tried their damnedest, but with players like Ruler who are firing on all cylinders on the Ezreal, it just made it impossible.
We also had over 1 combined kill per minute in that game.
Insane.
1.05 for these two teams, so just absolutely incredible.
This is also a super cool photo that LoL Esports posted earlier. Viper and Ruler, but this was of course in 2021. Yeah! Viper was on EDG and he beat him and then won the World Championship. Emily, it's crazy how these storylines are converging.
There's so many storylines between these two, but these two AD carries, such staples for their team. Both ended up in LPL for a little while. They faced each other when Viper did win that championship with EDG, like you said. Just so much history between these players, these two teams, and an amazing first game to kick us off.
Absolutely amazing that we got so many team fights, and hopefully HLE can bring us to a next one. And it's not immediately match point for Gen G because I want more of these two teams going up against each other. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
They do not want to let this go, but I think they might even have to as Canyon goes in, seismic shove. Not going to quite find it as Duro finds another Pop Blossom onto everyone that was left, and then it's mopped up by the Aatrox.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just
burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll win by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Proct it will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners! Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in! Betcha flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo, Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
The First Lands have long stood against great evils. Much has changed. Much has not. The mighty still walk this world. March with us and shake the earth. Eternal aspect. Watch our battle. May the stars finally become our allies. Even you, gentle hearts, show us your hidden power. There is much to be learned. Weapons to discover. Techniques to master. The path of history turns always to balance. So let us remind them how this story will end.
여기 옥상에 와서 촬영을 하는데 주변 풍경이 좋은 것 같아요. 사실 프로 생활하면서 상하이 와서 경기하는 게 처음인데 되게 설레고 재밌을 것 같아요.
lost in its vines. Make a sound, it comes to life. Scream and shout, tell it to the skies. Make it loud, reach for the satellites. Is this the legacy we wanna live?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2020. I almost said LCK. I did, because we do have Genji versus HLE. If you missed the first game, what are you doing here? Go back, watch it. You need to watch it.
Yeah,
That's very important.
This is way better. I love my LCK, but this is way better. Let's be real now. That game one was crazy.
There was a modicum of violence, one could say.
I would say so.
I would say. I mean, it was an absolute joy to watch. It really felt like that at every moment the game could go either way. And we're going to be jumping straight back into our champion select, presented by Omen and HyperX. The question once again becomes, with the Wukong gone, Azir and Orianna. Those were the bans coming through from the side of HLE on the red side, but now they have first pick on blue. Yunara going to be removed from the side of Genji. Now the Scion makes its way onto the ban list.
Yeah, we were wondering where this Scion was going to crop up. Kind of ignored in the first game, but is now put to pretty high attention. And with 10 champions already removed, a lot of them being very high priority, he's only going to reach higher heights there.
So is Genji going to ban Azir here is my main question. I think either you ban both Azir or Orianna, you could look for the trade, which many teams have done. But knowing my LCK teams, I wouldn't be surprised if either we're going to see Chovy's Yone again, or we're just going to ban it out. But with the Aurora being taken off the board, it does feel like that trade might very well be imminent here.
Yeah, he could, on the other hand, just not risk it and ban it away here on blue side for HLE. But I do kind of doubt that that is where they're going to be going. As far as other champions whose stocks have risen, things like the Jarvan and the Xin Zhao for the jungle, going to be big deals, and the Vi is another big one. That one's going to be taken away here. Both Peanut and Canyon love that champion.
And Bessa
so we'll be taking that one away.
Also open. Was banned in game one, and we all know that Zeus is a big advocate for the Ambessa on the top side of the map, but with the Vi taken away, perhaps lowers the priority. We'll see where that one falls. There's the Rumble. So, the mid lane trade. Show it to us, HLE and Genji. Will we be getting it? Or perhaps do you have something prepared?
Or is it leave up the Azir and then pick Zek as Yone? He's pretty good at that one. Looks like that's not going to be the case at all.
No.
We're just going to take away the Pigeon Man, and that is going to be there. So, Ambessa Orianna?
Orianna Jarvan as a possibility. Obviously, don't love Jarvan into Azir just because of his ability to dash away potentially, or even ulti. But just as a combo, Jarvan plus Orianna, we know that Jarvan hasn't had the most successful time here at this year's World Championship. However, in conjunction with the Orianna is a real threat. Nocturne is another one to always be very mindful of.
Well, it is just going to be that J4 that you were talking about. Canyon not wasting any time at all. We'll throw the picks over here to HLE as Peanut. This would be one of his all-time best champions here in the Poppy. Something that we trusted him on a whole lot, but instead, he was baiting us.
Yeah, I was about to ask you how likely do you think a Skarner/Poppy is, because I remember throughout this year, Skarner Azir felt like the go-to combo in the LCK. Right now, he is flirting with the Azir option, and it looks like that is going to be secured. So nothing too surprising. A very reliable, well-rounded jungler right now that has found a ton of success this year at Worlds.
Works in a ton of compositions. Also has been one of the picks that Canyon this Worlds has had a ton of success on. So the Azir Orianna trade is something I want to go back to for a little bit, because it does really feel like you can argue that post-6, the Azir has a lot of playmaking potential. Orianna without flash is a sitting duck. If the matchups were traded, I'd also feel pretty good about the laning phase prospects for the Azir, but Chovy in lane on Orianna has been a menace, as this time Delight does get access to his Poppy, and just into Jarvan alone, that is a nightmare. I do think that the Jarvan pick will have a lot of good picks into when it comes to AD carries. Both Ezreal and Corki are already gone, and outside of Lucian, a lot of the other AD carries do struggle playing into Cataclysm.
Yep, and the Poppy as well is theoretically able to deal with the Ambessa if she's in the same area. Or Cassante, certainly a lot of dashy champs to be used towards that top side. So now Genji, difficult choices to make. They will just be taking away their support, as well as the Nautilus is locked in here for Duro, a man who played so well in game number 1. We'll see what he can get done here on the Big Daddy.
And one of the main reasons we've seen the Nautilus picked a lot into Poppy is because if you time the hook right, if you do get knocked away, you can tank the ultimate, find the hook, and remain in the fight. And it's been
was
something.
Was it Duro that was doing it like
consistently? Yes, yeah, it was. It's a little silly, and then obviously having the ability to set up for a guaranteed shockwave is nice as well with the Nautilus ultimate.
So we're looking towards bot and top lane. And Genji says, hang on, Zeus, we know you play carry champs. That Rek'Sai won't be fooling us.
Oh, they're eyeing that. If I see Jax bans, they're eyeing that Cassante on 4.
Ah.
That's what I'm looking towards.
I mean, also Ambessa is also another champ that I'm thinking about.
Kai'Sa's another.
Yeah, we did talk about it. Oh, I mean, Kai'Sa Nautilus, yes. A very consistent combo that we've seen at all levels of play. Sivir, though, going to be the option from the side of HLE. We know that Sivir, very well-rounded and great scaling AD carry, provides a ton of damage as well.
I do really like the Sivir ban here because it's only pickable by Genji. Because they have the Jarvan, and Sivir doesn't like being put in a cage.
Oh, no.
So a pretty good idea to make sure that no one has access to that champion. Let's see, is it just going to be the Ambessa ban here? They don't necessarily have to if they want to pick it, but instead it's going to be the Jhin taken away from Viper. Already a lot of consistent damage represented by the Azir, so I wouldn't have minded it as much as I normally would.
Jhin is also one of the champions that can play out of Jarvan's effective range, so you're not really at as much risk of getting taken down by him. Also might be a showcase of Genji wanting to go for something with a little bit more of a weaker laning phase, and Jhin obviously can be a big lane bully. As we will see what the final ban will be here, as Renekton going to get taken away here for Keen.
I was expecting Kai'Sa to be banned.
Yeah.
Something what you mentioned earlier. I feel as though this should be an easy lock-in now for Genji, unless they really want that Cassante. Do they want that fairly stable top side of the map? Of course, with Poppy, Azir, I really don't love a blind Cassante here, especially with Zeus' room to counterpick, even if his counterpick options are a little bit more limited.
And I was wondering about the fact, because Ruler did play Kai'Sa into Poppy, as we'll remember, in the game against AL, and Kyle did kind of boom him in that team fight that ended up winning the game.
Everything into Poppy, and it didn't work. As Ziggs just going to be locked in. There is the Ambessa alongside it, and with the Renekton banned away, there's not a lot of fantastic picks into it.
Wow.
As Keen is thinking about taking the on, this would certainly be a little bit more of the scaling option, but if that is going to be Lethality Varus, they may lack a little bit of oof later into the game.
The thing is, you need more engaged than you have, because Azir, Ziggs, like, you think Azir is long range, and then putting a Ziggs on top of it, yes, it's a lot of magic damage. Oh, he's going to lock in Gwen. He locks in Gwen, okay. He says, no, I want kill threat on the back line. I'm looking for flanks. I'm looking to make their poke redundant as I run straight towards them and look to snip, snip, snip.
That was not what I was expecting.
Oh, no. No, there were a lot of different angles. The Ornn to me made sense because, as you highlighted, Daddy, there is so much disengage available. Literally 4 out of 5 champions on Hanwha Life have tools to create space one way or another, and then Zeus will just be off on his own diving in, backed up by the bomb. This is a lot of faith being put in Keen. He was one of our Gwens that, as Atlas highlighted earlier, no matter what the game state was, could find an impact. I'm mostly worried about Ruler because I think that playing Varus, either a variety of Varus, into Ambessa and Ziggs is going to be a really unfun time. If you get clipped by anything and the bomb comes on top of your head, you just don't get to play the game, and I think that's why they wanted to go for the Gwen to add an initial damage source if Ruler doesn't get to play the game.
Bit disrespectful to Zeka as well, because we all know exactly what happened in the Varus versus Azir matchup not too long ago.
A lot of lore there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of lore there, but we'll see whether Zeka is going to be able to replicate what Faker did, or whether it is going to be more on the other side, whether Ruler can overcome his demons.
I just love that HLE is coming in with what we expected, a lot of preparation in this series. Game 1, we saw the Pantheon. Game 2, bringing out the Ziggs already with this Azir-Ziggs combo, a combination that, to my recollection, we haven't seen this year, but it is very long range. It is a lot of magic damage, but if you itemize that much magic resistance, well then, that's Zeus' time to shine with a Xin alongside him. The dive threats are there. We're jumping into Game 2 of this best of 5 between HLE and Genji, a rematch of the LCK finals as both these teams fight for a semi-final spot.
Yep, and as we said earlier on, if you missed Game 1, go back and watch it. You need to. It was absolutely unbelievable.
Just have them side by side.
Yeah,
that
you can have them side by side.
At all.
Yeah. There is a little bit of downtime, but honestly, not as much as we were expecting, to be honest.
I mean, we had a very slow early game, and then we got many kills.
We did.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, we didn't really ramp up as we do take a look at the head-to-head here between Genji and Hanwha, and it all kind of went all right for Hanwha when they were up 2-0 in road to MSI.
Oh, God.
That's when the good times ended. Up until that point, this team had been really at the forefront for the LCK. Genji really struggling with implementing Dura, which if you hadn't watched all year, you're going to be like, what are you talking about? Having watched the last game.
I mean, the most interesting thing to me was it felt like that coming into MSI, these were the two best teams.
They were.
And so then to not have HLE represent at MSI was a surprise. And then coming into Summer, or the Split 3, I heard the conversation about, oh, well, you know, HLE have fallen off in the regular season, and T1 is clearly now our second best team. And then KT ruined everything. And then HLE found themselves in the finals once more.
Hey, you can't be mad at the Agent of Chaos for creating chaos. That's just what they do.
That's true.
You know, that's why they're there.
It feels like a beautiful culmination of what has been.
Keen's running with scissors, and Zeus needs to get the heck out of the way. Snip, snip. One more would have done it, but he holds position. Flash is not traded, as Keen knew that he couldn't confirm the kill. Didn't want to make himself too vulnerable, but Zeus, he's not going to be able to get back to this wave, like, ever. He does decide to do so, as now Keen could be the one in trouble. Oh! But Keen had the scissors out and chops him down. It's a solo kill in the top lane.
This is an amazing demonstration of why pots are so important. Zeus popping the pot early on in the fight allowed him to survive the initial retreat. But Keen had another one. So when he goes in for the second engage, that extra tick of HP buying him enough space, and then Keen with the return damage ends up getting the outplay.
And I think Zeus was expecting to be able to burst him down when he went back in. But Keen is Conqueror stacked, and he's just quick enough with the auto there.
Well, I think flashing away allowed the time for the auto cooldown to come off, so that when he then flashed to follow up, he was able to land that auto just before him. Wow, Keen with first blood here in game 2.
And with so many of us talking about Keen as the best to do it, it's looking like we're feeling pretty good about that distinction. We'll just have to see how this series goes on, because, man, it was close. Zeus, of course, going for the three-peat. Keen looking for his first Summoners Cup after being able to qualify in the LCK with every single standing position. Only recently picking up his first trophy, being able to augment that with another. Has not reached the highest of heights. Zeus spending some time away from the Gwen, as we can see here.
Yeah, is unrelenting, despite the fact that he, I want to say, got solo kill, put himself in a position trying to look for the all-in. Obviously didn't work out. I think they do know what Canyon's pathing has been, so he felt safe knowing that Canyon most likely would be on the bottom side of the map, clearing his camps there. Is Peanut looking for something, but not going to find it just yet, as the first Drake about to spawn in 30 seconds, as Chovy keeping the pressure on Zeka here.
And this is a matchup that we've seen sort of traded throughout this tournament. Chovy has always just walked at Azir's in this lane, and as we can see here...
Still doing it.
Yep. Zeka down to 100. I think it was Chovy versus Showmaker. He just walked into lane and just killed him. And there was nothing that Showmaker could do about it. It's not how I expected the matchup to go, but it's just kind of how ruthless he is on this champion. And that seems to be happening once again. Only a slight lead as far as CS is concerned. We will be teleporting back as we've got a bit of a scuffle here towards this bottom side. Heroic charge, not quite doing too much as Keen trying to get the damage down onto Delight. There's the hook, but it doesn't quite hit the mark that they were looking for. Zeus still dashing around, trying to find the angle. Peanut making his way in. He'll get the audacious charge. Wind becomes lightning, and he takes down Duro. Keen gets one back, but it's a double for the man on his last dance as they equalize the kills.
I love that the bloodshed has not slowed down from game 1. Both teams looking to get violent on the Rifters. Zeka goes for a bit of a trade, but that bot lane skirmish, the swap had come through from both AD carry players. The top laners didn't want to slow down. If anything, they'd just gotten more summoner spells. The Shockwave connects in mid.
Yeah, Chovy's still trying to throw this ball around, but you can see Zeka standing here, does have
support.
the minion advantage at this point in time. And yeah, We do have some backup incoming, just not quite going to get here in time. Flashes still up and available for both mid laners as Gen.G set their eyes on this dragon.
A big miss there for Duro. He had hit that hook. Maybe they trade 2 for 2 because it did end up being quite close. It's now Duro covering to make sure that Chovy gets to catch this wave. Obviously, otherwise Zeka. The combo of the Azir wall with the Poppy stun is something we've seen many a time. As Canyon, thanks to the timing here, will be able to just get this dragon early on. Delight might be trying to annoy a little bit, but they're not contesting this really, and just going to give up the early objective.
Yep. Having a look at it here from the side angle, it's just Canyon finishing this one off.
It's pretty interesting that even though Keen has 2 kills, because of how far behind in farm he's fallen, the gold is, well, now dead even. Of course, he will have this wave to try and catch, but Zeus definitely not in a bad spot as Peanut.
Yeah, looking for a bit of an angle here as Viper throws down Satchel and some bombs, but otherwise not too much else going to come out of it as Duro teleports in with that unsealed spellbook, and they haven't quite been able to take this first plate towards the top side of the map.
I really can't get over how slow the teleport is.
Oh,
You see Duro just leisurely involved from running towards top. Good TP though, because Zinzao in particular, it's so easy to just stack up your passive from Q on the turret as Chovy.
Emperor's Divide gets flashed. Zeka holds onto his, so next time that ulti comes back again, this Azir might be able to find his target. Of course, Chovy going to throw some damage back, but this is going to give Zeka a whole lot of space.
Chovy also holding his flash, not using it too early in the event that Zeka was trying to bait him out. He wanted to wait for the summoner spell before going, but Delight now, Chovy's positioning. He needs to be so careful, Hex Flash.
Yeah, cute little Hex Flash does come on over as Chovy gets pushed back just a little bit, finds the double shockwave. Canyon not quite here close enough. But man, Chovy not scared of too much here in this mid lane.
He's used to being the target of relentless ganks, and he's able to stave that one off as he finds himself with about a 10 CS lead. He's looking to push in one more wave as the resets come through. Zeka doesn't have the TP available, which means the Viper's going to be the one to catch this. Azir, a champion that's happy to sit in a side lane. Orianna, a little less comfortable just because of her lack of mobility once that flash is unavailable. Canyon going to secure the first grub of the game, and then EQ over the wall to safety. Chovy's back actually interrupted.
Yeah, Mega Inferno Bomb comes down as Viper wants to finish him off. Down to 150, but it's not quite enough. As the B-Zig's can make his way back towards this mid lane, but that is a decent amount of cooldowns now eaten up here, as Viper does need to now wait the longer time for that one to come back off.
Will Net unalive the 2 grubs. That really is the most...
That's the prize?
Yeah, that, maybe a mid plate as well. We do see that Viper's currently trying his best there. His matchup in top lane is very volatile, and Keen did get an early lead, but just 1 kill, I think generally isn't really enough to break open the matchup completely. Really looking at a bit more of a substantial gold lead or some item finishes, which haven't quite come through. As Duro's here.
Yeah, a little bit of a face check here from Zeus as he throws out the public execution. Duro, he's going to turn up though, and down goes the Ambassador. That is Feats of Warfare over to Gen.G, and a bit of a mistake once again here for the HLE top laner.
And that flash from Keen, ensuring the ult doesn't hit. There's not enough damage, and Duro's there. Getting him, I think that crucial extra kill. Now the gold lead is going to start to balloon.
And Keen is terrifying when he's died 4 times.
Yes.
Now he's 3-1-0 on this Gwen, and I know the matchup has evolved over time. Gwen isn't quite the menace that she was before. With this much extra money, she is. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, she absolutely is.
She can buy the extra base armor, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I'm most interested in is how well Gen.G can close the gap. Because right now, HLE's composition would love to draw a line in the sand. If you imagine Gen.G starting on a dragon, they're going to poke you with Sand Soldiers. They're going to throw Ziggs bombs at you. They want to chip away at your HP before threatening a dive. Ideally, they might even just approach a fight, ult onto Ruler with Viper, take 50% of his HP, and then say, okay, now what are you going to do about it, Gen.G? But if HLE are first on the objective, and HLE feels sort of trapped by that objective, it then becomes a lot easier for Gen.G players to find that collapse. So their approach around these objectives, the setup is going to be very important as you keep your eyes on Keen, who's going to constantly be looking for flanks.
I actually really like this lane assignment from Gen.G. I don't know if they were the one that started it, but having Chovy in top instead of mid means that it's a much heavier investment to punish the lack of flash, right? Because the jungle or anyone who roams actually needs to go up to the top side of the map, which opens up a lot more cross-map compared to being in mid, as we do see Ruler getting sufficiently bullet, as you would expect in this matchup, as Ludens is done for Viper as well. and that is a lot of damage onto anyone that is squishy, and Ruler definitely falls within that.
Look at this setup we've got coming through from Gen G as they just have this beautiful array of wards neatly lined up all around behind the dragon, ready for some potential TP flanks. Some of that vision is now going to be cleared out from the side of Gen G, but sorry, from HLE. But this vision control is just a great demonstration of Gen G being very aware of how they need to set up and be ready to contest this dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
Yep, exactly. Coming up very, very soon. And Gen G pretty excited about collecting themselves 2 in a row, setting up for that soul point that has been so important this Worlds. Didn't quite get to see it too early last time around, but this time could be an opportunity to do so. As you mentioned, HLE clearing things out. They do so, but not all of it. As now Viper going to be teleported on, but it's going to take a little while, and Chovy does pick up the wave, but Viper comfortably removes his.
Zeus, even though he is down gold, has been able to keep it not too far away from his lane opponent. Was up to 650, I think, at some point. But more importantly, Zeus is, I think, in this composition, merely a tool. He does need to do late AD, or a lot of AD moves when we get to late. But right now, if he ults either Chovy or Ruler, and Viper can ult, he's already done his job, right? There is a lot of power in the ability for him to lock down a target in the backline, but he does need to hit those ultimates, and we have seen that with Ambassador that can really be a struggle. As Drake fight imminent here, gentlemen.
Yep, and speaking of hitting ultimates, the Poppy as well is going to be instrumental. Delight needs to get rid of some of the key pieces here on Gen G, because that way they can set themselves up to just take things. And Gen G won't have the opportunity to get in there and do anything about it. Of course, Keen, going to be a difficult target, right? He's got the mist he can slink into and won't be hit away, but there are certainly some other options, and Chovy and Ruler don't have a lot of mobility on these champs. Susceptible here to the Keeper's Verdict, but not susceptible to having this Drake taken away, as it is just going to be removed. Popping Copter not going to do too much as Duro finds the angle. Chains of Corruption are going to come down, but Gen G not interested in a fight. They got what they wanted, and it is a Cloud Soul here, set up here for Soul Point for Gen G in 5 minutes' time.
I really thought HLE would try to contest that more, but it seems that they're not confident enough, given the spikes that they have, to actually try and contest this right now. Because you look at Chovy's itemization, he prioritized upgrading his boots before completing his first item, which made me think that, oh, HLE would say, well, we've got first item on our mid laner, first item on the Ziggs, so let's try and contest this objective. But instead, they're playing the safe approach. We know that they have good scaling on their side, and there's no obligation for them to force anything too early, but if they concede too much, then Gen G could potentially run away with things. For now, though, the gold very even.
And in my mind, I have things that Orc says, because there's a Ziggs in this game. So far, not too many plates have been taken. We've got 10 seconds until they fall off completely. And you can see here in the top lane, looking relatively pristine. Same can be said for the tower on the other side. And here in mid, it's only 1 or 2 that have been taken. And so as they do fall down, let's see whether Viper can get himself around and start using this satchel to be that demolitionist we know he can be.
That ward is pinged, so Canyon should be aware of everything that's happening. Chovy just finished his Blackfire Torch, and I do think for Gen G it's a big deal that they have these two dragons, because while there are parts of that comp that skill really well, right? I think that Lethality Varus actually skills a lot better than he used to. Orianna is kind of a no-brainer, same for the Gwen. As you have highlighted repeatedly, Vedi, once Zeka and Viper get to a point, if your engage isn't immediate and crisp, you're just going to get poked down. And I think Humble Life, with the level of play they've shown today, are going to need to be goaded into fights they don't really want to take, and Dragon is the best tool for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gen G just have to be fast, and we know that they're a team that can definitely do that. You've just got to find the right window to do it. Nice trade comes through from Zeus onto Keen. As we're getting ready for the Herald. 5 seconds time, Gen G's in position once again. Resets have come through from HLE. No TP available on Zeka, but he's going to get back out onto the map quickly. Gen G yet to start this one off as Zeus getting that push on the bot side while Delight provide this cover.
Yeah, he is seen on that ward as well, so that should spell the start of this Rift Herald. And that will indeed come on through. So Canyon wanting to put that one together. We don't have feats of strength down just yet, but this will mean it for Gen G. As Peanut goes in, not wanting to give this one away. As you can see, the Hextech Minefield doing so much work to flash out of the way. The Mega Inferno Bomb was necessary. As Zeus, it's a teleport over extension as he flashes away back into the pit, but it looks like Peanut might be able to take it. There it is. As they look for the eye as well, Peanut will be able to collect that one. Keeper's Verdict gets rid of the Jarvan, and now Keen has to be the savior for Gen G, and he may be just that as he takes down Peanut first and then just dashes out of the back of the pit.
And it is a 1-for-1 trade. But Hanwha going to be happy with that one because they got the Herald, denying an opportunity for Gen G to really keep accelerating the game, taking the crucial objective. We'll see if they're able to get more here with mid lane turret. Possibly on the siege, but they're not going to commit.
The start of the fight is a great demonstration of how HLE want to play the composition. You poke, you chip, you don't fully commit to anything, and Adura is basically out of the fight. This means that Genji's forced to retreat, but the TP here from Zeus, it looks like he wanted to ulti Canyon, who is stuck in the pit, in order to try and set up a play. While they do secure the Herald, the arrival of Keen really changes the dynamic. It's a 4 versus 5, even though they have the health advantage. That shockwave onto 2 with the damage from Keen mean that fight was a lot closer than HLE were hoping for.
And it had no business being, because as Duro went in, Canyon got knocked out. So Canyon wasn't even there. They didn't get value from the Jarvan whatsoever as Duro
in trouble yet again here as Delight looking for a bit of an angle. Doesn't quite get there, but when the wind becomes lightning, does get the slow. Peanut, another audacious charge as Canyon comes on through. Mega Inferno Bomb! And that is so much damage the Nautilus could not take. Peanut says top of the morning to you, and it's another kill here, evening things out for HLE.
4 members committed from HLE on the top side of the map, allowed for Ruler to push in that mid wave, but he doesn't have the threat onto the tower to really convert it into anything. So just an easy pick secured for HLE. And similar to game 1, we find ourselves in a very even mid game.
And the thing that was happening in game 1 was HLE were overloading a side lane, but then Gen G on the cross map were doing so much. What's the best thing about Ziggs? Well, he doesn't need to walk very far to help you overload a side lane. So back into the mid lane he goes, and this turret remains quite healthy. And so I think the adaptation here for HLE, based on this draft and how they're playing it out, seems to be working quite well as we check out the Coinbase gold grind. And Keen getting a lot of money, has been a little bit behind as far as CS is concerned the entire game. But this guy's a problem. I mean, it's 900 gold. He's 4-1-0. We're used to the 4 being in the other column.
It's only going to get worse from here. That is, to me, the strongest part of the Gen G composition. As Herald's dropped mid, Hanwha Life really want to deny the possibility for a soul point here for Gen G. As mid lane turret will fall. That's the first turret of the game as well. And I think Gen G have had better setups thus far in this series for objectives. But Hanwha Life want to try and poke as much as possible as Duro again getting taken low.
But you can see in the setup, the poke comes through from Viper. And again, they're quite happy to allow Gen G to just start this objective off because they know that once you're trapped fighting the objective, that's when the Ziggs poke can really be lethal.
And this is now feats of strength. As you can see, we're all tied up. Whoever gets this objective will be able to lock that one down.
There we go.
Already, Gen G have started it. Control ward goes down. This ward in the back of the pit trying to get all the information that it can. They're not going to give this one up without a fight. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be there. Let's see how much damage it's going to get down on both of the carries into that backline. Is now Duro once again going to be eliminated, but Keen finds the backline. Delight going to be the first one to go down as Ruler is able to do it. Peanut gets in, but it's Canyon with the smite. This time around, Soul Point, some cool shoes, and let's see whether they can win this fight at the same time. Great knock-up onto Zeus as he's trying to dash his way up, and Zeka finds the angle onto Ruler. The Emperor's Divide will find it again as Zeus is able to take down Canyon. HLE, a gorgeous team fight.
Only Chovy is left alive as Gen G walk away with the dragon, but HLE find the fight. A fight on multiple fronts that looks so scrappy at the very start, but it goes the way of HLE.
And I want you to look at Keen. He is most of the money, most of the threat on Gen G. The bomb does a lot of damage to the backline. Duro miraculously stays alive and they get the counter kill. But look at Keen, he doesn't actually get the kill on Viper. If he gets the kill on Viper, I think this fight is won. Instead, he goes down, Viper gets a shutdown, stays alive, and now him and Zeus can cut off this exit avenue as Ruler gets knocked into the knockup from Zeka. Oh, Delight though!
Yeah, we're straight back into the fight as of course this is a Poppy. And so does get shockwaved, but isn't too worried about it. We'll be now going back to base. Otacon on the menu. That's why we have R buttons being thrown around.
And I really value or Cloud Soul, but falling behind against the Hanwha comp when you are Gen G, you're going to get to a point where even if you find an engage, if they're not caught off guard, you will just get shredded. Like, just the minefield alone is going to completely blow you up.
But again, like, when it's a fight that's playing from range, I just feel HLE have the advantage. Of course, Varus's poke is one thing, but compared to Ziggs, it's not comparable. And so as long as Viper is landing those bombs, it is very difficult. And now, especially in these choke points, if Gen G try to approach, it's so difficult. So this should be an uncontested objective. But as I say that, Canyon's making his way down.
Yep, they're looking to fight for the Otacon. They're not going to be able to stop this tower from falling down. Yep, 2 teleports bring Duro and Keen into the fight. The Otacon down to 50%. HLE do need to be careful. Steadfast presence is decent, but it's only onto Duro, and Delight is already taken down. Viper getting closed in onto Chovy. Is Zeus looking for Keen in that backline, but I don't know whether he wants that fight. Is Peanut so close to dead? The Crescent Guard doesn't work, and he's thrown into the sky by the Demacian Prince. Now the Otacon should go over to Gen G, unless Zeus can do anything about it. It is going to be there, and Zeus also going to get picked off, although he's looking for Chovy before he goes down. Chovy barely survived, and it's Ruler that picks up the kill. Empress Divide used defensively here as HLE limp away.
This fight was just so one-sided from Gen G. They converted pick after pick after pick, as it felt like HLE, the uncoordination that we saw from game 1 sprouts up once more.
And it's the mark from Keen onto Zeus. Last time he was trying to 1v2, that doesn't work out. But Keen keeps Zeus out of the fight, and even though this Mbessa isn't necessarily in the best of spots, if he finds an ult onto Ruler or Chovy, they will still die just from the ult. But instead, he gets marked, they are shredded from Otacon, and I think once a double TP comes through, they should have just backed out.
But look at the chain CC that comes down onto Delight as well. The front line is eliminated. Then Azir is rooted on the left-hand side, so Peanut and Viper on the bottom. Chovy gets a good ulti onto Peanut, saying, you know what, I can't get in range of Viper and Zeka anyway, so why bother, just kill the front line. Zeus, as you highlighted, completely removed from the fight. And so Gen G just play pick after pick.
And when the Orianna is walking into the Xin ult, you know that's not good. That's not a good look for the fight, as he just follows up as... I want a supercut of just Helper's expressions.
Yeah, I know, it's the roller coaster of emotions. This guy, you can really tell what's happening there in that room. As you can see, it is 32-4 on the pedal count. So that gold that you're seeing being very even is actually about 2.5k in Gen G's favor as far as stats.
And I really thought that last fight would be so much harder for Gen G to play. We talked so much in draft about the disengage that comes through from HLE, the amount of range that they have to play with, and I thought that as Gen G approached that objective, they'd be taking way more poke than they actually ended up taking. And it felt largely because of HLE's positioning, and it was something we talked about in the first series. Gen G's positioning around these neutral objectives is extremely good, and HLE can't quite find the poke that they need to win out on these fights.
And now, Home Alive, they need to take this fight. They don't have a choice not to. You're looking down Soul Point. I want you to look at the summoners on the enemy team. I think even Keen will have his flash available. All these sums are up. You are pushed into a fight before Viper has hit his third item, before Zeka has hit his third item. Because if you don't take this fight, you're in deep trouble. If you do and lose, you're in deep trouble. And Home Alive want to stay away from that 0-2 deficit. Because even though Gen G was in the same position against them way back in the road to MSI, and Gen G was able to fight back, I think you're going to be feeling a lot more confident if you're not there, as Home Alive, they know they have to take this fight.
Let's see what they can actually get done here. Like you were saying, Cloud Soul going to make this poke comp difficult to play as Chovy going to get cornered here, but gets out of the way of the bomb. They did manage to take him down in the end, though, as Viper is untouched. Keen gets in there. He's in the mist looking for Zeus, but the needlework doesn't quite connect, and now it's him that has to flash away. A blast cone is going to be there for him and Ruler to stay safe, but this dragon belongs to HLE.
And it's Peanut that finds his old teammate, takes down Chovy. And that is Soul Point denying Humble Life, showing that Gen G had to work for it in game 1. They're going to have to work for it in this one.
The beauty of these teams is nothing slows their momentum down. He stacks up the Q on the control ward, flash knock-up, follow-up. Even though he flashes away to safety, it's that engage from Delight to connect him to the wall to allow for HLE to find themselves another kill. Once Keen is in, the rest of his team just cannot follow. He's forced to retreat. He flashes away, and HLE deny the soul from Gen G.
The fact that it is only one kill, though, means that the gold is going to remain pretty similar. Some crabs being collected here as we do have the Baron just spawning, about 15 seconds old right now. Does obviously look a lot older than that, but I mean, technically, it is true. As
hey, she's been around, you know, she's
I don't
not
know
on
very many
Summoner's
other
Rift.
Barons, so I don't have much to compare it. What's a baby Baron look like?
I can't answer these questions for you, Atlas.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. We didn't prepare that one. That's fine. Vedius, do you know?
I'm afraid I don't. Dang. My only estimation is that it goes Scuttle Crab, Rift Herald, Baron.
Oh, are they all the same animal?
I don't think so.
Probably
but I have
not.
seen Baron plushies, and those look very cute.
They do.
Yeah.
That might be more of a, you know, okay, never mind.
I know, it's just a small version, but we don't know.
Yeah.
You know, we could be wrong.
And the Void might just do things differently. You never know. You might go from a plushie to a Baron. That might just be the way that it works.
But you know what won't be different?
What won't be different?
Both of these teams will attempt to murder Baron.
They
will further their conquest in succeeding here in Game 2. And right now, both teams are fighting over vision. You can see the double investment of the control ward. That might seem odd, but it's basically to cover as much of the Baron pit as possible. And Zeka will secure that top tower. That is now all Adder towers finally going down. 26 minutes into the game. Yeah. Just goes to show how much slower this one has been. Not in the kills department, but in terms of the map control. As Gen.G now reclaim that vision control, clear out what vision HLE have set up, and now the dance begins once more.
Well, back here, as you can see, Zeus moving up to this mid lane, still has teleport. Keen is going to shove that wave in. It looks like Gen.G now with a little bit of an advantage. Ambassador forced to move down towards that bottom side once more as the pendulum swings back once again. Level 15 for Chovy, so close to that shockwave level 3. Viper with the most gold in the game is great news. If you're an HLE fan, you love looking at that because this guy is going to be a huge part of the win condition. Him and Zeka needing to get things done later on.
We're also already in this game seeing the value of the Ziggs because I guarantee you that mid lane turret would have fallen otherwise. But Ziggs' wave clear is just so insane as Delight has been the #1 engaged target for Gen.G. Been able to consistently find him with those ults from Ruler as flip the game on blue buff?
Yeah, let's do that. I think that sounds like a fun idea. We've got teleports committed. As now Delight going down incredibly low. Keen is just going to chop him to pieces. The Poppy's not there, but the Emperor's Divide is going to try to punish. He wants to take Viper with him. It doesn't quite work. And now they look to go in. It's a beautiful Cataclysm to break up the Fighters Canyon. Also able to walk his way out. Peanut, he couldn't do so, as now Ruler is trying to do what he can. And the flag takes down the Xin Zhao. Gen.G with 4 left standing managed to win the fight.
Keen takes things into his own hands as he runs down the HLE support, turning this into a chaotic skirmish, which Gen.G walk away the victors. Now there's no jungler on the side of HLE. This Baron will be uncontested, and Gen.G, just like that, take firm control over Game 2.
And it sets up into that soul in 1 minute and 15. Dragon is gonna spawn. And Gen.G this time around should have a much better setup than they did last time. Peanut then found a beautiful engage. But here, I was just kidding, but it's again Delight that I think baits the rest of the team in. They go so aggressive in this defense, and then Keen, even though it goes down, as you highlighted, Vedi, he does his job.
He absolutely does, taking Viper out of the fight as well. Zeus goes in a little too deep as he tries to work with Peanut to threaten the back line. But now it's Gen.G that's in the position of authority. They poke down their opposition. A nice snipe comes through from Canyon, connecting the E. And the frustration on the face of Peanut.
Yeah. Helper, not as much as far as frustration is concerned, as now Gen.G with this siege set up. Zeus able to dash his way out of dodge as Peanut just looking to clear out whichever camps he can find. This inner turret is still going to be difficult to take. We talk about, you know, Baron being a really good thing to be out of siege. It's still Ziggs. So going to get a lot of work done as far as killing these minions are concerned, and Keen probably going to have to be on that split to make something happen.
Ruler.
I don't think Keen has the Baron at this point either, so if there is just a Mega Inferno Bomb thrown at that wave and it's just Keen that's there,
he knows.
He's got to. He's aware of this particular position on the map. It's all right, Gen.G set up now for this Cloud Dragon. Delight off to the side, wanting to try and make this helicopter work for him. If this Keeper's Verdict lands, it could be such a big deal. Chains of Corruption, he's going to start this fight as Peanut. Crescent Guard there to keep himself safe. And now the flash in, he gets through the turret, he managed to cancel it! Public Execution is still going to be able to find Zeus away into the backline, but the Cataclysm is there from Canyon to buy the space, and Zeka goes down! Zeus is going to follow suit, and he tried as he might, but Gen.G are going to win out, and even though they lose, the Drake might be able to take even more.
Peanut steals away the dragon, but the cost was so much. Genji, they're hunting, they're fighting, they're trying to deny HLE from getting back to base, because if they stop Viper, then the wave clear disappears. With the Baron, they're setting their sights on their first inhibitor of the game.
PGP's 40 seconds, initial highlight, Vedi. If any other member was alive, I think they're just cooked, but it's Viper that's still there.
Oh, Peanut gets a whole lot of his health back, but unfortunately, Chovy's orb is now doing a fair bit of work, and he's able to put him down.
But the Nexus stands, at least for now. They weren't able to kill it with the Baron pushes. We take another look at the fight.
Duro connects a beautiful hook. After Peanut gets chunked out, you're going to see it here. The disengage, the hook onto Zeka as the shockwave connects as well. Just beautiful layering of CC. The fact that Peanut gets a smite in the midst of all of that is just absolute chaos.
And then Canyon finds the ultimate, jumping over the wall while Zeka tries to disengage.
And you can't kite back. If Canyon's going to be able to always find it and just puts him in a cage, then you're just not going to be able to do anything about it. 4.5 thousand gold is going to be the lead here for Gen G.
Can't put the pigeon in the cage.
No, you're not allowed to. Oh, I mean, they did do that quite a lot.
I mean, metaphorically, in this game, they need Zeka.
Yeah, you should have. Not this pigeon. This pigeon's an emperor.
All right, now he's being... They're threatening to bury him right now.
Yeah, they certainly are.
And Zeka, he's definitely not had a bad game by any means, but Gen G, just their team fighting is unbelievable. It feels like that every single player is a threat. We're using a different name every single team fight. But now, the one shining light for HLE is Viper Life Esports. Death cap completed for the Ziggs. The wave clear is monstrous. And as long as some poke connects, there's always a chance for HLE to find a fight. Gen G wisely looking to play through two lanes. They have Keen moving over to mid. The split push threat of the Gwen is going to be something that HLE will be forced to divide their resources to have to deal with.
They can move between mid lane and top pretty comfortably. This inner turret hasn't really taken damage though. And at 32 minutes into the game, that is pretty impressive.
And Ruler is basically feeble. They also went Gathering Storm. So like he is actually doing a good amount of damage here. About half an item away from fully complete. And I think they need to play on opposite sides of the map because otherwise the 6 wave clear is just too much.
Duro, they've found Zeus here. Chains of Corruption to land. Can they blow up the Ambassador? It'd be so important, but the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to buy some space. Man, that piercing arrow got so close. And it is going to be Zeus making his way out. Gen G, a little bit further away from their fountain, so I'm just going to back away.
I think Viper actually used his satchel to proc the spell shield, which is why Ruler took about 60% of his health bar just from the ultimate as Peanut.
He goes in, gets the knock up here onto Canyon. He's relatively tanky though. Just sending a message at this point in time. Gia intact here for the J4.
But you can see how difficult it is for Gen G to close out this game, even with a 4.5k gold lead. They've got level advantages across the board. They have item advantages across the board, but it's not enough when you have a champion that can clear a lot of waves very quickly, which means that Gen G's priority will be the Baron. That siege, the power that it provides with your minions is going to be more than enough to help break apart the base defense that HLE will have. And so now they will begin their setup. They've already got preliminary vision around the river. The push in mid is the most important part. Someone will likely be sent up top to put pressure there as well. And then the moment it spawns, I think Gen G should start it immediately. With Gwen, they have a very fast Baron take, and HLE still have to move through this fog of war. They have two deep wards, I should say, as observers highlight for us. So there are ways for them to get into the pit thanks to their triple TP.
Oh, they know it's not being taken in the
perfect
control. It
position.
doesn't spot it.
That's really, really nice. That control ward flanked by those 2 wards that were already put in place. Zeus off to the side here as Peanut dealing with his wolf camp for the moment. HLE spread out quite wide, but as we can see, the Baron is going to get started. The full information over to HLE here. As let's see, that Keeper's Verdict going to once again be so important. Keen on that flank angle, as we can see. Zeus taking a bit of poke damage, but Gen G need to be decisive. Otherwise, these bombs will start to hurt.
Look at Canyon.
Yeah, looking to get that flank happening, but just move straight back to the Baron. Could be the opportunity here as HLE get that Sun Disc set up. Peanut on that angle.
A full vision still.
Look at Viper's mana. He's getting a little bit low. The Baron's dropping.
Mega Inferno Bomb to try and soften them up, but it doesn't really land. Ruler already down to 50% though. Zeus, oh man, you can see he really wants to kill that Varus. If he can find an angle, he will certainly go in, but the defense here from Gen G is fantastic.
Canyon didn't get out of the way.
Yeah, not going to happen. So the Poppycopter not going to find too much of anything, but the poke
oh my
is.
Goodness. It's so tense right now.
Teleport back available here for Viper if they do want to continue this, but now it's the soul that's in the minds of Gen G. What they want to do is make decisive calls. Well, a whole bunch of extra movement speed certainly going to be helping out with that one as they turn their eyes on the other pit on the map towards the bottom side.
Delight needs to replenish his wards, but Dura's already done that, so he's making his way back out onto the base. TP from Delight comes through from the spell book. He's going to make his way into mid lane as well. It's HLE that have position on the river.
Yeah. Peanut knows what's going on as Canyon turns his way in. Minefield comes down, Mega Inferno Bomb, a lot of damage onto Ruler once again as Canyon continuing on that flank.
Zeus is
out
on a
exactly
ward.
where they are, and Zeus, like you say, is on the ward.
Oh, Canyon, they spotted that ward.
Yeah, King goes over to the side and now is going to show himself. Peanut is alongside him, but that means he's nowhere near the pit. This is the long con from Canyon. Can he find the angle? Duro goes in, but the Steadfast Presence stops it. It denies it, and there is the Empress Divine doing absolutely nothing. Ruler this time gets the last laugh as they dive on forward. It's the resurrection here for a Canyon as HLE now trying to do what they can. Viper is still alive with so much damage. Ruler is there as well, but the artillery not quite landing. A 3 versus 3 after all is said and done. And is that it? Okay, it's a stalemate.
Zeka looks to have his Faker moment, but Ruler's been here before. He does not allow Zeka to find the angle. The Azir drops so quickly, but HLE still find a good fight. It's a 3 versus 3. Peanut and Canyon are both alive.
Yeah, we're gonna flip back. He's running as fast as he can.
He's going to try and get there as soon as he can, but I don't know whether it's quite going to work.
Canyon
needs to hit this fight. He does it. It's taken by Viper. Mega Inferno Bomb gets rid of Duro, but now Canyon, can he find the damage in this one? And he should be able to, but no, the satchel gets him over, and the Q is not enough. HLE even out the Drakes. It's highway robbery. I don't know how that even happened.
And they get the dragon. Ruler goes hunting for Ziggs, but he is not found. 5-0. 5 for Viper. How is he still alive?
Peanut is not alive. 30 seconds until he's back out on the map. HLE feel like they have to contest this objective. It's a 4v4 as Duro is still down.
Yeah, they absolutely have to fight for this one. This second Baron is going to be so difficult for them to deal with. The Poppycopter, it gets rid of the job, and there's no smites in here now as the public execution connects on a trophy. So much damage from Zeus as they've taken down Ruler already from down. It's Viper as he finds his mark, and HLE, it should be their turn to take the Baron this time.
HLE come together and execute on the fight. The Poppy ult was good. The Viper ult was good. Zeus locks down onto Chovy, removes him from the fight, but the Baron still lives.
And that was his one job. Just hit an ult, bro. Just one ult, then he finds the ult. Chovy goes down, and now this should be Baron to Hanwha.
And we were talking about 1 and 4 Gwens being terrifying. I present to you the 1 and 6 Ambessa from Zeus, who was such a monster finding the angle onto the back line, and that will net them this Baron. HLE, they are not going down without a fight, and they're looking to even up this best of 5 and guarantee us at least 4 games.
These rivals are not holding back with their punches. The ulti from Delight onto Canyon was so important. The engaged falls apart. Chovy gets locked down. The shockwave gets sidestepped by Zeus as well.
Wall. It was crazy.
Beautifully executed as Viper finishes off the kill.
And there you see as well, he didn't even get clipped by the bomb until he died. That was just the mines. The damage from the mines at this point in the game with how fed Viper is absolutely mind-boggling. And it's all going to come down to that final dragon.
And these fights have been intense. They've been crazy. But the player of the game for me has been Peanut. The smites from the dragons earlier were so important. In the midst of some chaotic fights, he still managed to outsmite Canyon. And it was Viper that got that 3rd dragon. But by being able to stall out the game, HLE now find themselves in this position. And they will finally begin a siege of their own.
Well, Chovy gets his health bar halved by his former teammate here as Viper just making things as difficult as possible. Now with the Baron, HLE, I mean, they're going to teach Gen G how to siege. This Ziggs certainly knows what he's doing.
I want to draw your attention to some of these flanking wards, possibilities that Gen G could be looking for. Keen does have his TP available.
Yeah.
Right now he's just acting as wave clear as they try to stave off the siege from HLE.
A very small ARAM has occurred as the Sun Disc will be put up. The Gen G should be able to stop this for the moment. Of course, range wave clear is going to be there from Ruler, but still, with a bit of this Red Bull Baron power play to go, still a minute left, and Zeus is going to help by shoving out this mid wave as well. It's getting dangerous though. It's 41 minutes into this game. If HLE lose a fight, there's an open door in the middle of this one as Mega Inferno Bomb is just coming down off cooldown.
It's a full build Ziggs. And you can feel as well, I think, some hesitation from Hanwha here, even with the Baron buff. They know if we lose control of this game, we go down 0-2, fighting back. It's possible, but it's a monumental task. And these two teams, last time they went to 5 was all the way back at road to MSI. That was a crazy series, but the intensity of these first 2 games has been something else entirely, as both Peanut and Chovy, kind of the main characters of the teaser, have had their fair share of heartbreaks in quarters, some of it together.
Yeah, and both of them have played for both of these teams as well. At different times, sometimes at the same time, but also at different times. It's just crazy, the overlap between these squads. And so many times, Chovy has made it so extraordinarily close, but never making it to the final here at Worlds. Now wanting to do so as Peanut looks to have his last dance, looking to follow Deft to military service and doing it the right way. As HLE now back off towards this Quadra Cloud Soul. Should be just absurd amounts of movement speed.
They're gonna poked.
Yeah, looking for a bit of an angle here. Zeus, big shield, just eats the entirety of that arrow. And Gen G just brute forcing their way in, but the darkness is so scary. These bouncing bombs, as you can see, doesn't matter who you are, it's going to do a whole lot of damage. The minefield down, the satchel down. Now the minefield's going to fall, but Duro doesn't find the hook as they get rid of the Joven again. Chovy's almost just dead before it even starts, as they'll take Duro as a consolation kill. And the public execution brings Zeus into the back line. 1 versus 3, but he's got friends on the way. And the Emperor's Divine, it shuts down Keen. Canyon is now looking to run his way to the other side of the map as Peanut will find him. It's jungle versus jungle, and Peanut says, not this time, Canyon. HLE are going to look to even out the series as Gen G should be losing most of their base.
And Hanwha Life's tenacity will be rewarded as they try to pull the waves, but it doesn't matter. Hanwha's in their base.
Yep, these minions should stay alive, and they've got so much damage to these structures. As Ruler just doing his best. The Baron is worn off. Mega Inferno Bomb this time. Not going to connect. Shockwave is going to get away as Chovy takes down one. Ruler takes the other, and HLE. They're like, nope. Get me out of here. We're gonna play this game some more.
The base. We're 45 minutes in. Look at the death timer on Zeus. That's 50 seconds.
I mean, Keen is 10 seconds away. He has TP available. Gen G have set their sights on the middle lane as Cannon. He's trying to interrupt the bases. They have to stop Viper from getting back, but these are fast boys. They've got the 4 Cloud Dragons. They're running like their life depends on it. My goodness, Chovy in the face of HLE looking to end the game says, no, you shall not pass. The ulti connects, stops the Nexus from falling. 44 minutes and this game continues to go.
And any other game, I think it's absolutely over. But the Ziggs was still alive. So your minions will not be if you try and go for this without a Baron buff. Let's have a look at it. 2-man Shockwave. Just gorgeous from Chovy.
Absolutely beautifully done. And you could see that HLE was hesitant, but with the Nexus in their eyes, they wanted to try and end. The fans are feeling the exhaustion, but imagine what the players must be feeling right now. It's only game 2. We are at 37 kills, 45 minutes. HLE, the gold doesn't matter anymore. Everyone is full build. Shockingly, Viper remains deathless. He has yet to die in this game. He's done so much damage.
Yep.
We're back to Baron.
3rd Baron. This is now officially the longest game at Worlds, and it's not looking that close to ending just yet. Satchel is decent there, as let's see what the Poppy can get done. It hits 2, it's Ruler and Chovy, and Zeus looks to get in there, and now Duro should be the first one to fall, but no one's gone down yet. Second is the first one to go, as now Zeus gets chopped up by Keen. bouncing bombs are still there, though. Viper is at full health, but Gwen is immune. Chovy is... Okay, the Baron lost interest, and thank goodness, because otherwise that could have been very weird.
Both junglers fall. It ends up being favorable for Gen G, but my goodness.
If Viper's alive, it's not over.
There's too much to track. The ulti goes in from Viper into the pit. It's looking good for HLE. They're landing their poke. But then Zeka dives in. He gets the ulti onto... Oh, but the ulti from Peanut knocks it back! It actually saves Ruler. They weren't coordinated, allowing for Ruler to get to safety. He continued to dish out the damage. And then Keen on the front line just melts through HLE.
Here we go. Joey, just stop watch.
Okay, he's on his it, but still has to walk through the minefield. Now he's at 50%. It's Baron. Not quite so much. And we've got the Hex Flash from Delight. Let's see whether he can find the angle. He doesn't have the ultimate, but he does have the smite angle. Chovy also now having to deal with the Baron, but they get rid of the Poppy, and down goes the Baron. Absolutely required.
Is that it?
Gen G want to win this game.
Six is still alive.
Gentlemen, we have on our hands absolute cinema as the third Baron goes down.
One of the Barons, yeah.
The Elder is 2 minutes away. My goodness. What
I need Gen G to agree that they're gonna team fight for this, okay? I want that. I feel like we deserve it
I feel like
after this game.
we've gotten everything we could ask for out of this game.
It's a very good point, but I'm a greedy man.
You're a greedy man indeed. My goodness. Okay, so that bot inhibitor is still down. Chovy, no TP available. He has to be very careful about being on a side lane. Zeka gonna mount a turret of his own. I mean, they're now starting to group on the top side of the map. That top tower is still fairly weak.
Ruler's about to hit the 50-minute mark on Absolute. That's not on Gathering Storm. That's not a thing. That's just there in case. But we're only 3 minutes away. Gen G is going to keep on poking. We can see the wave clear from Viper remains an issue.
And gentlemen, we have hit longest game. That's definitely happened. We're also hitting most kills in a game. We're just breaking all the records here. HLE versus Gen G Game 2. Need to remind ourselves that it is Game 2. There is definitely another one after this.
Yep.
I was going to say we should hold something back.
There is minimum one game after
the light.
Yeah, looking for an angle here as Duro wants to make his way over. Delight goes in, misses the stun onto the dead turret. Man, that could have been a huge deal getting rid of the smite there.
To have the confidence to do that, I mean, someone's got to make a play. But if that went wrong, that could have been the game right then and there. Wow. Some scary stuff as a single mistake with these death timers this late into the game could be all it takes.
All right, let's look at the cooldowns. There is no flash for Zeka. That's a big deal. There is a flash for Ruler as he just finishes his maul. There is Zhonya's on multiple members. There is spell shields on a lot of the members of Gen G. We have Knight's Vow done for both supports as well. Keen has a death cap. And Zhonya's as well.
Win, man.
All these Banshees doing some real work for Gen G as well to help mitigate some of the poke. But with the range, it's not that difficult for HLE to knock it off.
All or nothing.
Yeah. Oh, needs to stay safe. Chains of Corruption gets the flash out of the Ziggs. Could be a huge deal, and that cooldown is not long. As you can see, a quarter done already. Zeus spotted on a flank angle as well, as now Canyon gets into the pit. Haven't started the Elder just yet. And HLE still healthy enough to fight for this one. Gen G have to be so careful. HLE's poke is deadly. And Ruler trying to demonstrate that his own is too, but it's Delight off to the side. With that Keeper's Verdict up and available once again.
The waves are quite awkward. HLE feel that they have to try and control them. Mid is going to be quickly pushed in. Peanut going to regain some life off of the camp.
Oh, they cancel the light.
Gen G's going to use this opportunity to move even deeper into HLE's jungle and try and push them back. The Fog of War observers showing for us now how little HLE actually see. Remember that the Gwen can basically solo this, but she's spotted in the middle lane.
If Gwen isn't there, the objective take from Gen G isn't actually that fast, right? It's Lethality, Varus, and Orianna, so as long as Gwen is on vision, Hanwha know that it can't go down that fast.
It's a battle of attrition when it comes to vision. Right now, both sides are just clearing out what they can. I'm not entirely sure how many wards both supports have left, but I have to imagine it can't be many. But once the wards are gone, it's Gen G that's in the better position as that control wards are getting them so much value.
Yeah, they're desperately trying to get Delight back home. There is the hook connecting. Steadfast Presence doesn't do too much. There's another chance of corruption, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill. Peanut on that flank angle, like you're talking about, these bouncing bombs are so scary as we crest the 50-minute mark here in game number 2. And the Elder Dragon lies forgotten as everyone is just looking to get the ideal setup to start this fight on their terms.
I mean, there's a few control wards left, 2 in the inventory of Duro, which is why Delight has to get back to base as quickly as possible. The Elder started.
Yeah, there is the hook connecting here as it's onto Peanut. Can he actually keep himself alive? The answer is yes. Mega Inferno Bomb into the backline breaks the shields. And Zeus, he now wants to be able to find that angle. Heroic charge from Delight as he's trying to be a hero. The shockwave is going to connect, but Zeus gets into the backline as well. Out goes Canyon yet again, but Zeka is dead. And the hook connects from Duro. Stun comes down, but Zeus, I mean, he's Ambessa, so should be able to get himself to relative safety as Peanut looks to pick up the wave here in the mid lane and buy as much time as he can.
What are they going to do? Gen.G can either look to end or they can play for, it looks like they're playing for Dragon, making sure they get this Elder, which should lead into Baron, which, that's going to be it, right? The 4th Baron, the 5th Baron does the trick.
Elder Dragon is designed to end games, and Gen.G is looking to do just that. Zeka dying in the midst of the chaos allows for Gen.G to take position around the Drake, but in that war of attrition, it was Gen.G that held strong. HLE, they couldn't threaten the backline like they could earlier. The ulti from Viper just knocking off those spell shields.
Oh, down to 4.
He's waiting for as long as possible to ensure they have the biggest amount of uptime.
Yeah, they've got the most of it
to
fight around this. He also didn't use
Smite.
But the TP coming in from Zeka, he's not at the start of the fight, forces the ulti early, but that ulti from Viper doing very little. Now just watch the ball, watch Chovy as he sets his sights, the hook connects, the combo comes through, the one-shot onto Zeka. He doesn't even get a chance to throw out the Zhonyas. Zeus now very deep, can do very little as he's forced to disengage.
Yeah, and I won't translate that for you, ladies and gentlemen, although if you know, you definitely know. And it's understandable as we do finally see that back come through from Delight. Canyon and Duro.
Exodia about to be exampled.
Yeah, exactly. This is looking pretty good as we've got just over a minute and a half of Elder still remaining.
Viper, what are you doing down there?
The good old split push and zigs.
He has the TP, he can always join at a moment's notice. The vision control is just so much superior for Gen.G on the top side of the jungle though. HLE can't afford to fight, they have to stall, and they have the chance to do it.
I love this from Humba. So what they're doing is making sure that there's no multiple waves for Gen.G to play off with the Baron buff, forcing them into a fight, which if they overextend, if Viper can stabilize, who by the way is still deathless, there's an angle here for Hanwha to hold on despite everything, and you gotta imagine after a game like this is Keen.
Keen could be in a little bit of trouble here as they look to take him down. He's flashed, and there's the ulti out of Zeus. Are they looking to just go for a base race just right here? Keen buys a bit of time, but he is now dead. And they've got a minion wave coming on through. It looks like Gen.G might be able to get it done, but Viper is still here. The minion wave is not. As Zeus is looking to stop these backs. He's got a GA, and never mind. They want to go for the team fight. Out goes Canyon yet again. He's magnetized to these ultis from Delight. And gentlemen, this game will continue.
Phenomenal! Absolutely phenomenal how both teams continue to find ways to outplay the other. 53.5 minutes. HLE get a pick onto Keen.
And the biggest test, gentlemen, is for this new HUD. 3 digits. And then they nailed it. Beautifully done. Don't expect that to happen every single time.
And the Elder's wearing off. And the legacy of Teddy's not enough. Elder is about to time out. And still 20 seconds on the clock.
It's not an Elder.
We need a bigger Elder. We must order one. Let's see. As Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, but it's eaten by a whole bunch of shields. As, oh my God. Okay, Viper, calm down a little bit.
There's some wards behind them, but Humble Life.
Yeah, there's one ward. I can highlight it real quick.
Really do respect Keen coming back up as...
All right, well...
Oh my God, the exhaustion!
The game is even on turrets. It's 7-7. Both teams have taken 2 inhibitor turrets. The biggest thing is the fact that we have 3.5 minutes on this inhibitor respawning on the top side. Gen.G will have a bit of inherent control. And the Baron is still there for 55 seconds, even though the Rebel Baron power play says 700 gold, and 700 gold means approximately 0, maybe less.
But junglers have never been this late into the game. They don't know what to do. They just have to keep they have to keep it for vision. They have to. You've even got the support item coming through. Oh my words. Gen.G, the Baron buff, still 30 seconds left, but it feels like that we're just waiting for another Elder. The wave clit of Ziggs Azia I mean, it gives me like Season 1, Season 2
this is
vibes.
some Frog and Anivia stuff happening here. That's all right. HLE looking to try and defend this inner turret. It's probably not the hill that I'd die on, and they are not going to.
Well, we did almost end the game. Remember when we thought the game was going to end over blue buff 25 minutes ago? Remember that, guys? That did happen.
I think I was a much younger man then.
Right? That did happen.
So young and naive, full of
You know,
promise.
this may actually be the longest game I've ever cast in my,
I wasn't
10-year
actually
career.
there for the 92-minute. That was Papa and Achilles. So this might be my longest one as well.
I don't think I've broken the hour.
And, yeah, I don't think I've ever broken an hour before. I don't know, but hey, I'm all here for it. An LCK matchup I was already excited for, but for it to deliver in such an LCK way as well.
And hey, it might be over an hour, but it could also be over 3 hours in theory because it has not ended yet. But let's just see.
I mean, all the items are bought.
I mean, Ulti's not in this game. He's the one that ended the 92-minute game.
Actually, who else? Is it only, I didn't check, is it only Ruler that has Gathering Storm? Because the amount of AD that man is going to be getting very, very soon is going to be ludicrous.
We need the Gathering Storm check.
Who is Gathering?
See who's getting the most value out of that one.
Obviously, we're just talking right now for the viewers at home, but that's because we're just waiting a minute until the Elder Dragon. When you're this late into the game, that's really all the game is about. The gold is pretty much irrelevant. Everyone is at full build. They're all buying pots. They're all just spending the gold wherever they can. Canyon's abandoned wards. He's bought a Knight's Vow. He's just got
no boots.
No shoes for Gwen?
Yeah, we're that late into the game, and so all that matters is securing this Elder Dragon. It will all come down to execution. And to be honest, even if Gen G win a fight, if they don't kill the Ziggs...
Who is Deathless?
Who is Deathless?
Really, that's why the game's still going, Chronicle. We've been telling you this whole game.
Actually, that is, if Gen G kill Viper, I think they win the game.
That may happen. You might be right, but that's proven itself difficult over the last hour that we've seen them play. Not to mention they can run away from anyone at a moment's notice because they have 4 Cloud Drakes. All right.
Here it is.
The Elder has spawned. One last reset, but no.
Here we go,
They don't have time for that one as Gen G all converge onto this Dragon. They have the vision advantage as Peanut shows himself. He does have a control ward down, and they see that none of Gen G are at this area. They're setting up for a play. Ruler goes forward. Canyon looks to get the knock-up. He does find it. There is the chain as well. As Peanut might be caught out of position. He has a GA. But now it's in such an awkward spot. He tries to get himself out of there, and he survives. He's dodging the needlework. He finds the heal. As Canyon might be traded for this one. Delight goes in, looks for the angle, but they've managed to take 2. And now Gen G, they move themselves forward. Viper's still alive. The Emperor's Divide doing a fair bit of damage. But it's 1 Ziggs and an Ambessa against the wall, and Ruler is flashing on top of Zeus. Gen G, I mean, they haven't managed to do that thing we were saying, but they may just take the Nexus down instead.
All it took was a single pick onto Peanut. This late into the game, the death timers are so long. Viper alone, I don't think he has enough to hold the line.
Let's see what he can do. He's got that health bar back up yet again.
They can't let him approach.
There are no minions. As Mega Inferno Bomb deals with that wave, but he needs another one for the next. Zeus is doing such a good job as they look to take down the Nexus Stars. The Nexus is now exposed. Zeus, he finds one, and there it is! Gen G will reach match point in the knockout stage for our first best of 5 in the longest game I have ever cast in my life. Analyst S, please, please, please take it away.
I love World! I love LCK versus LCK. I love League of Legends. I love whatever that was. That was one of the best games I've watched in any of the 15-year history of the World Championship. It's Gen G that comes out on top in such a pivotal game, a game of inches, a game of heroics, a game of never letting go. Wow.
That game was insane. Like, we were looking at getting close to the longest game ever at Worlds, which was DFM versus IDG, 63 minutes. We didn't quite get there, but holy crap, what was this?
I can't believe it. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many moments where we're like, okay, surely this decides the game. But both teams made such crucially good decisions in response to their own mistakes, right? To stop the other team from being able to close it out as we run through this final fight where Gen.G are able to come out on top.
Isn't it so poetic that it's Pina who tries to make the play for the team, but Canyon has the rebuttal, and in the end, it's Gen.G that win that fight.
But it could have gone either way at any point in time. This was so close so many times.
And we gotta say, we gotta give props to the man in the mid lane for Gen.G. Every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Chovy actually saves this game. Make no mistake, he did not want to let them pass.
We were getting into positions, we were like, okay, we're gonna go 1-1, HLE is gonna go up. This shockwave with the Varus ult on top of it saves the game for Gen.G and sets up the beautiful stalemate we watched for like a half hour after that.
And this is what you need Chovy for. These are the plays you need to make if you want to be a world champion. In the clutch, it's Chovy's that's stepping up for Gen.G.
It is, and look what I have. It's a ruler, because,
that's so cute.
I mean, a game of inches. Viper, who went... Did he still go deathless at the end? I guess he died at the end, perhaps, but he played such a phenomenal game on a champion where he has to make the continuous decisions, the zones, the pokes, and actually it's the kind of game that you want to give to both teams, but that is not how World works.
Yeah, and I mean, I really want to talk about these two top laners, right? Because that's actually where the game started. If we can cast our minds back to the first blood in the top lane.
I don't remember.
This Gwen R5 counter pick coming through. Rob, you're literally saying off camera as we're talking through draft, you're like, I wonder why no one really plays Gwen anymore. It's like a nice Gwen angle. Locks it in. Keen and Zeus, two of the top laners in the world, and Keen making such a difference for this team on the Gwen.
And it was Keen who came out on top. Keen who was able to control that matchup. Keen who was able to dictate so many of these fights in the mid game that kept it within touching distance. And Keen's positioning on the Gwen consistently gave the time that you needed to Chovy, gave the time you needed to Ruler. And without him, this would have been a very different game.
Yeah, and it might have, the shoe might have been on the other foot if it was HLE that wins, and now they have to reverse sweep, do onto them what they have done onto you. But to stay in the World Championship, it's crazy. This is where legends are made, right? This separates the weak from the best, from who can continue on in this World Championship, and that pressure is so enormously high right now for Peanut. And Lore's backstage to talk to G-Sun about exactly what this means to Peanut in our Verizon postgame interview.
This HLE versus Gen.G matchup is looking like everything we've seen in the LCK this year so far, G-Sun, sadly, but the only difference is that we know that it is Peanut's last dance. It is his last chance to prove himself. From the conversation you may have had with him, what does it mean to him? What is he fighting for this time around at Worlds?
In the past multiple interviews, he's been really vocal that thinking that this is actually his last journey, it makes him even more emotional. You know, he always try not to be emotional while competing, but this year, every single match meant a lot to me. He was like, well, before thinking it was like my last term before my retirement, he was like, whenever we lose a game, we've got next shot, you know, we can do better next time. But this year, things are really different for him. Whenever he drops a game, you know, it gets a little more difficult for him to process all the losses. So, and then here at Worlds, he mentioned multiple times that he really wants to enjoy his moment here at Worlds. So I really wish that he can enjoy this series because we're having a very close game, but having it ending up with a 2-0 in Gen.G's favor, it's going to be really tough for him.
Hopefully he can make the best out of his emotions. Wishing him the best of luck. We want to have a series after all. Let's see what happens after the break. But for now, let's send it over to Duro as he gets started with the quarterfinals in Oppo's Welcome to the Rift.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 서포트 듀로입니다. 저의 첫 월즈에서의 무대를 밟아서 정말 기분이 좋습니다. 월즈를 생각을 한다면 엄청 큰 경기장에서 경기를 할 줄 알았는데 지금은 살짝 좀 아쉬운 느낌이 많이 들고 있습니다. 작년에 T1이랑 BLG가 붙을 때 페이커 선수의 사일러스가 너무 강력했던 게 제일 기억이 많이 남는 것 같아요. 제가 페이커 선수처럼 결승전에서 그런 플레이를 한다면 아마 기쁨을 주체하지 못할 것 같습니다. 이런 팀에서 뛸 수 있다는 것만 자체로도 정말 엄청 큰 행운이라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 계속해서 응원해주신 분들 정말 감사드리고요. 앞으로 많은 경기 남았는데 꼭 결승까지 가서 우승하도록 하겠습니다. 젠지 화이팅!
Red Bull gives you wings.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners. Kindred locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in. Becker flashes in, and down goes Knight.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
it's so medicinal. Gets me high just thinking about it. Get even higher when the two of us are in the same room. I want a love that's horticultural, plant magical, roots deeper than the two of us, growing over every inch of us, our bodies in bloom. I want a love that's so medicinal.
Worst. Now it will be looming.
Yep. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025. It is now Gen G with match point, although it feels like we just played a season of League of Legends in one day. It is still at least one more game to go, and I know that I'm not alone in saying that please, 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 Humble Life, just set up at least
one more game
for the reverse sweep.
One more game.
I mean, if the finals is anything to go by,
there should be one.
Hey, this is where Hanwha was in the position that Gen G is in right now. Wrote them aside. That was this year.
Yeah, but I mean, even the finals, Gen G was up 2-0. Hanwha Life then came back in game 4. Like, these teams, it would be uncharacteristic for it to end in a 3-0. And I think that Hanwha Life have demonstrated that they have the capacity to go toe-to-toe with this team. A team that, I mean, HLE, there were so many question marks around what level they would come in at. But my goodness, what a level they are providing with us today as we jump into our third draft of this series.
And for me, one of the big talking points coming into this tournament was Duro. Obviously at MSI, the nerves did not hurt him, but that series, a game that goes that long where you are the prime initiator, having a performance like that, and then on the flip side, Viper. We have ran out of words to describe how good Viper was in that last game, but trust us, it really defied all expectations, and he was the #1 reason why that game, I say series, but it did really feel like
about that same amount of time.
It went on the way that it did. It's, oh my god, I haven't even finished my sentence. There it is, the respect to Duro.
The Blitzcrank ban does come on through. There is one thing I do need to say, a little bit of a PSA from the last game. I did say something wrong. I said it was a 92-minute game. It was a 94-minute game. So there, Achilleos, I corrected myself. I hope you're happy. One last ban to come on through here for Gen G. We'll see what they do take away. It would be very funny if it was a Silas ban.
Sion?
Because
It's
Silas...
Sion?
But
No.
I guess it's not going to be either
Well,
of the
Trundle is
side
still
champions.
up.
Yeah, is Sion just... Well, these two teams just said, yeah, Sion's bait.
Well, they banned it in game 2. So
did.
they definitely are aware of his presence at the very least. The question is, do they feel confident enough to blind pick it for Zeus here in game 3? You can see they're deliberating. So far in this series, it felt like game 1 and game 2, HLE had a very clear game plan of how they wanted to approach the series. Here in game 3, though, they're going to rely on comfort, and why wouldn't you? I mean, backs against the wall, match point in favor of Gen G. Zeus going to get his signature rumble.
Well, the Ornn still up and available, something that Keen can go towards. Was actually thinking about playing it in the last one. So likely going to be the response. We haven't necessarily seen it be, you know, a be-all and end-all, but the Skarner, this is something that Canyon was basically the only guy that found success on. You were mentioning the Azir-Skarner combination. This is something that Gen G could do. Everyone else tried to replicate it, and it looked a little silly. Here is the Sion instead. That is going to be the answer into the Rumble.
So Ornn was at the forefront of my mind. Another one was actually the Cassante, which Keen has picked a lot into Rumble, and obviously is one of his comfort picks, but it is just going to be the power pick of the Sion taken away here. And I think the Skarner consideration is mostly because Skarner Rumble is such an insane combo for the team fights, and really...
Hold them over the barbecue, right?
Yeah, it's very, very obvious that this series will just continue to come down to team fights. That was the case in game 1. It's the case in game 2 very, very clearly. And this would track with that. Would give the opportunity of a counter pick.
Is this not just a Trundle?
It should be.
It's a bit of a denial opportunity here as Peanut going through some options.
Oh no, he's playing with her heart.
Yeah, not this. Shyvana is not playing with our hearts. That's making us feel a little bit upset. This is a pretty good Trundle angle.
Yes.
I think we've all spoken about Rumble Trundle. Not only do they say well together, it's not how you say that sentence, but you understood what I was talking about, but also there's a couple of tanky boys on the other side.
But he can't ult both, is the good news.
Oh, that's true. So maybe you just pick only tanks.
Oh, I
and
actually,
like,
no, guys,
Trundle.
I see the angle. Chovy Cassante mid.
There we go.
3 tanks, checkmate.
What's Ruler's tank of choice? He didn't even do so well in the Awesome Dude meta, did he?
No.
So not necessarily something
Delights for Khan. We were talking about this at breakfast this morning.
We were talking about it at breakfast. Chronicler, Delight's pretty good at this champ, right?
It goes back to the Brion days.
It
when
does,
Bro Delight, even though that team was obviously just trying to contest for playoffs, which sometimes they weren't even able to.
You say that. I say the greatest team in the LCK.
Sure. We can have that discussion another time. But he did get bans on this, and that was with Bro really being a team that was struggling. That team relied on his sense of engages so heavily. I think that the Puppy, unfortunately, didn't quite have the mark, particularly that I've seen Delight have on that exact champion. But this is pure comfort for him, and already you have so much setup here for the Rumble. As
gentlemen,
I do not like this one bit.
You don't like it?
No.
I've seen so many highlight reels of him doing...
I know, but like, it's not the fun way for Gen G to win. You know?
So, okay.
Okay, guys, I'm just going to say, like, I feel like there's very few champions that Chovy kind of isn't known for. And I feel like that there was a very famous clip of him versus Faker and some stuff happening in top lane.
That was a great best of 1 or best of 3, but that specific game was really good. I know, but I'm looking at this top side, and I know I'm falling into the trap because this is Gen G, but I ask, where is the damage?
It's right there. I'm pointing at the Victor right now.
For the first 2 items.
Oh, they don't care about that, man. It's all about scaling
that's what I'm saying. I know I'm falling into the trap.
You are.
I like the Hanwha angle so far.
Well, the way that I think about
Victor into Trundle, like the pillar, I don't like it.
I mean, HLE is set up beautifully in this game. They also... Like, they could also pick Annie here if they wanted to. They could go for the Rise Group special. Just, it would be just a Wukong away.
I have actually reconsidered. I do like it because it ups the odds of Hanwha Life, bringing us to game 4.
There we go. He's
I've
finally
come
caught
around on it.
He's twigged. It's perfect. I love that. All right, so let's see what the last ban is here on Gen G's side. Could be a Kai'Sa or something like that. We wanted to do the
on Gen G's side, I'd be very surprised if Gen G went for Kai'Sa. I think they want to do the opposite.
As in banning it, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That makes a ton of sense. Smolder?
The obvious ban, that is, in this instance.
I wrote a list of champions that I expect to be contested on AD.
No.
Smolder was not on that list.
You need to borrow a pen. Oh, no, you go on. We're fine.
That's all good.
Are Gen G going to do the Draft 5 scaling classic? Is that what that's what we're looking at.
Guys, I mean, the last game went to like 65 minutes, so...
Guys, I have a feeling Zeka might be thinking about an Akali Silas angle.
Oh. I do like the Akali angle here.
Yeah, but it depends on what this AD carry is, if they even lock it in. Because there aren't really many, because with Xayah's gone, you see. So with Xayah gone, no Braum, and specifically no Lulu.
Go Leona? They go Leona Jhin and really hone in on the...
Oh god, not Jhin. Don't say that. If you manifested a Jhin right here, I'm going to be quite bothered.
If it's Leona or Bard, it will be Jhin.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, Duro, okay.
Okay, so now, the reason why I think Akali is good is, like, I don't actually think there's enough to stop Akali just kind of doing whatever she wants to do. There's also a Silas angle, just because it's Zeka.
And Tempered Fate can be a really good tool to be used on the enemy team at the same time.
Oh, Sivir, I like this a lot.
I'm actually wondering if that why, because Alistar has been heavily banned, right, throughout this game. If that why Gen G didn't want to go towards that, even if that's one of Duro's best picks, right? Could be consideration, knowing that.
It's really interesting, though, because Alistar is very good into Trundle specifically.
No, I know.
But Trundle will probably be ulting one of the other mega tanks that are in this game.
All right, well, what's the final locking going to be for Zeka? I feel like it could be an Akali.
I like Akali into Victor a lot.
Wouldn't mind it. The Yone angle, and he just locks it in. Zeka's Yone alongside Zeus' Rumble. If this doesn't give us a game 4, just give Gen G the trophy, man.
I would be surprised if we get a Kai'Sa here. I feel like they want a little bit more range, maybe. Not that she... Oh, okay, they're going to... Okay. So the only reason why it surprises me a little bit is because while Kai'Sa definitely has poke, especially if you go for the hybrid build, thanks to her W, she wants to threaten backlines.
Yeah.
And the rest of the comp doesn't really. They want to play front to back, and they want to play with range, and they want to play around their tanks as much as possible.
Yeah, and you'd really like to have someone that can pump out a lot of damage because you only are a 2-carry composition, right? That doesn't
Well, I do think Kai'Sa can do a lot of damage.
I agree, but she will put herself in harm's way of Rumble and Yone.
Well, I also think that Kai'Sa Bard is... I think this is a very miserable...
Yeah. What is it with Game 3s, Genji and HLE Esports, and this being the outcome? This is what happened in the LCK final as well. The last time, HLE did manage to take that game, but the series was nowhere near as tumultuous as what we have seen so far today.
And for HLE, you have Peanut on a champion with early impact, you have Zeus on his Rumble, Zeka on a melee champion that synergizes well with Rumble, and the Light Worker. If this doesn't do it, I don't know what will.
Yep.
I'm looking at my list and I was like, Caitlyn, Jin, Zeri.
There are
nope, Kai'Sa. All right, fair enough.
There are some things that he could have chosen instead, but this is Ruler. This is a guy that's pretty good.
Yeah, who am I to doubt
Ruler? Does Ruler play Zeri? I'm not...
Yeah, I've seen that.
Hey, gentlemen, he's locked in Kai'Sa. And ultimately, we'll see how he pilots the champion, because we're getting ready for Game 3, and we're hoping for Game 4.
Genji with match point as we load onto Summoner's Rift. You can see Peanut still in high spirits, having a little bit of a dance here. As here we are, this could be it for our first best of 5, well, second best of 5 of Worlds 2025. If you include IG versus T1 all those days ago. And remember, log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules. And I needed to make sure that, you know, I let you guys know that right now, because we may need to spend a lot of time talking about what's going to happen in this game, because it might be over quickly if HLE manage to get their fangs in.
Which feels wrong. Or you mean, oh, for HLE. No, that's good. I thought you meant the series as a whole.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I am a little disappointed to see double Scorch. Did we not learn the lesson from last game, everyone? Well, that's free stats.
No. They're like, surely it doesn't go long again.
Free?
You know, you call the bluff of the last game.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, I don't think we'll see a game for a while that has as much wave clear as that last one.
Wait, Anivia got buffed. Kobe keeps telling me.
Oh, she did, yeah.
I mean, we saw her this tournament.
I know.
Yeah.
All right, so as you can see, normally you'd expect double range champion, get that early prio, that would make a ton of sense. But Viper starting with the W, already looking to get control over that wave. In the mid lane, we very much expect Chovy to have lane prio. Victor is a very oppressive lane bully. Zeko going to be using the fleet.
With some shove towards his bottom side, but not necessarily anywhere else. The early laning of the Scion being very, very good. As you can see, 3 to 12 on the top side of the map. First couple of waves being well and truly in Keen's favor.
I do also like to always think, particularly with how close this series has been, and even though it's 2-0 for Genji right now, could have very well gone the other way. What you're also picking away from your opponent in Fearless, right? And when you look at that, I do actually think that both the Kai'Sa pickup as well as the Yone pickup, to me, carry crazy amounts of value. I think Viper has been the standout Kai'Sa in the LCK for a very long time. And then Chovy's Yone really doesn't need an explanation. Although we are seeing Zeka, as expected, as you highlighted, Vedi really struggling, which pre-6 is always going to be the case.
I mean, that's assuming we even get there. Chronicler, let's not jump ahead.
I'm optimistic.
We are obviously very excited for the possibility of more games in this series, but right now Genji have just been getting the better of HLE when it comes to the team fights. Those have been the deciding moments, as Peanut looking to leverage the bot lane push as he steals away a jungle camp from Canyon, and he's going to secure the bot crab as well.
I like the skin choice as well, when you get to put down a traffic cone, and Canyon has an ability that basically turns him into a car, and so does Keen. It's just kind of nice. Like
oh, Peanut, I love this, because he knows that, oh, Kenyon's going to try and double cross him, but there's a ward. Because Peanut knows...
immediately turns around.
Yeah, Peanut knows he wants to play, and he doesn't have bot side prio. He does a mid lane prio, though, and Chovy is...
Delight is moving
I think Canyon
up.
thought that he didn't
catch
see.
the wave.
Well, Delight is going to move in. Duro's on a ward as Viper is going to move up as well. A 2 versus 3 as Peanut makes his way over. Canyon does manage to get the crab. And HLE not quite able to punish as, never mind, traffic cone goes up again. Canyon's like, I'll reverse out of here. It'll be fine.
Well, I will say this was an ambitious play from Peanut. The idea being to deny as much away from Canyon as possible, but a lot of time was spent, which not really... Oh.
That
which
supercharge
didn't really result in any benefit gained. He will now move towards his Krugs, but yeah, his jungle camp clear timing is now going to be a little bit awkward. He'll have to reset and then path back towards his top side, where he'll look to secure that top grab, I imagine.
Yeah, right now HLE building themselves a little bit of an advantage as far as how these lanes are doing. Zeus managing to pull himself back in the lead. No, this guy is pretty good at playing the Rumble. We'll see how it develops as this game goes on. And Zeka is a great Yone player, but you're always just going to have a tough time at this stage.
I gotta say though, I think he actually already bounced back really well. I think Chovy was really trying heavily to push the wave to help his jungler, right? Because Canyon wanted to play for the crab.
And Zeka does have a lead, which is crazy.
Yeah,
looking at those health bars, I was like, well, obviously, he's been having a tough time.
Yeah, once the wave is catch, I think it will basically equalize. But what happened is I think Chovy used all his skills on the wave, trying to get pushed so that he could rotate to help Canyon. But then Zeka obviously won the trades because he wasn't getting poked down, because Chovy was trying to just keep his control. And that does mean, like, if you go into 6 with no deficit, that's just straight up winning, right? For Yone, he just wants to get through lane.
Also didn't have to teleport. He holds onto it, walks all the way back to lane.
Well, I think the other big thing for Yone as well is just early on, you often prioritize Zerka's Greaves just because it's just such a good item on the champion. But you'll notice Zeka picking up Vampiric Scepter because he knows how much damage Chovy's going to be throwing out. So when you combine that with the mitigation from the second wind, along with the lifesteal from both the Vampiric Scepter and also the healing he's going to get from his Fleet Footwork, it's going to make this laning phase a lot easier for him.
Chovy's back as a result is a little awkward though, because he wasn't able to actually pick up Lost Chapter, which gives him a lot more longevity in a lane where you're always going to be out-sustained, but because of the sustain and the fact that Silas is resourceless.
Oh, now, whoa, Peanut, you do not have mid-prio.
Does not. He's still on this dragon though, is Canyon moving his way over. Keen here towards the bottom side, laning against Viper, which is interesting. Knockup not going to connect onto Chovy there as Duro makes his way around. He's looking for a few meeps in the river. As Equalizer is making sure that tempo is controlled here by Zeus as he looks to push Ruler away. Still a good sidesteps here as once again Peanut tries his luck at the dragon. Some double teleports coming on forward here at the same time as Delight and Zeka make their way back onto the map. The benefit here of Zeka making sure that he held on to that summoner spell. Peanut could be in trouble though, as you can see, only level 5 for the Trundle. He'll have to flash if he wants to get out, and he does so. Canyon doesn't necessarily need to, and he decides to double back. Viper in a lot of trouble as the Arcane Storm doing so much work. Duro gets flashed on though as Viper looks for the angle. He doesn't get stunned up by the Cosmic Binding, and in the meantime, HLE also pushing them out on the other side as Duro going for some funny business, and Delight throws up the Genji emote as Genji still do manage to back away, but the Bard is lying on the floor of the jungle.
A very awkward interaction as, quite frankly, Peanut didn't have the authority to start that dragon off. He was forced to flash out very early on. He was collapsed on by Genji, but Genji have their AD carry top lane. Victor doesn't do any damage this early on into the game. And so in the extended fight, HLE is just going to win because they have more skirmishing power. So as we look at this, the collapse from Genji is good. You get the flash out from Peanut. But the moment that Zeka arrives, all of a sudden the landscape changes because the damage just kind of disappears. Zeka gets to force Dura out. Viper flashes away to safety. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Genji's just forced to retreat.
And there's a teleport invested to really solidify that this was going to go fully the way. If they get another kill as well, could have been a big deal there if Zeus is able to pick it up. But as we highlighted, he did use his ultimate on the top wave. But that is an early objective lead as well as a kill. Going over the Viper. And if you're just tuning in and you're like, why?
Yeah.
Why are we only on game 2?
Isn't this game 4? This doesn't make sense.
It's not, and it's because of that man, and he's already sitting on the gold lead.
Yeah, Canyon going for another drive, though. Let's see. The suppression does come on through as Canyon holds Peanut in place, but subjugation is very powerful. Chovy in so much trouble, but he keeps himself alive. Delight tries to get out, and Ruler with the ulti is going to take him down. It's a double for the Kaiser as Genji. I don't know how they're doing it, but they're winning the team fights.
A lot of ultis unavailable for HLE, but they still try to contest the objective. Zeka looking for the extended trade. His ulti's coming up very soon, but it's not up just yet.
Yeah, Zeka is able to at least push Keen away, but the grubs are being taken down by Canyon.
I love that while all of this is happening, Ken's like, yeah, I can take the grubs, it's fine. Yeah. I'm not bothered. Starts emoting in his face. Yeah. And he is Skarners, obviously. The light with only a hammer, not going to be able to chew through him. As this time around, as you highlight, Vedi, a lot of key cooldowns not available, and it's immediate segmenting off of Peanut, and Chovy somehow making it out because Zeka doesn't have his ultimate. That could have been the lockdown that would have allowed him to take down that Victor.
I mean, yeah, HLE should have just accepted, hey, we got that earlier dragon, we're happy with that, but they wanted more, they wanted to deny Genji as much as possible. And the key difference, Ruler was there in the fight this time around. Viper
may not be there on the map for very much longer, but does have barrier to keep himself alive. And so Chovy is going to be able to push him away, but not able to quite get the kill just yet. Gold now incredibly even, but as you point out, Chronicler, that's a very large Ruler. And maybe this is what we forgot to take into account, is the fact that it's just the Ruler factor. And maybe his Kai'Sa is just going to be enough to bridge them towards Chovy having 3 items
and he has his license.
Doing way too much damage.
He's allowed to play Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
You know, he's spent the appropriate amount of time in the LPL. That's what you need.
He just paid his LPL dues.
No, can't do that. As Ruler currently sitting on 2-0, and him being in a good position is a very big deal because, again, if either of your 2 carries fall behind in a composition like this, you are really going to struggle. The fact that Chovy is able to pick up 2 early assists is also a big deal, really accelerating this Victor.
So, the only concern I have for Genji, and I'll use some language that I learned from my friend and colleague Kadrol. What will Chovy do when a Rumble ult and Zeka's ult is dropped on his head?
Flash or die?
Yeah, I mean,
maybe just say, hey, Ruler, can you kill them all? Maybe that's what he's going to do.
Because the problem with these compositions... Zeka,
they're going to be slammed into the wall here momentarily. Does throw out the ulti, and Canyon doesn't stand in front of it to try and catch that one out. But still, now it's on cooldown, and HLE lose a big tool for the next fight.
Zeka actually had to flash to make sure that he didn't get caught.
True,
yeah,
okay.
So that was very close to hitting.
Chovy.
Oh, might be in trouble here. Does have his flash.
Zeka doesn't have all of his tools available, as we just saw, so not going to go for anything just yet.
But I do agree that for me, the Homo Life composition just has so much pick potential if anyone ever oversteps.
Well, here might be an example. Unless Zeka just dies, he takes the gravity field, gets stunned up, but then does just go back, and Chovy just lives. Yeah, he just walks.
Whoa, the Kai'Sa W as well. Chovy, I really thought he was going to get his Siphon power up once again, but maxing out his E, doesn't have the cooldown just yet. Wow, very close one there. At the very least, they get the base off for Zeka. There's a small gold lead for now, but that minion wave is going to disappear as Chovy drops the E. Fortunately for HLE, Viper will make his way over towards mid lane to catch this wave. Nothing really lost on the other end. So a very close game once again here 12 minutes in. Dragon is alive. And right now, looks like both junglers will be making their way towards it.
Yeah, looks like Canyon going to be getting there a little bit sooner, as of course he can traverse walls a little bit more effectively. Peanut should be able to get on in here though, but Genji with control of the river right now, and HLE with control of the wave. Understandable, they have a Sivir, as Canyon moving on up on the hunt is going to be popped to make sure that HLE are going to be able to stay alive. That is a decent cooldown, now unavailable. Ward inside the pit. As Chovy picks up first item and is going to move over to help out with this one.
That's just gone.
Yeah, Keen spotted on the top side of the map, but it's not going to change anything as down goes the dragon. That's going to even things out. Hextech Soul. Gentlemen, that is... we may not have a 65-minute of this time with a soul like that on the map.
I mean, I think it was wise of HLE to avoid fighting without hitting those item spikes. No Trinity Force on Peanut, no Blade of the Ruin King on Zeka, in contrast to the Heartsteel and the Blackfire Torch on the side of Chovy. So, wise choice, I think, from HLE. It's only the second dragon of the game. It's not the end of the world if they lose it. And so, yeah, easy objective picked up. But now, this Herald. Can Zeka get the gold that he needs in order to finish his item? Quickly looking, he needs about 500 gold in order to complete his item. So he's going to be looking to get that as quickly as he can. He's going to path up towards that top side of the map. But that Blade of the Ruin King is such an important spike for this champion.
Helps him to deal with the Scion better as well. Obviously, Hollow Radiance's bot is, he might be in trouble. There has no ult, and Peanut's there.
Speaking of the Scion, the knockup is not going to connect as Peanut throws down the ulti to start this one up, and without the ability to turn into a train, this Scion is just a matter of time before he does go down. That is kills evened out, as even the traffic cone there to make sure that Zeka stays alive.
He needs 100 gold. He needs 100 gold now. Which he should be able to get in time.
This wave is going to go down. I think that should probably secure it.
Oh, it absolutely should. I'm expecting a back to immediately cut. There it is. And so he's going to go back to base, pick up that Blade of the Ruin King. So everything working out nicely there for Zeka.
I'm still surprised about how much control Gen G have had in this early stage of the game, though. And they still have a little bit of a gold advantage, although nothing really to write home about.
I mean, we're surprised, but are we really surprised?
No. Well, I mean, sort of. I feel like I should be surprised, is I guess the better sentence.
I do think in Hanwha's case, though, they should be feeling a lot more confident. Vedi already highlighted the spikes that have just been hit. In Zeka's case, both helps him deal with the very beefy front line, but also just makes the entire kit of Yone just feel so much smoother. You get a lot more playmaking potential. Triforce done for Peanut. And we'll have to see as this Herald fight commences. I think Hanwha Live, for the momentum in the series as well, getting an early team fight victory, I think would mean a lot. Because if Gen G starts pulling ahead with this composition, Live's not going to be good.
Certainly not. Well, let's see whether they're going to try and contest for this one, as Peanut and Canyon both in the area. Delight and Viper moving on over as Ruler making his way in. He's spotted on Vision as he gets over here. Duro might be in a little bit of trouble as Zeka coming on in as well. Keen does get knocked up as Zeka discovers him from over the wall. As Zeus gets on through as well. Duro takes the magical journey, but he doesn't have that for the rest of his teammates. It's Canyon that manages to take down the objective as Tempered Fate locks up a couple. The quickness gets into the backline as Delight that finds his former teammate. Ruler stays alive for so long, but Zeus says no. Flashes on top of him as at least Chovy's able to take out one, but it's HLE demonstrating that this team fight, this composition team fight so well.
And Hanwha Live with great execution punished the hubris of Gen G. They say, you really think you can just take us in a 5v5? The early pressure towards one of the two carries, because look what happens to Ruler. And again, if either of them is taken out of the fight, Gen G's comp just doesn't have damage. Canyon also isn't able to actually connect. Look at the ult timing here, just a little bit off. They both get out, and then Delight finds Ruler.
The biggest thing for me is they won this fight without Zeus using ult. I was waiting the whole time for that red carpet to drop, and it did not come through because he didn't have it available. But they played the front to back. Chovy was constantly being zoned off by Zeka, and the moment that they locked down Ruler and removed him from the fight, I mean, the damage just disappeared for Gen G.
And that's the happiest I've seen Dandy so far today. So hopefully that is going to continue, because I think most of us are in agreement that we would like to have a game number 4. Maybe Arnold isn't. I know he's certainly been struggling as far as the stress is concerned, and you'd understand why with how these games have been going. As Ruler and Viper meet each other here in this mid lane, as they have many times in the past. Let's just see. 2,000 gold is the approaching lead here for HLE. This is the largest one that we've seen so far in this game.
And as Vedi pointed out to me, the Dragon about to spawn in 30 seconds. So I want to highlight Chovy's build, looking like he's going to go for that, the Cosmic, the one that makes you move fast.
I know, I've also blanked on it.
Sorry?
Cosmic Drive.
Yes. There you go.
They've got 2 drivers in the game. It does make some sense.
Well, yeah, I'm just making sure. Oh, Peanut behind them.
Yeah, looking for Duro here, as he does go for a very short magical journey, but the red carpet you were talking about, Vedi, is going to be laid out for him, and the Bard not going to be picking up any chimes anytime soon.
Should be an easy Dragon secure, as HLE finds another pick, brings the scoreline to 7-3, and the vibe in this game feels very different. It feels like HLE has just taken... No. HLE have just taken full control over this game 3. And after winning that fight, they're just running away with it. There's a lot of towers left for them to secure. I mean, a single tower hasn't actually dropped yet 18 minutes in. So maybe I'm speaking too soon.
Whoever gets that is going to get feats of strength as well. So this first Drake is, first turret is going to be a big deal. All right, Zeus knocking on the door of this bottom outer. Top outer was just pushed in by Zeka as well. And the 1-3-1, seems like it could be something pretty scary here for HLE to wield, because they have a Sivir. She clears out waves in mid very, very effectively.
One of the things that Genji can look to do is try and play around, now that Ruler has hit level 2 on the ultimate, is play towards sides, right? Find the ability...
Zeus moves out of the way of Canyon at least, but I don't know whether it's quite going to be enough to keep him alive. The Impale is going to be invested as he lasts a lot longer than we expected, but that is going to be still shutdown gold going over to Keen on this Scion.
Even there you saw it. Ruler was actually pathing over. He was like, oh, it's for me? Free kill? Can I get that one? But not actually working out. Zeus there know that he has to dodge the ultimate from Canyon, so he's just waiting and waiting. But then they just kind of slowly hit him to death.
I did love that Zeus was like up, down, up, down. He was trying desperately to dodge away from that ult.
As well.
And it was kind of Canyon just
Echo
watching
will be able
him.
to get it. Upgrade some shoes.
So
yeah, they were not impressed. They're just like, we have Hollow Radiance and like, we're grasp autoing you to death.
It's like that scene from Indiana Jones.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Oh, yeah. All the flourishing, the left and right.
Yeah, I know that one. That gave me nightmares as a kid. All right. It did.
Are we talking about the same scene?
Temple of Doom? No? It took a very long time to do it.
Okay.
Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the gun out, sword out thing?
That one, yeah.
Ah, yeah, that's a different one.
Yeah, I thought so.
Mine was a bit more morbid. I'm not going to lie. All right. You might know what I was talking about, though, and
Truly,
it is relevant to that.
Does feel like an LCK cast now. Thank you, Veddy. I'm glad you brought us this. This is good stuff. If Atlas doesn't go off topic at least once.
Doesn't feel right.
Doesn't feel right.
Viper going to be able to spell shield the Void Seeker, so not going to be too worried about that one. And so now we're waiting for an Otacon. And oh man, oh no.
He has
I'm not going to say what I'm not going to say what I was going to say. I'm just not going to.
Excellent.
I'm not manifesting things anymore.
That's good,
I'm not doing
good.
that. That's in my past. This is a new me.
I don't know what you're referring to.
He
but
wants
I
to
guess
write
that's
it
good.
down desperately, though.
Yep.
He really just wants it to be.
Nope, I'm not even going to mention it. It's obvious, but I'm not going to do it.
Yeah,
not going to do it.
I'm completely missing it, but I think that's good.
HLE are going to start off the Otacon,
there are 3
and let's see how it goes. I have no, yeah.
That is.
There's the TP.
Yeah,
Herald's there as well. Okay, I like this.
I think they got what they wanted.
Just back off. It's
Yeah.
good.
I'll take that one away.
ball wave is quite
Zeus
awkward, though.
has his teleport, so now he has the advantage.
Are they going to start it themselves, though? Doesn't look like it.
Rift Herald is going to be driven into this outer turret. Still going to be able to get that charge. Let's see if Canyon can get himself out of here.
Oh.
Zeka finds the knock-up onto Canyon. That's the smite to be taken down. The quickness invested. And Canyon should be going down, although he does spend some time driving. Delight now, 50% as the equalizer comes on in. Tempered Fate finds absolutely nothing as Chovy flashes to get himself out of the way, but Zeus has a flash as well and a flamethrower to boot. As now Ruler turns up, but he's turned up to a fight that he is not winning today. And Peanut with a full health bar comes on in. Viper finds the kill. This could just be an ace as Keen is still left standing, but the rest are on the floor.
What does Victor do when a Rumble ultimate is dropped on his head and there's a pillar in his face? He has nowhere to run to, nowhere to escape. Chovy is taken out. Ruler is dropped. And HLE find a convincing fight once again.
And it's again the hubris from Genji. I think what we see is Canyon starting off. He wants to try and dodge the pillar.
Well, so
he
by
wants
dropping
to get
it into the wall, it gets the extra charge.
Exactly. Instead, so he ends up going down. They do a great extended engage. You can see here, whittle down Canyon. That's one. The light follows up, forces Chovy to back off. And then even though Chovy only gets slow, takes a little bit of damage, watch this flash from Zeus. Zeka's ulting to make sure he gets on top. And Zeus says, with this Rumble, I am dragging us two-way game free as he's toasting the Genji backline. And then Ruler here knows he's dead. Probably could have just not gone for the whole play at all because this is so many summoners invested. And Hanwha Life with what I feel like, and this is a very cautious statement, the biggest lead we've seen so far in the series, maybe?
It's feeling like that, but this is also the biggest engage from Delight.
There we go!
As Viper goes unstoppable, taking down Ruler. Tempered Fate will be avoided, but works as pretty decent. Disengage. But the damage has been done. 20 seconds on this Drake, and that should be soul point for HLE.
I mean, HLE are no strangers to this composition, but you can see that they clearly know what they're doing. Oh, enemy AD carry. Okay, I'm going to press R. You press R. Great. We'll all just press our R buttons, and we will just run them down. There's nothing that Ruler can do, and it's, again, the risk that you run when you go for these dual carry compositions, especially against a Rumble. Once that ulti drops, your carry's just forced to retreat.
Yeah, or die.
Yeah.
Yeah, or that option. Yeah, that's the other one.
Zeus might be forced to do the same thing here as
just
quite
running.
able to catch up. He is just looking to run away, almost tries to dodge, but the Arcane Storm, it goes down, and Chovy is able to collect the kill onto the Rumble. So the answering Drake is going to come on through, but that is sole point for a Rumble. And I think you probably take that if you're HLE.
Good deal.
Not bad.
Gentleman Viper has found his way into a 5-0-4 scoreline once again.
He has a habit of doing this series, does he
does. He does, in fact, find a way. As you mentioned earlier, he just finds a way of being good, you know? He does do that. That's like his base level. Just good. Yeah, really good.
I want to highlight Peanut as well, right? There's been, particularly in the 2023 Gen G years, Peanut really struggling to perform internationally the way he does domestically, where he was obviously doing an incredible job in the LCK.
It was even when he went, as far as Busan, it was still too far.
Still a struggle.
And things didn't quite work
we thought
out.
it was his powers were tied to Seoul, but as we're finding out, thus far on the Trundle actually having a crazy impact in, again, what could be his final series if they do not complete the reverse sweep here.
Yeah, we have to say thanks to LGD for making him feel at home when he was here last time around. Maybe channeling that to get some comfort as HLE get the knock up onto Duro. Still able to go through the traffic cone.
Still barred.
Yeah, still magically journeying, but it's still going to be a red buff taken away. And HLE are just moving into the enemy territory and taking it over.
So there are some very deep wards on the side of Gen G, but I'm thinking, who would use them? If Keen. If Keen is TP flanking, then you're not really getting the front to back that you ideally want.
Tempered Fate did connect onto Zeka.
Oh, yeah, so he buffered his ult, so he was able to make it out as it hit him.
Aha, there we go. So gets over the wall, carries a Tempered Fate with him. But the Baron was started. Ulti for ulti is the trade, so you're not going to be too upset about that. As Gen G, as Peanut takes away some chickens. HLE kind of slowing down as far as the tempo of this game is concerned, though, and they do probably want to keep pushing, but I still think that they're probably fine as this game goes on.
Yeah, and I really don't think they need to, because obviously they don't have a traditional front line, but I think that eventually you get to a point, particularly when Viper finishes his fourth item, Zeka already does a great job, as does Zeus, in burning through front lines. They are playing for the timer on this Hextech Soul, because once that is taken, I think the game just becomes nigh unplayable for Gen G.
Well, I honestly think that the game plan for HLE is even simpler. So Zeka's about to hit level 16. Once he gets his Infinity Edge, which seems to be the direction that he's going in with his third item, you just put him in a lane, and then you just let him be.
Oh, and then he kills the Nexus,
and then the moment two people show up, you go to Baron. And then if they don't go, Zeka ends the game. And
I feel like they can work on that angle.
Yeah, HLE, I feel, have so many options with how they want to play it. And yeah, I think that if they want to keep it very simple, they don't need to rush, because I don't think their scaling is bad. Sivir, 3 items, late game, I don't think that damage is a problem by any means. And this front line, yeah, I don't think the Sion, as scary as Sion has been at this tournament, is tanky enough to weather the storm of a Trundle and these 3, well, killers on the side of HLE.
And if he's not there, there's another tank for Peanut to siphon all of the stats out of as well. So certainly a few theoretical checkmate options here on HLE's side.
I also think that Ruler is obviously forced to go for the AD build, but to me the AD build of Kai'Sa really feels like you need to get, which sounds obvious, but you need to get way more autos off. But into the composition of Humble Life, that's so much easier said than done, because there is so much AoE damage as well, right? There's the ricochets, there's anything that Zeus does. There could be a stray couple of autos or a Q3 from Zeka, and I love that Humble Life pulled the trigger here, trying to get themselves the Baron in this game number 3.
And Ruler actually took the Southern Hex Gate as well. They have no idea about this. The Baron is just gone. Yep. And Canyon just going to be blocked here by Delight. Ruler comes on over with a Boomerang Blade, and they say, thank you very much for this cute purple worm. There's a minute until the Hextech Soul, and they have Baron to get them the control.
HLE not wasting any time. They garner information of where Gen G is on the map, and they quickly convert it into an easy Baron secure. Arguably, this is looking like the most convincing game of the series so far. HLE do still need to close things out. Obviously, we have commentated on how we're not confident in Gen G's composition to be able to turn this game around, but Gen G have proven themselves before.
Yeah, the players, a different story, as we do have Ruler finishing off that IE. Now looking to move his way over. Knockup connects onto Peanut.
Look at the ricochets.
Trying to soften him up, as there is the equalizer right into the choke point. but not exactly getting all the value that they want. We have Redemption there as well. It's okay, HLE will be able to push out this wave, utilizing the Baron.
The flash
Zeka
is gone.
gets himself out.
The flash is gone from Chovy though, and that's really all they wanted. Now the backline threat is very real.
Yep, Zeka armed and ready. The Drake is going to spawn. HLE, let's see whether they fight for this one. No equalizer for it. It's going to be Zeka that needs to make that play if they want to make something happen. He looks for the flank angle as he gets the knock up onto Ruler, but he then just snaps back. Immediately, Zeus just holding them at bay, and man, that Harpoon did so much damage as Keen drives in, but it's Delight that takes down Duro to start the fight off. The bottom lane has been eviscerated, and Zeus, he goes into Zhonya's at exactly the right time, and Chovy overextends to try and kill him. They do take down the Rumble, but again, they're happy to pay that price to win this game.
Exceptional execution from HLE. Zeus almost able to get out of the fight, which would have made it a perfect ace, but they'll be happy with a 5-for-1 and a soul to boot.
And I was going to say, where has this HLE been this series? But they've been right here. These games have been so extraordinarily close until right now as they come alive. I think it was an outdrafting at the same time, but you have to say, as far as momentum is concerned, this is a huge deal to bring HLE back into this series and maybe queue up some silver scrapes. As I say that though, it's 2 inhibitors going down. We're singing the praises.
No, okay,
but
Atlas,
I think it might be.
I'm feeling good. They have Hextech
I was getting
Soul
nervous. You know, I was getting nervous.
And an 11k gold. I want you look at the ricochets and the harpoons. Duro and Ruler are just dying to poke. It's like one boomerang blade, a harpoon left and right, and then by the time the actual fight starts, once again, Genji need to take. They don't have a choice. They need to deny this possible Hextech Soul. Both their carries are either flashless or dead. And if only we could have seen this issue coming from Draft.
Yep. And you can see Dandy, not exactly a massive amount of celebration, right? I think knows that
Draft's
this one is pretty much done, but they have to beat them 3 times.
Well, in the series, it's not done. In this game,
yeah,
we're looking good.
Yeah. Okay.
One number is not like the others.
I don't. Whoa. Okay. I remember some numbers.
Is that?
That's a big gap.
That's over 9,000, gentlemen.
I would say that is the lead. You're exactly right, as we're now sieging on this last inhibitor turret on the top side of the map. Equalizer goes down. Canyon trapped on the wrong side of it, but it is just going to mean that this turret falls. The Impale is going to come through Tempered Fate to try and hold Peanut in position, but he's not the priority target. The Arcane Storm goes in, but it hasn't expanded just yet. And HLE, we'll see whether they can clear this last one out. They're not quite able to on this push. They have another wave coming in. The exhaust comes down. There's a great pillar once more. As Zeka gets on over towards Chovy, finds a knock-up and executes in the final from Zeka. Welcome to Zeka's Yone, as it's a double, a full house. Zeka's full of Vipers, and they'll bring us to Game 4 in this best of 5.
This is what we were hoping for. HLE bounce
Listen
back
to the crowd as
in
Peanut
Game
stands
3.
up.
We've had a banger series so far. HLE have given us the most dominant game of this series. Definitely question marks around the draft that Genji brought into Game 4. But HLE punished them aptly and deliver a swift finish.
And big wins for both Rakan as well as for Zeus. Desk, what are your thoughts on that one?
HLE, they fight back. They were on the brink of defeat, on the brink of the end of the road at Worlds, but I want to take parallels to the summer finals, even though HLE will hope that it doesn't end up the way it did at the end of that. But they wake up, and I think waking up is probably not the right word, Rob, because they've been incredibly close in all of these games, but this is really a shellacking.
I mean, that's the point. For so often when we see these teams face off against each other, it is incredibly close. It is incredibly difficult to figure out which way it's going to go. But as you said, in that road to MSI, it was HLE who went up 2-0 in the series, but it was Genji who were able to get the reverse sweep. The reverse sweep that people said broke Home Wildlife Esports, but now here at Worlds, they managed to find it in this Game 3 to push us one step closer to maybe a bit of revenge for Hanwha.
And what about Worlds as the place for something that is broken to become unbroken? Emily, I know you have emotional investment in the Peanut story as well. So what is your objective thoughts about if this is also repeatable?
I don't have objective thoughts. I think the big thing for me, though, that I do want to point out, this was our most dominant game, right? So HLE has been really chippy, hanging in there, right? We thought they'd be able to close it out last game, ended up dragging out Gen G 1. I think the big thing here is I've actually really liked their drafting across all 3 games. And in this particular game, they called it out on cast, but Delight was an absolute star on his signature Rakan, his most played champion. He's now 67 and 40 on it. Some of those games are coming from the bro
the not so good days.
when he wasn't on as good of a team. But I think you say it right here in this Rift Herald fight where he really pops off.
And this is the man who made his name with pop-off plays like this on the international stage, where he gets these engages that makes all the difference. The fact he doesn't get locked up and immediately turns it around, jumps onto Ruler, sets up for the follow-up from Hanwha, and it completely changes the outcome of this game. Ruler, who was set up to be a carry, falls. Hanwha get the needed gold injection that they wanted, and then start to be able to trudge the game forward in their direction.
And Delight is also helping his ADC, saying, you get to fight another day. I saw you play that Ziggs game. You deserve it. And Viper very handily stepped up and took a lot of the kills on that Sivir as well. And I think it's so interesting to follow that story of the bot lanes overall, right? Because you have Duro, who's really trying to make his mark on this World Championship as it being his first. You have Delight, who wants to do the same, although it's definitely not his first. And for Viper and for Ruler to have that going on battle, Emily, it's beautiful to see, right?
Yeah, these two AD carries know each other so well. Also, Delight wants his revenge, right? He against his former org who passed him over, you know. But I think in particular, Viper has been real. Like we pointed out how good Ruler has been earlier in the first 2 games. Viper, even in their losses, has been absolutely stellar. And there's a reason why we joke around in LCK that it's Viper Life Esports, right? Like, he is always consistently good, if not great, in so many of these games.
Yeah, and it was a little depressing in the first fight where he's hitting the Skarner in the Rift Herald and the Skarner's completely ignoring him. But as this went on, Viper really got to step up. And I wish you could hear the crowd here when Viper pops off. The guy who won Worlds with EDG, I was able to step up here in Shanghai as well. It's been absolutely spectacular. And now he's going to have that opportunity to try and go for it again against Gen G, but it is so difficult.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of Peanut love here as well. In general, it feels like, they really put their World's winners on a pedestal if they do that for China, and we are in China. Let's take a look at the Atakan fight as well, because there is really not much for Gen G to do. Delight, again, just pushing the objective forward, right? And just going forward, trying to get everyone charmed, and yeah, it's a wash.
Yeah, and it started much earlier than this, right? With Gen G kind of trying to do that Rift Herald play on the top side. It gets pillared, and then Delight just kind of takes over as the Vanguard, highlighting essentially targets for the rest of his team to pick off.
And in particular, it's the patience in that fight that stood out to me. It's when you get Delight going for the engage on Rakan, he doesn't use the grand entrance. He just takes the charm, knows it's enough to get the Skarner, and then uses it onto Chovy, which starts that follow-up play. Same with Peanut with the ultimate. He's so slow, he managed to get the Scion pick at the very end, which sets it up. And that's why you can see on your screens, like, that was the turnaround play in this.
It was, but listen, I still don't believe. I have to say, I saw this just a couple of weeks ago as well. It was that one off game from Gen G, that one game where then it was Silas for Zeka, right? He had a great game here. Viper and Delight had a stellar one. Have you seen enough from the first 2 games? Because I think that's the difference with that summer finals game, that we can see a continuation here and a possible reverse sweep angle.
I think the thing is, people will be looking at the same draft issues again, going, hey, there was in that game 4, there wasn't enough, game 3 for Gen G, there wasn't a huge amount of damage. That's why we got to that game 4. In this one, you took Scion and Skarner and just left Trundle across. There is still those draft questions, but for Hanwha, they have stepped up, they have fought, they have been grueling their way through every single fight, and that's why I think they can do it. This has not been an easy series for Gen G, and now game 4 and 5 potentially here for Hanwha.
They're powering up. We want to see it. They want to fight another day. They want to bring us possibly to silver scrapes, or will Gen G just slam the door in this next one? We'll be back after the break.
Oh! Deca finds the knock-up onto Canyon. That's the smite to be taken down. The quickness invested. And Canyon should be going down, although he does spend some time driving. Delight now, 50% as the equalizer comes on in. Tempered Fate finds absolutely nothing as Chovy flashes to get himself out of the way, but Zeus has a flash as well and a flamethrower to boot. As now Ruler turns up, but he's turned up to a fight that he is not winning today. And Peanut with a full health bar comes on in. Viper finds the kill. This could just be an ace as Keen is still left standing, but the rest are on the floor.
We have a new mode for you that we're calling ARAM Mayhem.
It's ARAM, but with augments. It combines all the fun, augment-fueled variations of Arena with 5v5 ARAM gameplay.
We want every champion to feel special and get to explore some combinations and fantasies that they don't normally get outside of Arena.
It'll be live with patch 2521, so look forward to some mayhem coming to the bridge soon.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners. Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel the pull of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side. The devil in disguise. with you in your darkest dreams. Don't cry for help, no one can hear your screams. He's on my side. The devil in disguise.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025. This is our first best of 5 of the knockout stage. Gen G retains match point, but HLE have managed to find a nexus in our third game. The fourth, it could be a timeline returning from the LCK final, but I think most of us hope that it's not.
And honestly, gentlemen, I couldn't have asked for better casting partners to cast a phenomenal series because it's been absolutely action-packed. You two have been absolutely on point, and I'm hoping, for our sake, we get a Game 5, but I know that Gen G wants to end things right here, right now, and it is a Caitlyn to start off the ban list.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy because we often do see teams choose red side when we get this deep into Fearless because counterpicks become that little bit more valuable. Gen G are electing to stay on the blue side, or at least choose the blue side this time. We'll see whether HLE can capitalize on it, as the Kiana is going to be taken away from Canyon. An interesting ban because he hasn't found a lot of success on it, but obviously he has been putting a lot of time into the champ.
This Galio, I think, is a still very important pick. HLE have put a big focus on taking it away from Chovy, and I feel like they have to keep doing that because the moment that it becomes open, I have this instinct that Gen G will want to grab it, so I imagine Galio will join the ban table next. Kiana already been removed from the side of HLE, and there it is. So they want to still remove that option. For any long-time Chovy fans of this, you'll know how terrifying he is on the pick.
And there is many reasons why we have so much storylines going into Gen G Home Alive. There's obviously the two teams and all the members on them really having, I think, so many different crossovers you can think of. You can go back to Griffin, you can go back to even the way I think Adura and Delight bursted onto the scene when they were brought into Gen G.
Not to mention Peanut and Delight leaving the team and going over to HLE and sort of forming the other version. And then there's with different colors.
The fact we have Peanut and Canyon, obviously, in some of my favorite quarterfinals of all time, that Damwa or Deep Loss versus Gen G way back.
I mean, this combo of junglers stole my hair.
They did.
That
did happen. Well, I wouldn't say stole. You did volunteer it.
Well, I mean, a 10k gold lead should not be surmountable.
That's B1.
Wow, okay. Ruler Yunara is the risk that HLE are going to take.
They banned Braum over Yunara.
I mean, you know this is coming, so they must have an answer.
They have to.
Oh, it's this. Is it the Smolder Yunara? Are we gonna get the Smolder Yunara answer in Game 4 with their backs on the wall?
I do think putting all stocks in the Viper basket is a good call.
Yeah,
based on how this series has played out.
I mean, they're gonna have to lock the dragon here if they want it. Oh, no, I mean, not necessarily, but theoretically, Chovy could pick it away.
Aurora is also open.
Yep.
It's a big deal. Maybe the Aurora trade is going to be the option here, as Zeus and Zeka both play this champion very, very well. Peanut?
Also junglers, like, the pool is getting pinched. Yeah, Nocturne.
Oh, the Aurora Nocturne. This one's going back a little ways.
Not quite the same wombo combo, but it'll get the job done. Especially if that Yunara doesn't have her flash available. Of course, she will have the dash with her ultimate activator, but still a very scary dive threat to come through from the side of HLE.
Already, I'm wondering whether you would be looking towards some of the best peel that's still available, right? We're talking Kench, just to keep the Yunara safe when the combo comes in of this Aurora.
I mean, Lulu possibly
of the Nocturne. Yeah, Lulu's another one. Then you always look at, like, what is Lulu good with? But a lot of the best skirmishing junglers in the meta have already been taken out, right? The Lulu Zinzao is one we always go back to. And this is a blind pick coming through here from Keen. And I do think, as you highlight, it's important to remind everyone that this Aurora is still flexible. So This is the only opportunity for Zeka to slam a Sylas, but blinding Sylas into Chovy feels really bad. So I would imagine that they go for something a little bit safer, which this could be.
Well, the Smolder, if they wanted it, they needed to lock it in here. And that is what we in the LCK have sort of deemed the theoretical answer to the Yunara towards the bottom side of the map. Allows you to kind of match the scaling and things like this.
They can also swap, play the...
Yeah, true.
The little dragon whose name Smolder.
Yeah, that's
They
Smolder.
can play Smolder into the
long day.
K'Sante, and then they can just have, I mean, I'm assuming this Aurora is mid for now, but they can play whatever Zeus wants to bring to the bot side of the map. Ornn is a completely fine pick that they can have act in the 2 versus 2 if that very much becomes their early game plan. As we move into the second phase of bans, naturally Gen.G will target that support pool as HLE want to mitigate mid lane options. Ahri going to be one of the champions taken off.
Interesting one.
Yeah, Ahri has not been super successful, but that is a sign that Zeka is playing this Aurora, I do think. There's also the Renekton, which does still provide a ton of value at this point, and it's something that Humble Life could go towards if they want to run that into the K'Sante, because we are rapidly, as highlighted, running out of picks. I was actually expecting a Sylas ban, even though there is clear signs this Aurora is going to go in. I think Zeka Sylas is, for a very good reason, very, very much feared. And Alistar alone, I think, makes that pick just so busted.
Exactly. I think it almost needs to be banned. As
That's my
Gen.G,
read, yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to take it away first up, but they do have another ban left. Let's see whether Chovy is going to get targeted again. Instead, it's the Canyon Lee Sin taken away. We were reminiscing about Canyon's Lee Sin only earlier on.
Well, Nidalee? Like, is that something that Canyon thinks about right now?
Can he play that one? I think so, maybe.
I mean, I don't think it's good, but you know what? When I see Canyon lock in a pick, I'm just like, all right, Canyon, I trust you.
What about Renekton, Nidalee, mid-jungle?
Oh, yeah, okay. No Renekton.
No Renekton's allowed, as they're going to ban it away themselves.
A part of me would think Zeus would be considering something like a Camille right now, if it weren't for the fact that I very much expect HLE to swap. I very much expect this Smolder to go top lane.
Yeah, you just pick support here, right? You keep hitting where everything is going.
Yep.
Still
Hold the flex.
Still a ton of flex potential available, but Leona synergizes as well with really anything that you have so far. Just having the ability to set up for dives of the Aurora, as well as provide Smolder with easy ways to either stack or call his mom for help. And Gen.G...
Probably Annie for Chovy. At least on paper, that's kind of what would make the most sense to me.
I don't love it, but I think you might be right, Vedi.
Could certainly be an option. Still a lot of things that he could decide to play.
He's hovering it. He's hovering it.
Oh, the crowd.
Ruler doesn't often hover this champion. This might be real.
He's hovering it.
The time is ticking. They locked in. Oh, we get Canyon Nidalee in theoretically the last game of the series, or he has to lose on his Nidalee for us to go to Silver Scrapes and have a potential reverse sweep. Okay, well.
I need to ask our stats. Does this man lose on Nidalee in best of fives?
Not often.
Not often. That's all right.
What is Chovy gonna pick?
He did famous. Wait, was he playing Nidalee in the game where I lost my hair?
Yes.
Yeah, he was. And we need a Hecarim.
It was Renekton Nidalee.
Yeah.
As the Hui comes out.
Chovy has loved this champion and a lot of range, a lot of holding them at bay, and a lot of buttons with different names.
Their engage is a little awkward, though. I mean, they do have a lot of poke available, Hui and
When in
Nidalee.
doubt, throw a cow at them.
And there's that one we were talking about earlier. So this very much suggests the potential. Oh, that's the other one I talked about!
Oh my goodness, are they going to do it?
Lock it in, lock it in, lock it in. Come on, Zeus.
Oh, we get Camille! Let's go!
Zeus. All right.
When I threw these pick ideas out, I wasn't being serious.
They hovered the on, and I bet Zeus was like, do you think I'm a coward?
Pick me Camille right now.
Oh my god. I guess, to be honest, when he sees Nidalee and Hui, like, Camille is just so much better. Like, what are you afraid of on that side? You've now got Camille, Nocturne, Aurora, such a prevalent dive threat.
So we got Zeka on his Aurora, which he's not allowed to have.
Yeah.
Viper and Ruler in a scaling matchup. Chovy on a Mage. We have Canyon on a signature Nidalee. We have K'Sante, and they both have engage supports.
The one thing that I'm a little bit worried about on Gen.G's side is Nidalee Hui. What is that supposed to do?
Well,
you.
Poke you. Yeah.
It's not the craziest
It's the ARAM version that we're getting here.
And I think in theory, there's a lot of the Genji comp that doesn't allow you to play disengage, right? Into anything but Camille. Camille, to me, is such a nightmare to play into. And both Keen as well as Duro are going to have to keep that backline safe. If you can absorb the initial brunt, at least up until Smolder's online, I think Genji have angles in the fights. But if you are fighting with your backs against the wall and you've this many buttons to push, if you're Hanwha, it's in your own hands.
I would agree, but I do think that there is an element of execution that wasn't there in the last game. They have to be on the same page. They have to get these R buttons working together. And man, we are staring down the barrel of silver scrapes and a potential reverse sweep for our first best of 5 of the knockout stage.
Is it weird that I really like HLE's comp?
No, it's not. It's a really good-looking comp. It's not weird at all.
Because also I'm just
You do love Nocturne, though, so I'm glad that you checked your bias.
That is
a little, yeah.
But the Smolder ulti on top of everything as well,
Yep.
I just feel like that they've got so much threat.
They do.
So much threat. And I don't feel like Genji have enough protection. I mean, I'm excited, if nothing else. As you guys mentioned, so much comfort on the lineups of both sides. And when I predicted the Nidalee and the Camille, I didn't really think it would come through. But the reason why I thought it was because when your backs are against the wall, when you have to feel like you have to perform, sometimes you have to default to comfort. And we're getting to see that here in Game 4.
We are. And Canyon has taken over games to the point where the compositions don't actually matter. Right?
Oh, absolutely.
On a champion like this. Like, Peanut could just find himself with no camps left on the map and unable to do anything.
As Canyon is playing his own skin, which is always a nice
I mean,
flex.
this is like by a million miles the best Nidalee skin, and she has great skins.
I really want to highlight as well, because we have cost our fair share of Nidalee Canyon games. In recent times, I swear there's been like 3 matches where he gets killed early and you're like, oh, that's... Oh?
Speaking of killed early, Chovy in a bit of trouble. Keen coming on over to try and keep him safe.
Okay.
As Chovy walks it off.
Q.
Okay, a little bit awkward there, potentially for the top laner.
Well, both top laners. Zeus has started with E.
Yeah, not ideal.
And we also have standard lanes as well. So it is going to be K'Sante into Camille to start this one off, as our scaling ADs just going to be doing battle.
And they're both scaling ADs as highlighted. I do think that the Yunara we have seen, Brutal in particular, look extremely impressive the moment level 6 gets available. Not unlike Zeri, where her all-in potential actually catches a lot of players off guard. Now, with Viper's performance thus far in the series, I don't think he's going to fall for that trap, but they will have to pay their due respect. And then we have, of course, both junglers looking to do very different things. Canyon just wants to get involved on the map. This is his trademark pick, won a World Championship, he has his skin, and even if you go back as recently as last year at MSI, this was one of the standout picks that Genji heavily relied upon, versus Peanut, who just wants to get to 6 as soon as possible and then is looking to take over the game. And I'm going to obviously defer to you, Vedi, as the de facto Nocturne expert.
Well, you've got to be careful about me being a Nocturne expert, because my expertise is very much centered around Nocturne mid lane, which Riot nerfed into the ground after
justifiably
a pro or two picked up my suggestion.
It was a problematic champion.
No, it was fair, balanced, and enjoyable for the whole family.
I think it was just a missile.
In any case.
It was a missile, and then everyone died.
I have many fun facts about Nocturne, so if either of you are interested, please don't hesitate to ask.
Are we talking
All right, what is the best Nocturne skin?
The
and
best
why
Nocturne
is it spooky
skin,
ghost?
that's the second best.
What is the
Eternum is the best Nocturne skin.
No, it's not.
It absolutely is. The sound effects are glorious.
I'm team spooky.
Yeah, spooky. It's just so the little ghosts on the Dustbringer.
That's true.
That are like, ooh, that's so good. All right, Zeus and Keen doing what we expect, which is just fighting one another over and over again. But this is the Keen Sante, and this is Zeus on a hard carry in the side lane as well, as Canyon searching for an opportunity here. Zeka taking a bit of damage already here in this lane.
So,
Keen Sante doing some work here as Zeus gets the physical shield,
but there
keep
is
himself alive.
Yeah, but Keen is building a really big advantage here towards the top side. Actually, he just uses Cookie, but still has a pot. Zeus needs to be careful. He does have a ward, so he should not get hit by this. And I think going for a dive is overly ambitious, so they're not going to decide to do that. But it does mean that there's a little tempo advantage here for the Gen G top laner.
If the ward wasn't there, it might have been an angle.
Might have been enough, yeah.
If they had have actually hit the spear, but gets a lot of heads up as far as where that was going. It's all right. Another little headbutt comes on through here from Duro. Knocks up Delight as we head back towards the mid lane. And we have a Zenith Blade going in. Achu is going to connect here as Viper. I mean, I don't even think he minds about what the trades do. He hit 2 people with an Achu.
Well, he's
feeling fantastic.
He's actually running PTA as well. So, like, in these short trades, he actually does a good amount of damage. Zace is still here.
Not really where he wants to be. As the Q is going to connect Keen. Can he get the solo? He cannot. As he tanks up the turret. My God, this top lane has been insane.
That's not bad for Zace, though, because he has TP, so he's able to, if he trades help, it actually might end up favorable for him.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's still here is the most... He's staying. He's like, I've got to get this wave. He wants to get a juicy base off.
Just one more wave. Come on.
Just
fine.
One more wave. Oh, the cannon.
Oh, Zeka picks it up.
Nice owning there from Chovy, though. Okay, Zeus.
All right, I'm frightened on Zeus' behalf.
Okay, but the Q3 has 1 off from Keen. He will get a tower plate, so a little bit of extra gold for him.
And Zeus does manage to get the cannon. That's kind of the main thing, as Keen takes another turret shot.
Oh, he got that all. Shield. Beautiful farming.
Oh, it's Chovy doing great in terms of health, but Zeka not really too bothered. Actually, when it comes to the CS department, doing a great job here on the Aurora. And obviously, the range advantage is always going to be there for Chovy. But for me, his struggles start post-6 when both Zeka have easy ways to get on top of him, and he's going to have to contend with the threat of a Nocturne at any given point in time.
Exactly, and Peanut, as we can see, level 5 now is just booking it, trying to get towards that level 6 as quickly as possible. And oftentimes, Canyon is able to abuse jungle matchups because he farms so much more quickly. Nocturne will be able to keep up for the most part, doesn't necessarily have the same kind of gank potential, but will definitely be able to eat through the jungle. As we're going to have a look here, 46-11 is a relatively good record, as 9-2 on the international stage.
He's only lost 2 games internationally on this champion. That's terrifying.
Yep. You can tell why he chose Nidalee as his champion in 2021. In 2020.
Oh, Ruler might be in trouble. There's 6.
Zeus waited. There's a Hextech ultimatum, and Ruler, when asked the ultimatum, he says, I got nothing. He flashes to try and get out of the way, but the flash from Viper, and first blood for Smolder.
And of all people that got the kill, it's Viper. And it's a setup from this Camille. Zeus happily sacking his own lane if it means he can set up. He did TP back here.
He's
but
immediately
he's fine.
in the bottom lane.
There's coverage. Peanut's there.
Spots out this ward, knows that it's there, is unable to clear it just yet. As Canyon shares in some of this plate gold.
Okay, he is really going to be falling. Yeah, okay. So the experience he will get, but he is falling very far behind when it comes to farm. Might also set up a dragon here for Genji. Still Peanut.
Zeus hasn't based yet.
No, and he doesn't have TP.
He's getting a lot of value out of that Doran shield.
I mean, but he really
so he teleported right to the bottom lane. Is that what he did? Like,
yeah, he was top. He was waiting in the brush, cancelled his base, ulted Ruler, made sure he was dead, and then he TP'd the bot lane, which he probably should have based first.
I just imagine being Peanut pressing tab and thinking, my Camille still has no items. Hello, Camille, can we spend some gold, please? I mean, Keen is doing a really good job of keeping him underneath the tower. So Keen got a plate in top lane. I don't know if he got both plates in bot, but he's sitting at a 635 gold lead right now.
Previous crash.
A 20 CS lead.
Zeus, you need to back.
No, he needs
the wave. Back. There's too much fun.
And they know, I think, as well, that Peanut's towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, do you think they know what's happening in the bottom lane, Genji? Like, look at that vision. Look at all of those wards.
Zeus is going to base. This is his moment.
We are so excited about Zeus going back home.
Guys?
This is one of the biggest moments. He hasn't even channeled it yet.
All right.
The next wave,
no,
Conquer Lightning Forward.
There's no way he's not basing.
No, he's playing the game where you need to build full items. Full Trinity Force coming in first up. I hope that's not the case, but Canyon moving on over here as they start up the grubs. HLE in position to fight as Zeus still hasn't based.
They can't contest this. Keen is going to be here.
No, but Ruler isn't.
He's walking down towards the bottom side. It's okay. Mom comes down. Fair bit of damage comes on through. Unable to snipe that grub out of the way. So it should be 3 going over to Genji as Peanut gets in there to try and steal his... There we go. Finally, he goes back. Doesn't finish a complete Trinity Force, but Sheen and Phage nailed it.
Okay, well, in theory, his trading should be significantly better than it has been.
I reckon that's backed up with a fair bit of fact there, Vedius.
But the awkward thing for HLE is they send their bot lane to top, which meant that they weren't really in a position to contest Dragon, especially given that Zeus hadn't base and TP'd straight to bot lane. But then Genji reset Keen after he shoves in bot side. Zeus can't TP or get involved in the fight, and given the Smolder is still scaling and their mid laner only has boots, it would have been a very risky fight for them to try and force, given their position. So first two objectives of the game going the way of Genji, and a lot of it off the back of Canyon just playing through his pressure lanes. And I think back to when Damwon won that World Championship, the meta was play for your jungler. Utilize your pressure in lane in order to allow your jungler to do whatever it is that he wants to do. And that was Canyon's meta. And that's what teams have to do when they play with his Nidalee. And that's what we're seeing on our screens right now.
It's working pretty well. But the Keen Sante, man, we've seen this work before. The Kasante Nidalee. And I think it could work in this game as well, because this guy is so formidable. Viper is here with a bit of damage, but Keen just walks out of the way.
But he's also been 1v2 for like half of this game.
Has he? It doesn't look like that.
Well, no, that's my point. And that's one of the things you did highlight, Vedi, that one of the worries that you do have with the Camille is what is happening to, as we can see, as Zeka is now answering to Hanwha, is that they are, even though Viper's in a great spot, they're kind of behind in tempo on these swaps. So Genji have just been continuously swapping to make sure that they keep the Camille in an awkward spot, whereas Keen obviously doesn't really care being in a 1v2, was actually trying the base there to maybe rotate again.
So the way you fix this if you're HLE, Nocturne presses are on Ruler. Right, and so Camille plus Nocturne plus ideally Delight is there as well, but you just set up a pick onto Zeus, and then this deficit doesn't matter, because the moment that Zeus just gets a single kill to get the ball rolling, gets that first item completed, he's back in action.
Well, everyone's here. Zeus does have the hook shot. Circle not going to quite be enough to do it. Zeus will be able to back away. Still hasn't died. It's kind of crazy that our only kill is onto Ruler earlier on in this game.
It's so awkward now for Zeus because this wave is slow pushing towards Ruler. He can't afford to approach yet. Now we see Peanut and Delight doing exactly what they need to. Path towards bot to provide him with a little bit of freedom. And Ruler now like, okay, we'll push that wave back out. Overall though, game very even state. While Keen does have a big advantage, Viper has an advantage of his own. 20 CS, well 15 CS the lead along with that kill. Viper is looking very scary on the Smolder with 86 stacks so far.
This is also a really easy game to read, and that one side very clear, at least up until Viper gets, you know, up to his stacks and has RFC. And even then I would argue that the comp as a whole is still dive. He just gets to do some poking. It's poke versus dive. On one end you have Hanwha Life, who have so many tools to go in, start fights, and need to take out the key carries. And at the other end you have Canyon, Chovy, and Ruler. They're just trying to poke or get as much damage off as possible. And Duro and Keen standing bodyguard. But the tools for Hanwha Life are really, and this keeps repeating, they're particularly the Camille Nocturne combo is so hard to actually do anything against. So I think for Genji it's actually really important that Canyon, Chovy, and Ruler all stay in good position so that if you lose one, the other two can cover your bases.
Well, Viper picks up that cannon quite nicely here as Chovy taking a little bit of damage. And here on the bottom side, Zeus shows himself to Ruler. Canyon and Duro in the area, and it looks like HLE want to deny some dragon stacking here. The ability to equalize things is theirs. Zeus could be in some trouble though as he tries to get himself out. Canyon misses the spear though, so it looks like Zeus will be allowed to live for the moment. The rest of HLE starting off this Drake, but it looks like Peanut and Delight not going to be able to continue anything. As we have, teleport available for Chovy going back to base. And we'll head back in.
Doesn't finish his item.
Yeah, Blackfire Torch not quite done just yet. And he's just going to be wandering back towards that lane.
Zeus is the bigger threat here though, because he's still farming at waves. He has to be close to his Trinity Force soon. He's going back to base now, did tick over to level 10. And with that TP, I imagine, you can see the Aurora collapsing as well. HLE are committing to this dragon.
Yeah, teleport actually to the top lane. Kind of insane here as Keen can teleport back down if he would like to. Teleport in from Chovy. They are going to contest this. There's the Pulverize onto Delight. He's got the Eclipse to keep himself healthy. As Canyon comes in, there is the Smite from the Nidalee. Works very, very well. Meanwhile, fight towards the top side of the map as well as the all-out comes on through. Zeus does have the hook shot, just gets himself out of there. Another Hextech Soul. And Genji one step closer to that soul point.
And Canyon is able to not only get the dragon with the execute on the pounce, but also note, Zeus tried to TP in, or rather, Zeus also, I think, tried to join the fight and got stopped in Keen, which is why he was in the river Maybe the Camille could have been enough.
No, so
no, it was Keen that was trying to
Zeus TP'd to top, and so then what Zeus did was he fully committed onto Keen to prevent him from being able to TP towards the bot side of the map.
Actually use
exactly, but that was the whole point. Basically, Zeus was trading his HP bar to prevent Keen from TPing in, because as you identified, if Keen had TP'd into that fight, it just would have been a disaster.
But they still got the Dragon.
Yes, they did, because Canyons Italy has a 9-2 record internationally.
Yeah, and also an execute, which is helpful. Peanut tried to make something happen there, of course, does have the Hex Plate now completed, so that ulti is going to be coming up relatively soon, but no assists on this Nocturne. And we talk about Ultimate Hunter quite a lot when it comes to Nocturne. You do really want to keep that cooldown as low as possible. Needs to start assisting in some of these kills.
My frustration with Peanut is I feel like he hasn't been pressing his ultimate enough.
Yeah.
I feel like that given the position Zeus was in, you want to just throw that out, if nothing else, to try and get flashes from your opposition, whether that be Chovy or Ruler, because around those Dragon fights, those flashes being unavailable is a very big deal.
And also, you're not going to be out power farming the Nidalee. Like, it's just not happening, as we are already seeing. So I want to echo what you said. I think we saw some hesitation there, whereas if they had trusted Zeus to cancel the Keen's teleport and actually committed, I think that fight was playable, right? They did get Canyon's flash, but just flash alone doesn't mean that much, and now Gen G get to do what they love, set up and poke.
Well, it's right now just engaging onto this Rift Herald as Delight makes his way over. They know what's going on. Mum comes down, doesn't do much of anything at all, but man, that Achu doing a lot of work. Zeus moving his way in, that's going to be the steal on the Herald. Between Worlds comes through as well, but Chovy takes first blood in the fight, but now it's HLE's turn as the Keen Sante says not today, HLE! Turns around and slams them into the ground.
And the trade goes in favor of Gen G. Hanwha do get the Herald though. Eye is picked up by Zeus, but that is costly, not just because of that initial trade, but top lane turret will fall.
Gen G demonstrate how difficult it is to pull off this composition from HLE. They threw every single member onto a single target, but in doing so clumped up for Ruler to dish out the damage himself. And with Keen being as strong as he is at this point in the game, it is a terrifying situation. We look back at the fight, the ulti used early from Viper as Delight uses the Hex Gates to get in from behind. Keep your eyes on the positioning of Ruler here. He has to move into the brush. Fog of War, he's not the target. Now they're all clumped up. Gets ulted by Zeka, but look at over the wall. Damage after damage. Chovy with the assist, throws out the ultimate, connects onto 3, and then Keen cleans up Zeus on the back end.
And even though Canyon dies, this is what we were talking about. As long as 2 of the other members are alive and well, they're going to be feeling good. And at this point in the game, Keen is also just a straight-up carry. He already had a lead. The one-item spike of that Iceborne Gauntlet is a big menace. And they got Herald, but it looks like they're going to have to pay with about a 3k gold deficit. Now their jungle is just getting invaded, and Canyon just getting blue buffs.
He's just stealing it all away. Keen grabs himself for blue as well. Did he flash over the wall?
No, dash.
Ah, dash
bounced.
over the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. Good, I need to keep track of
important distinction.
Yeah, dashes or flashes over walls. It's very important. As the eye was picked up by Zeus, of all people. Should be him taking down a turret. He does manage to do that, but
he's the Herald. He's not going to use it?
Well, we'll see. Paranoia is going to come on through here, as Zeka could be in some trouble. The Q3 connected, and down he goes. Peanut in trouble as well as the Redemption. Going to barely be enough to keep him in this fight. In the meantime, the Rift Herald is getting involved, but they take the inner turret. And that's an even trade.
That can't happen. You can't die as Aurora with Flash Up when your Nocturne's ulting. Like, you need to respect Aurora is one of the most slippery characters in the game. You can't just be caught by the Cassante there and end up dying, because if that doesn't happen and you just wave clear, Zeus is winning a trade for you on the opposite end of the map. I say, okay, he is out.
Yeah. I mean, that single fight, it feels like that has just broken HLE now. The advantage that Gen G has garnered off the back of that has given them so much control over the game. Remember that Viper had a healthy lead over Ruler, and that's just disappeared, as only just now does Viper finish his second item. Dragon spawning in 4 seconds, and HLE have no position on the map. Just look at the vision coming through from the side of Gen G. The entire enemy jungle is littered. HLE have a few wards here and there, but they are not in a position to contest.
That's the whole point. Where did the 2k gold lead come from?
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out as well.
Jovi's been farming like a madman.
Oh, right,
and Zeka just died bot lane.
So we are approaching 210 CS. It's not even 19 minutes.
Oh. So I was looking at Zeka being like, oh man, how did you fall so far behind? He's ahead of the clock. He's like, it's the same as the clock, basically.
A little behind, but it's not too bad.
It's not the worst.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is, actually.
Chovy's the quiet carry in this game for sure. He's not making huge, flashy plays, but he's doing exactly the one he needs to. He's farming very well.
How loud do you have to be a loud carry? Because I watched everyone explode in the river.
Keen is the loud man.
I was ready on this one.
I was pretty loud about that guy too.
The thing that has to change is HLE need to be finding picks on side, and the problem is, I don't know at what point you're strong enough to kill Keen. In theory, it's now. Zeus is level 13, Peanut is level 11. Between the two of them, they should be able to kill Keen. The question is, what do you lose on the cross map?
And my mind keeps going back to that second Drake fight, the one that Canyon stole. If they get that dragon, the complete dynamic of this game changes because Viper actually gets time to leisurely build to his 225 stacks. I think you might be able to get a second item on Zeka as well, maybe on Peanut, right? You have a lot more time, you have a lot more lead. They don't have a choice. In 3.5 minutes, they are going to have to all-in fight for this. I think Zeka should be able, or Viper should be able to hit his stacks. But the game position right now isn't great for Hanwha Life, and they basically don't get a do-over. I say that as maybe they catch Chovy.
Yeah, Chovy caught out of position with that solar flare. He has to flash as Peanut gets in there. The fear is beautiful. Spiraling Despair doing a whole bunch of work, and Canyon takes down Peanut. It's a 1 for 2 so far as Ruler now just trying to kite this one out. Zeus in so much trouble. So many orbs peppered into the back of his skull as Viper and Zeka now trying to escape, and the damage is just too much. Keen chasing after them. The spear just barely misses, but they're holding them in place. Another spear flies through, and Keen just dashes on top of the dragon. Zeka gets torn apart, and Gen.G are looking for a repeat of the LCK finals.
It's 20 minutes into the game, and Gen.G ace HLE. Not a single member is left standing as the Arakan is soon to fall. Gen.G have full control over Game 4 and are looking to make their return to the World semi-finals.
And for Hanwha Life, so many things enter the opportunity for Zeka to try and get back to that World Championship. Peanut, his final dance as we take a look. Yes, they get Chovy, but it actually takes a good amount of time. And even though they take him down, there are still so many characters. Again, it's a story of Ruler. He takes one Q2 to the face, and that's it. Kenyon's able to get out with his stopwatch and the flash, and there is more than enough damage available. That's before the Keen Sante arrives.
Chovy getting his ultimate off just before he fell was so huge, and the collapse from Gen.G was so quick that HLE, desperately trying to find any pick that they can, ends in their demise. An ace on the side of Gen.G. And you can tell the coaching staff feel like that this game is done and dusted.
Yeah, Helper is looking absolutely manic right now in the coach's booth. And Zeus, the stark opposite of that one, as HLE's hopes are swiftly getting torn away. Soul Point, 5.5k, the gold lead.
9 kills, 100% KP for Canyon. We talked about the Nidalee, but like the stats really do back the man. There is a reason why this man is so feared on this champion. And the comp, again, just doesn't matter. When he has this champ, it feels like whatever comp he's playing with bends to his will.
Atlas, I know what we can do to save this, and I think you do too.
No. Well, okay, sure. Peanut, Spiraling Despair coming on through here. Yeah, I'll shave it off. If they win,
I'm with you, brother. Let's go.
Together?
For scrapes?
Oh, I love this. And potentially our last cast together of all time.
Viper has hit his stacks.
All right.
There's a dream.
230. I'm getting worried, actually. These braids are really fun. Took me a long time. Okay. Delight and Viper clearing things out. Gonna have to check my biases now. Gen.G, come on.
30 seconds until the Soul. I have to imagine that that'll be the point that this game is decided, because if HLE can't find a fight there, there's no coming back from that. The Hextech Soul and the lead that Gen.G have is just terrifying.
Hextech Soul with Nidalee and Hui does not sound like a fun and interactive gameplay experience. Like, that's just the slow, the extra damage, the chains.
And the fact that you can be hit by everywhere on the map is the really problematic part. As Chovy has demonstrated before, that this champion, he is very, very good at it. Dragon has spawned. They immediately start that one up.
All right, Hanwha.
Oh, Zeus is in a potential flanking position. Canyon, they haven't done a lot of damage to this Drake just yet. Duro waiting on the side. There is Mom coming down, doing a fair bit of damage. As Viper does have those stacks, it is going to be the Hextech Soul though. As now, can they actually stay alive in this fight? As Canyon, down to about 50%, dash cannons forward. And Genji, they will just back away.
They had to commit. I think you have to commit there. Try to play for the fight. Try to turn it into something more, because now you're just playing into Hextech Soul Poke.
Duro's positioning was phenomenal. He stayed behind the Dragon Pit to prevent Zeus from gaining any angle onto the back line. Genji played around their front line beautifully, walked away with the Soul without losing a single member, and converted into 2 towers as well. This game feels done and dusted. HLE need a miracle to turn this game around.
Viper will be able to clear out this wave, and I mean...
Oh, cancel.
The smolder scaling isn't necessarily what it used to be, but it is still a big deal. 265 now. But it is just feeling like Genji have this game exactly where they want it. And like you say, that Hextech Soul cannot be overstated.
It's so much power. Especially with this comp, I think there's compositions where you always get value from the abilities, the attack speed, but there are so many easy ways to proc it on multiple members. As we take another look, and even if there isn't a great angle, I really think Hanwha just not finding the opportunity. Peanut goes for the 50-50, but again, it's not really a 50-50 when it's Nidalee. Zeka gets a little bit of damage down, but because of Duro marking that flank, no one finds anything. Zeus.
Bit of a 1v1, going to turn into a 2v1 here as Keen is in a lot of trouble.
Goes in.
Canyon moves on down, the all-out comes through, and he's all out of there by the looks of things. They are trying to chase him down, but this Cassante able to get himself out, and my goodness, those spears hurt.
The heal from Canyon enough to actually get Keen to safety. Otherwise, Zeus definitely would have won out on that 1v1. The Camille finally being a threat in the side lane, but unfortunately it feels like it's too late. Level 15 on the Camille. It pales in comparison to the advantage that Genji has right now. Viper, the late game win condition, working towards an Infinity Edge, it looks like third.
Look at the CS numbers in jungle and mid.
No.
What is that?
Don't do it, actually.
Oh, now there's an Infinity Edge on Ruler.
Ah.
Yep.
Yeah, the Yunara is quite frightening. We're going to go with that, at least for now.
So,
yes.
What does Hanwha Life actually need? Like, I think this is a tough solution, like a tough thing to crack. So
kill the enemy Nexus.
Okay, Max, I'm looking for extra suggestions here. So,
what do you mean? That'd win them the game.
We're looking at a misposition for either Ruler, Chovy, or Canyon.
I mean,
those.
I stand by the fact you need to do what we talked about early in the game. You have to 2v1 a lane, and you have to kill someone.
Delight has to stay alive. He does at least do that, but no flash now on the Leona.
Genji are deliberately over-grouping. Right now, you've got 4 people hovering around the Baron, and obviously if you tried to kill Keen now, they would just take the Baron, but...
Oh?
Well, let's see whether Zeus can just kill Keen. That might be a win
Well, we know he can
angle.
win these side lane fights now. The problem is, what do they really convert that into, especially with Genji forcing the Baron?
Well, there is a back coming on through, but Vision is available here. Keen is
cancel.
going to interrupt it. Very nicely done. Mom comes down. 4 versus 4 here around the Baron. As teleports up for both of our top laners. Keen could make his way in. As Viper singled out, and it is going to be Genji backing away from the Baron. Not biting off more than they can chew for now.
What about an Elder Flip?
Oh, I love that.
Peanut swoops in, finds the flip, keeps the series alive.
That would be extraordinary.
Good brainstorm. Betty, I'm seeing some skepticism.
Guys, Zeka is so weak. Like, I don't
Well,
think he
I
does
know,
any
I'm trying to
damage.
talk around it, Betty. He's behind almost a full item.
Yup.
And
Actually,
the Baron
he is.
possibly just dead.
I think it is.
As well. Actually, only down to about 50% more now. Oh my god! That damage is revolting. As Zeka caught out yet again, Keen is in amongst it. Redemption not going to quite be enough here as Zeus gets pulled out with the all-out from Keen, but he flashes to try and get away. The Guardian Angel is going to be there, but Delight just explodes with that spiraling despair. Ruler is on a rampage now as he takes down Zeus, and the Baron should be free for Genji now.
No remorse as Genji pick apart HLE once again. Keen delivers Zeus to the rest of his team, serves him on a silver platter as they secure themselves 2 kills and a Baron. HLE desperately try to approach the pit, but Genji give them no room to play.
There is so much poke, as we can see. There is Keen holding multiple people hostage and then also kidnapping Zeus. But you can see the health bars, they just can't stand up, particularly in this choke point. You don't have any place to move, but you need to contest the Baron. You're forced into a lose-lose situation. And again, that fight starts with Keen getting on top of Zeka, taking this Aurora out of the equation, and the rest of the members just can't quite find it. And I think you're starting to see it dawn as well on the faces of Hanwha as their run at Worlds feels like it is on the precipice of ending as
well, Canyon's celebrating by breaking his hourglass as once again, this scared Yuumi every single time. But he can just do that. He retains 100% kill participation, by the way.
Like the collapse just, as you're saying, Vedi, it takes too long.
Well, even with Peanut here, he doesn't look scared. Chovy has an army of siege minions as well. As Zeus wants to continue fighting here, but he just doesn't really have an inroad. They have to force a fight. They have to make something happen. But it's instead Duro that tries to go for it. The ulti out from Chovy is looking to try and kill him. Redemption comes down as he's dodging all of this poke. Redemption for the snipe, but he's able to walk his way out. But it doesn't really matter, does it, guys? Because there are two inhibitors now lying on the floor. Now we're going to go for it. Into the backline goes Peanut. He's headbutted back and just exploded. Viper doing a fair bit of work here, though. He's going to be the first one to be taken down. Ruler, can he be the hero? As this Viper gets down so low, almost in range. It's Chovy. Destroys Delight, and whenever they walk forward, oh my goodness, Zeka will finally find something here in this game. But there is a Keen Sante still standing, and I don't know whether Zeus is going to be enough to take him down, and he isn't.
If it was a 2-for-2 trade, maybe Hanwha Life could try and look to play off of that. They still have the small, their Elder is up. But with the trade going in favor of Gen.G, I don't know if that's a possibility.
Canyon and Chovy still do so much damage here as they're moving back towards this Elder Dragon. Information will be there, but you could see it. HLE thought that maybe they could race over here to try and contest, but that would definitely be game over if they just fell and Gen.G walked up and destroyed their base.
HLE, the base is in pieces, but Gen.G don't feel confident enough to actually start off the Elder Dragon. Instead, they're going to push out these waves once more. The pings from HLE are coming down. Concern around the Elder being started. Ruler now returns to the Rift, and that should be the go button for Gen.G to start off this objective.
Yeah, great fear there onto Zeka as he's almost just popped like a balloon. What the heck was that? Almost just one shot by Chovy alone. Look at the poke damage. Duro snipes him with the redemption, and the all-out comes through from the Keen Sante. He wants to go to the semi-finals, and he wants to go there right now. It's Zeus that's able to finally put him down, but the rest of Gen.G catch up, and it's Ruler with the double kill to send HLE home. Gen.G once again book a ticket to the semi-finals, and they're looking to continue their extraordinary run here at 2025 Worlds. And Chovy, he'll just take a little bit of a sip to celebrate.
It was an incredible series. HLE really pushed Gen.G to the very limit, but the comfort picks from Gen.G in Game 4 was enough to make a repeat of the LCK finals.
You can see there as well, so many hugs between these two teams. The bonds that tie them run deep within the LCK amongst different rosters, different teams, right?
So much over time, and there was going to be heartbreak no matter what in this series. The last dance from Peanut is finally over, but I think there are so many moments that he gave us in the LCK on the world stage throughout all of the years of his career. And you can see there, I mean,
still the appropriate response.
It absolutely is. And he will take a bow now alongside his teammates, and he still has a smile on his face because that is the Peanut we know and love.
A phenomenal player. He's had a phenomenal career, and he will be dearly missed.
He certainly will, but it is also our last dance, Chronicler. This was the last time that we're going to commentate together, and I'm so glad that this series was incredible as it was. I want to say thank you for your undying optimism, your extraordinary kindness, and being such a great friend. I'm going to miss you.
I'm going to miss you too. As the fans are not the only ones tearing up. It's an end of an era for Peanut, as the crowd gives him what he deserves. And it was an absolute pleasure to share this moment with all of you. You included, Vetty. Get in here!
Get in here.
As the crowd
This was an historic series between these two teams. I know the scoreline might say the same thing.
Doesn't do it justice.
As the LCK final, but this was some of the best League of Legends I've had the privilege of watching in my far longer than it has any right to be career. Oh, man. And we have to say goodbye to Viper. Vetty, you and I were there when we handed him the trophy in 2021. Oh, what an extraordinary experience. But Chronicler, thank you for everything once again. I don't want to get too wordy because this is Gen G's moment, that it is now time for us to throw it back to the analyst desk to break down this absolute joy of a series.
Thank you so much. You're going to be very missed, Atlas, and of course the duo as well. But for Gen G, they take another step forward. They do not let the mistakes of last year and the ghosts of years past bother them in this one, and they give us, it would be disrespectful to HLE to say that it went the same way it went in the summer finals, because I do feel we saw a different HLE, but the fact of the matter is, you're going up against the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G were just a complete class act today. It felt like every single time it looked like they might be out, especially in that incredibly long game 2. Their team fighting just came out on top. And watching this team fight is just such an honor,
oh my
honestly.
Gosh. Imagine if it happens to you. I'd be like, what?
Our my solo queue games do not look anywhere near that.
Mine do. Just kidding. The Oppo player of the series is Keen. And I gotta say, we went a little back and forth, right? Because Duro had some amazing games at the beginning. But the whole series really, Dagda. Keen was top-notch.
I mean, it was both Keen and Duro having phenomenal performances, but it was the game 3, the Keen Sante really securing it for him. Keen was impeccable throughout the whole series. When you look towards his Gwen, dictating how Zeus was able to come into these fights, answering for so much of what Hanwha wanted to try and achieve, and then the K'Sante in this final game was incredible. So many of these fights, it was decided by his performance, picking off these members of Hanwha Life.
Yeah, and watching Keen for so long, you know, watching him go through every single finish in the LCK to finally getting his first title last year, now seeing him again on the world stage, like, it's just such a treat. His Aatrox in game 1, 2 was amazing. His frontlining was amazing. And he's one of the reasons why this Gen G team is so strong in these fights.
Yeah, it doesn't just feel like he won Oppo Player of the Series. It feels like he has solidified himself as best top laner in the world with this series here today. He has been incredible. Bin is gone. He's now kicked Zeus to the curb. Like, it feels like it is a Keen world and we're just living in it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. The three-peat will not be happening for Zeus. I do gotta say, I know people hate it, but an Ornn would have maybe worked better.
I agree.
We were calling for the Ornn. We were like, come on, Ornn,
unfortunately.
Ornn.
But then again, it's not like it was Zeus' fault by himself, right? The whole team got outplayed in that last one because Gen G, they didn't want to repeat the mistake. So did FlyQuest give them a harder match then? No. That's so unfair.
Stir the pot.
You're unable to compare the two because HLE, they fought valiantly. We will be talking a little bit more about specifically Peanut as well later. But first, of course, we need to celebrate the winners on the day. I see that the stage interview is getting set up. And if my eyes don't deceive me, it's Ruler that we'll be talking to, who again, he's always there, man. He's always doing his job in a phenomenal way.
I think it's hard for a Ruler because you just expect the best of him.
Yeah.
Like, he sets a standard that is unattainable for like 99.99999% of other people. So when you see him being able to like pop off on things like the Ezreal and hit like every single Mystic shot, he just is above and beyond what many people are capable of. I think that's why, like, we look at people like Duro and Keen who are stepping up, but Ruler is always firing on all cylinders behind them, and it is, again, a team that every single person matters on this roster, and every one of them just works together like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, I think there were moments in every single one of the games where, you know, that Chovy hold with the Orianna ultimate to get it, Ruler being so incredibly consistent, he's standing by on stage in the Verizon post-game interview.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人刘航。 首先要恭喜经济获得了这场比赛的胜利，也同时拿到了通往本次全球总决赛4强的门票。来到赛后采访环节的嘉宾是经济的下路选手 Ruler， 欢迎 Ruler 来先跟所有的召唤师们打一个招呼吧。
Thank you very much, Ruler. Could you say hi to the fans out there? Hello everyone, I'm Genji's AD carry Ruler.
非常多支持 Ruler 的热情的观众。今天这个比赛的场馆对于 Ruler 来说应该并不陌生，在23年的春天，就是在这里拿到了 LPL 的冠军。时隔2年，再一次回到了这里，再一次赢下了比赛的胜利，这对你来说是一种怎样的感受？
First off, congratulations on the victory. Here is a place where you are actually very familiar with. 2 years ago, you won the LPL Spring Finals here. It's been 2 years since you last performed on this stage. How do you feel?
경기장을 모르고 있었는데 와 보니까 23년도 스프링 때 우승을 했었던 경기장이더라고요. 그래서 느낌 자체가 너무 좋았었고 다시 이곳에서 승리를 하게 돼서 정말 굉장히 기쁘고 이 많은 팬분들 앞에서 4강을 가는 모습을 보여드려서 너무 좋습니다.
I actually didn't know which stadium I'm going to be performing at, and I realized I was going to play at the stage where I won the 2023 Spring Finals. So I had a really great feeling coming into the venue today. And then I'm really grateful that I was able to get a win today one more time and showcase that I'm advancing to the semifinals in front of this huge crowd.
也是你们的老对手了，在今年交手过非常多次了。在下半区，包括也会有 KT 和 CFO 这2支战队。所以 Ruler， 当你知道这个抽签结果的时候，你当时第一时间的感受是什么？
오늘 상대 팀도 젠지의 라이벌 팀이 있겠죠. 그래서 젠지는 뭐 HLE뿐만 아니라 뭐 KT도 같은 풀에 있었습니다. 그때 8강 추천 결과 봤을 때 어떤 기분이었는지 궁금합니다.
Well, Genji had big rivals on the bracket. You know, your next opponent was Life, and then the same bracket had KT Rolster. How did you feel after the draw show?
17년도에 냄새가 난다. 저 혼자 이런 생각을 하면서 올해 우승할 것 같다라는 생각이 좀 들었습니다.
I actually had a really good first impression because this bracket reminded me of 2017 Worlds. So I am feeling that 2017 might repeat. I have a great feeling that I might be able to win it again.
就聊聊游戏内的问题。今天确实在游戏内也有非常多 Ruler 选手自信的表现。我相信很多观众印象非常深刻的应该都是第2局啊。第2局鏖战了将近60分鐘的时间。我想知道的是，第2局打到大后期，你们在如此紧张刺激的环境之下，是怎么样稳住自己的心态和操作的？
사실 오늘 인상 깊었던 장면이 진짜 많았습니다.
There were a lot of impressive moments in the series today, but especially in Game 2, we had almost an hour-long game. And as we headed to the later phase of the game, Ruler, what kind of advice did you give to the players to keep the mentality strong?
좀 게임 자체가 좀 유리하다가 좀 많이 불리해진 게임이어서 아직은 뭐 할만하다라고 다 같이 느꼈었고 제가 굳이 뭐라고 말 안 해도 잘 알아서 멘탈을 잘 챙기는 친구들이라서 그리고 제가 폭풍의 결집이라는 룬을 들었는데 그 룬 보여주면서 안 진다 이런 느낌으로 했습니다.
Actually,
Game 2, we were having the control of the game, that we kind of dropped the ball and we were falling behind. But we all thought that we still got a shot, so they don't even need my advice to keep their mentality. They are already really good. And then I was just pinging, showing my Gathering Storm, my rune, to kind of reassure them that we got this.
在下路的搭档辅助选手 Duro 也有非常出色的表现哈。如果让这个你评价一下今天 Duro 选手的表现的话，你会对他今天的发挥有怎样的评价？
오늘 듀로 선수도 굉장히 좀 좋은 경기력을
Duro also had a phenomenal performance today. How would you like to rate his play?
그냥 뭔가 설명하기 되게 그냥 애매한데 그냥 진짜 너무 잘했다 생각합니다.
It's really difficult to put in words, but yeah, he did a great job today.
那今天的最后的一个问题，Ruler 选手从2016年第一次的全球总决赛你参加开始，到今年已经是 Ruler 选手的第8次全球总决赛之旅了。你希望在这一次的全球总决赛，让所有的召唤师们看到一个怎样的 Ruler 呢？
2016 was your first Worlds appearance, and this year you're having your 8th Worlds. This year, what kind of performance would you like to showcase to the fans?
뭔가 모든 걸 다 즐기면서 했었던 기억이 나거든요. 근데 점점 프로 연차가 좀 쌓이면서 되게 그냥 촬영 하나도 뭔가 귀찮을 때도 있고 뭔가 그러더라고요. 근데 올해는 뭔가 그냥 그런 촬영도 되게 즐겁고 뭔가 지금 뭐 밥을 먹는 것도 즐겁고 뭔가 그러더라고요. 그래서 옛날에 신인 시절이 생각이 나서 뭔가 제가 즐기는 모습을 뭔가 팬분들이 좀 잘 지켜보시면서 뭔가 같이 즐겨주셨으면 좋겠어요.
Well, back in 2016 and 17, I enjoyed every single moment at Worlds, you know, but as I kind of stacked up my experience, sometimes doing a little shooting and filming kind of bothered me, but this year was different. I enjoy every moment of it. I just have so much fun while having food together with my teammates, so it kind of brings back the old memory of my rookie days. I hope the fans can also enjoy me having fun here at Worlds and enjoy this Worlds journey together.
Ruler 身上的专注 ，Ruler 的强劲未曾改变。谢谢 Ruler 的坚持，我们也把掌声送给他，好吗？希望 Ruler 包括金喜在后面的比赛能够继续加油。那以上就是赛后采访环节的所有内容了，感谢各位。
Well, Ruler invoking the 2017 memories. I love it.
Got a reaction.
It makes sense, right? With the state of his team and the way he's been playing and just how Genji seems to be complete, maybe as complete as that Samsung team then.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if T1 can make the run on the opposite side, so we get them both in the finals. But yeah, I mean, he's had a fantastic performance. It feels like Genji again, like they came in as favorites. They are starting to live up to that expectation as well, now taking down HLE. We're still waiting to see what happens with KT and CFO, but maybe if KT can do it again, but it's looking like Genji are in a very, very good spot.
I'll just pretend you didn't say that, but I think the biggest thing as we go through, if anyone wants to watch, some of the best coach reactions always come out of Helper.
Yeah.
He's always so excited for his team. I think you hit it on it earlier, Rob, where you talked about how when Genji are really firing on all cylinders, it actually makes it hard to pull out and like shout out one player because everyone does their job so well, as we were talking about from Ruler with Keen and Delight both really stepping up in so many of these team fights. And in a team fight meta where you are kind of on a clock, you show up, you're going to be 5v fighting, this Genji team looks so formidable.
Yeah, it's the fact that they can go 3 or 4K down, and I still look at them at an objective fight and go, they'll find a way.
Yeah.
There is this like magic and mysticism to them where they just fully understand what they're supposed to do, like Keen buying space, Ruler so incredible, and Chovy, how does Chovy not die? I watch so many of these fights and I'm like, anyone else is dead 3 seconds ago. This man gets his ultimate off and just wins a team fight somehow.
That spiraling despair that he got off, right, and it took them so long to kill him and all that damage came through. That was absolutely insane. Here we see Duro with the snipe. Redemption snipes are always fun to watch. But yeah, this is just, they're such a fun team to watch. Anyone can step up at any given time and be the best. And yeah, other teams should be very fearful of having to face Genji in this bracket.
They should. I just want to name that in 6 minutes-ish, we're going to have an interview with Peanut where we can have an overview of his, well, career and a goodbye also to our communities, which I would definitely stick around for if I was you guys at home. I think we're already tearing up because let's talk about that a little as well because we saw him on stage, right? And I think it's probably something where it feels inevitable when Genji is playing the way they do, right? And after those first 2 games where they already played so incredibly well and they got everything they almost could and threw it at Genji and it wasn't enough, right? I feel like he felt it coming, let's say, that this might not have been the day because it would have needed a supernatural effort, and I have nothing but respect for the way he approached this last best of 5 and everything they left on the Rift. They really did play to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, my big thing is, especially with junglers, I feel like it's so hard to stay at the top because every time there's a meta shift, jungle gets hit really hard. And with Peanut, we saw the evolution of his debut where he was just this mechanical whiz kid on Najin EM Fire.
You're gonna say the word.
Please come in and like substitute in for us. You are our hot shot, like upstart. to the player he is now, where all of his teammates laud his game knowledge, right? They talk about how smart he is, especially in setting up their early games. It's been a wonder to watch him evolve as a player and never get like kicked out by a meta, right? Like he's stuck around. He's evolved, he's matured. It's just been an absolute pleasure watching him play over these years.
Evolution is never a linear process, right? Like there have been so many ups and downs across this man's career. The fact he can hit, you know, the world finals and unfortunately not quite make it there. And then you see him kind of fall down. He moves across to LGD. We see him at Worlds. He fails to make it out of the round robin. Doesn't make it to playoffs. And then manages to get his way back with teams like Gen G. Now sitting here with Hanwha Life. At one point in this year, Hanwha was the best team in the world. They took down Gen G. They went to first stand. They show what they are capable of. But unfortunately, it's a consistency you have to keep up the entire year. And we've seen teams and players not be able to live up to that. And although Peanut has had a fantastic career, it is heartbreaking to see that he just couldn't get that one last accolade, the one that evaded him for over a decade of playing.
Yeah, and I think, like, I remember I had the pleasure of being able to interview his mom at, I believe, 2018 Worlds. And talking to her, she was talking about how he was always, like, such a good student, right? Like, they taught him, like, you're going to be the best at whatever. And I remember when she saw him lose, I believe it was on SKT, she was like, it felt like I could then say, like, you know what, no, you tried. Like, I'm so, so proud of you. And it was an amazing moment. Like you said, it's been because of those ups and downs that have made him such a stellar player and fun to watch. And Ji-sun touched upon it in the beginning of the day, right? Where she was like, Peanut is kind of saying where he just wants to come here and have fun as part of his last Worlds. Not that he didn't want to win, of course, because obviously he wants to take it all, but also just be able to take in the event, be able to experience it and kind of live through it, enjoy it while he can.
And that's the thing, like, it's one thing to be a fantastic player. It's another thing to be a fantastic person.
Yeah.
And when you see Peanut, it's the fact that his teammates speak so highly of him behind the scenes and what that means to him. When you see him for the very last time in the LCK, standing there with his teammates supporting him, looking around, trying to take it all in. And even on this stage, he sat there and smiled.
Yeah.
He knew that it was the end, but it didn't matter. It was the journey, and it was what this meant to him as a person. Not as a player, not as anything else, just as a person, Peanut. There's so much respect and love for him.
Every time you saw him in the hallway, he'd give you a smile and a hello, and really lightening up every room that he stepped into, right? And of course, he's going into military service, so maybe we'll see him again, maybe on a broadcast here or there. There's a spot maybe if you want to come analyze in the LEC. If you want to do that, you could host like in the LEC. That'd be sick. That's not going to happen now as we are getting that interview set up. Then maybe because I think a lot of focus does go over to Peanut, but if we go across the line also, I feel for Viper also, right? Looking at this series particularly, and the fact that he's also one of those players that has been kind of chasing that big success that he did get in 2021 continuously, and we can never blame his performances.
No, and then, like, even when he was on EDG in 2021, he was such a focal point for that roster. It was plays like the Aphelios and the Jinxes where he was able to come alive in those team fights and completely take over. And it's just unfortunate at times where he just hasn't been able to find it at this tournament, where he still has, like, you look at that 11-kill Kai'Sa performance where unfortunately it was a loss. You look at so many times in this game or this series, it looked like maybe he would have been able to take over.
That Ziggs.
And it's just, yeah, the Ziggs, like, there was so often where maybe, just maybe, but again, like, maybe doesn't make champions.
No. That's the World Championship, of course, and that means we say goodbye to HLE. Can we pull up the bracket maybe? Let's see where we stand, because we had our very first quarterfinal. But we have 3 to go, and if you didn't get the info yet, we'll have 2 semifinals right after that, which is pretty insane if we get that bracket up, because that means that Gen G do knock out HLE. And tomorrow, we can maybe preface this a little bit as we wait for this Peanut interview to start talking about KT versus CFO.
How you feeling, Emily?
How you doing?
You know. KT.
Listen, it's not going to fly forever. I need to have some analysis. You can't only...
I mean, this is a team that when they punch up, they punch up hard, right? Like, that was the Gen G series. Like, when Cuz suddenly has, like, an absolute beast of a game, right? And when the entire team steps up, they're amazing. It's just that they inevitably fall back down, and you kind of saw that in the LCK playoff bracket, right? Where they did manage to beat Gen G in the upper bracket, which is what ended up earning them that 3rd seed instead of the 4th that we were all kind of expecting. And then they ended up getting 0-3 in both of their games against HLE and Genji, or series rather. And that was a tough watch for me personally. But yeah, that is this team. They are their namesake.
I'm a CFO Andy.
Yeah, I'm on the same boat. Like, I love seeing what Junja and Doggo have done when coming back to this team, right? Because, like, you have Junja, who was on EDG in 2021 and was like, no, actually, we're going to go with JJ. And then he comes back, he kind of bounces around a little bit. Same you look at Doggo. Doggo got picked up and moved to BLG because of the performance he had at these international competitions coming through from the LMS. Neither of them could find that success in the LPL. And instead of going, oh, well, you know, that's it, we're done, they come to CFO. They put on a clinic when it comes to hitting every single international event throughout the year. And Doggo's having the tournament of his life. He has looked incredible. The Draven is insane. This man is popping off and everything. Yeah. I am so excited to see what CFO can do and just how far they can take this run now that it's the first time in 10 years that they have made it to that playoff stage.
It's really crazy. Did you see those cherry-picked stats that there was like a Reddit thread? And the thing is, Doggo's really good, but the stats there were like... but he deserves it. He will live to play another day. That will be tomorrow. But as said already, that does mean that we have to say goodbye to some of the biggest names in our 15-year history of Worlds. It is Peanut going over to military service. And of course, we had to talk to him in the Verizon post-game interview, special edition with Peanut.
Peanut, thank you so much for joining me today. You have played at the highest level for a decade. You know situations like this, and yet you walked into today's elimination series knowing that it could be the last one. Can you talk me through your mindset and mental preparation in today's series?
네, 피넛 선수 정말 10년이라는 시간 동안 최정상에서 계속 활동해 오셨습니다. 그리고 이런 경기를 많이 치러 보셨겠지만 오늘 한 번 더 이제 지면 집으로 돌아가야 된다. 그리고 정말 마지막에 될 수 있다라는 사실을 안 채로 준비하시면서 멘탈적으로 또 마음가짐 어떤 식으로 준비하셨나요?
되게 오히려 부담감은 좀 없었고요. 그래도 단순히 어떤 생각이었냐면 그냥 오늘이 매일매일 경기 월드아사 할 때 오늘이 그냥 마지막이 아니었으면 좋겠다. 그냥 이런 생각만 가지고 대회했었고 뭐 부담감이나 그런 거는 전혀 있지 않고 경기를 할 수 있다는 거에 그냥 되게 고마웠던 것 같아요. 네.
Honestly, I didn't really feel much pressure, and I had the same kind of mindset heading into the game as usual from the past Worlds and this year's Worlds, which was, I just wish this is not the last one for me. And I also thought that I was not feeling under a lot of pressure, and I was really grateful that I was able to perform.
And you have been playing for a decade. You have 7 domestic titles. 5 of them are with a different team. You're the second most decorated player in the LCK with 2 international titles as well. Anything looking back that you see as a specific memorable moment in your career?
네, 피넛 선수는 7번의 LCK 우승과 그중에 5번은 또 다른 팀과 함께 했었고요. 또 2번의 국제대회 우승 타이틀이 있으시고 정말 LCK에서 두 번째로 타이틀이 가장 많은 선수인데 가장 기억에 남는 가장 최고의 순간 떠오르는 게 있다면?
너무 많고 너무 매순간 뭐 우승 아니면 뭐 타이틀 거머쥐었을 때 다 좋았는데 오늘은 그냥 딱 마지막 끝나고 퇴장할 때 관객 팬분들이 다 제 이름 불러줬을 때가 지금은 제일 기억에 많이 남는 것 같아요.
There are so many, every moment that I was able to lift up the trophy. But for now, I would like to say, when I was exiting the stage today, everyone was chanting my name.
And of course, they would be chanting your name. You're one of the most memorable junglers in the league history. You're such a unique person and player in league history itself. How do you want people to remember you?
네, 앞으로도 많은 분들이 피넛 선수의 이름을 계속 외칠 것 같은데요. 롤 역사에 있어서 정말 크게 이름을 남긴 정말 유일무이한 대체 불가능한 또 정글러로서 활동하셨습니다. 사람들이 피넛 선수를 어떻게 좀 기억할 것 같은지 어떻게 기억해주면 좋겠는지 궁금하네요.
굉장히 잘했던 정글러 중에 한 명이라고 기억됐으면 좋겠고요. 그리고 꾸준히 그래도 좋은 퍼포먼스 보여줬다라고 기억됐으면 좋겠습니다.
I hope they think of me as one of the good junglers and also someone who had a very consistent and great performance throughout the career.
If you were to look back at the young player you were 10 years ago when you joined Najin, what kind of message would you send to that young player who was about to step into the biggest journey of his life?
네, 그러면 이제 나진에 갓 입단한 정말 어린 피넛 선수에게 하나의 메시지를 남겨줄 수 있다면 무슨 말씀하시고 싶으신지 정말 앞으로 수많은 큰 무대를 밟게 될 여정을 좀 앞에 두고 있었을 텐데요.
정말 고생 많이 할 각오를 하고 각오한다고 이게 또 되는 건 아니겠지만 그냥 계속 열심히 하고 전진해 나갔으면 좋겠다라고 말하고 싶어요.
You know, there's a long journey ahead of you, so please be ready. I don't know, being ready can solve every problems, but you know, there's a long way ahead of you, and yeah, keep working hard, keep pushing forward, and you'll be able to reach wherever you want.
Peanut, I want to give you the closing thoughts on this interview for all the fans who cried with you, celebrated with you, cheered for you for all this decade. This is for you.
너무 감사드리고요. 응원해주시고 이렇게 같이 슬퍼도 해주신 지금까지 팬분들한테 너무 감사드리고 저는 이제 끝나지만 어쨌든 계속 많은 선수들이 계속 대회를 이어나갈 거고 대회가 있을 테니까 대회를 재밌게 봐주셨으면 좋겠고요. 다시 한번 진심으로 감사드린다고 마지막으로 전하고 싶네요.
Thank you so much. I am very grateful for your support and for you crying for me. But you know, my story ends here. But there's still more players competing and performing in the tournament. So please keep watching the upcoming matches and tournaments. And one more time, very, very thankful and grateful for all of your love and support.
A lot of inspirational words. Thank you so much on behalf of the whole league community. 그동안 모든 것에 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you two so much for that wonderful goodbye to such an important player. I almost want to say that in these moments, you can have a lot of players that are overcome completely with sadness, but I feel like he is at peace. I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but the way he's speaking about his experiences and speaking to his experiences, because he knows he's given us an incredible journey, right? So many people have fallen in love with his playstyle, with him as a person. And I think a lot of people, you connect that to your favorite players. You know, you live their experience as they are yours. And I feel like, you know, I hope he realizes how much he has given us.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, he was truly someone who had so much fun playing League of Legends throughout all of the pressure and the ups and downs. That was reflected in, again, like as a member of media, the fact that he like always remembered who I was. He would always try to talk to me in English, and I would always try to talk to him in Korean. And it was amazing. Like it seemed like he had so much joy in playing the game, interacting with people, in being around his teammates, right? So I'm glad that we could even see that here today, both on stage and in the interview.
Yeah, and I think the fact that his final thoughts were not of him, but of cheer for everyone else.
Yeah.
Support everyone else says a lot about him as a person, as a player, and it is heartbreaking to see a legend like that stepping away from the game we all love.
Yeah, he's given us so much. So he'll be missed, Peanut, for sure. And awesome that he gave that final interview as a goodbye to all of us. But it is Gen G that moves on, and it is KT time tomorrow versus CFO. Those upstarts, it's going to be absolutely historical once again. So we'll meet you right here, same time, same place tomorrow. Good night.
Maybe they catch Chovy.
Yeah, Chovy caught out of position with that solar flare. He has to flash as Peanut gets in there. The fear is beautiful. Spiraling Despair doing a whole bunch of work. And Canyon takes down Peanut. It's a 1 for 2 so far as Ruler. Now just trying to kite this one out. Zeus in so much trouble. So many orbs peppered into the back of his skull. As Viper and Zek are now trying to escape. And the damage is just too much. Keen chasing after them. The spear just barely misses. But they're holding them in place. Another spear flies through and Keen just dashes on top of the dragon. Zeka gets torn apart and Gen G are looking for a repeat of the LCK finals.
take a breath. I need oxygen. Give my best, and I watch us rise again. I'm ready to leave the past behind. I've shed my skin.